Holly? Back away. All right, well, good morning. I have a thumbs up from IT that we are on and ready to go. So welcome, everybody, to the July meeting of the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission. Thank you, Wheatland, for hosting us. Beautiful weather you have for us. To start this meeting, would you please stand and join me with the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you for that. There will be, if you're in the room, there'll be blue sign-up sheets at the back. If you want to make public comment, please do that. It'll get up here to the commission. We'll be sure to get you your opportunity to comment. For those of you that are watching via Zoom, if you didn't send in an advance comment sheet prior to the start of this meeting, but you'd like to comment, you can send a chat to the host with your name and agenda item, and we'll get you included. If you're listening just on the phone, you can send an email to wgfvideo@wyo.gov, include your name, phone number, which agenda item you want to comment on, and we'll get you included as well. Director Kennedy, let's talk about the agenda real quick before we get started.
Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Nesvik. Yeah, just real quick, Mr. President, some housekeeping on the agenda. Apologies to have to do this, but we would like to move the order of agenda items 3 and 4. We'd like to do 4 first, then 3. Important for some of the budget stuff that you're going to hear. Agenda item 14, on the agenda, it's not worded completely. Your notebook is right, but agenda item 14 involves the approval of an LSA and a transfer. And we'd like to add the Wildlife Fund, Chris McBarnes, to right after Nish at the end of the day, if that's okay with you.
That would be after agenda item 16. We would add
Mr. McBarnes from the Wildlife Fund right before the call to the public, if that's okay.
I have no problem with those agenda changes. Does any commissioner have any comments or concerns? Do you have anything to add to the agenda? Seeing none, I would make public now that I have to depart today's meeting at 3 o'clock. I'll turn the meeting over to my Vice President, Commissioner Ladwig. With that, I think we're ready to go to work. The first item for your consideration, commissioners, are the minutes from the April, May, and June commission meetings. You can move that individually or as a group if you don't have any amendments. What's pleasure?
Mr. President, I move the minutes from April, May, and June. I don't have any corrections.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Ladwig. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
I'm getting a thumbs up from Miss Bell. Yes, ma'am. We're good to go? Very good. Agenda item number 2, Director's Report. Director Nesvik, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Mr. President, members of the commission. I've got a few items here this morning. So first of all, welcome to Wheatland. I don't remember I know it's been at least 15 years since we've done a commission meeting here in Wheatland, so welcome to Platte County. There's a lot of wildlife in Platte County. There's a lot of water in Platte County. There's 3 major reservoirs, lots of recreation, a lot, like I said, a lot of wildlife and a lot of wildlife opportunity. We do have, you had an opportunity yesterday for members of the public that are watching online and that are here. Commission had an opportunity to go up to Laramie Peak and look at our Laramie Peak WHMA and had a great tour. Thanks to the Laramie region for putting that together and making sure that the commission had a good afternoon out looking around Platte County. So Commissioners Ladwig and Brocon, I just returned from WAFWA this last week, the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies. Good meeting. One of the kind of the key culminating events for that meeting is that organization has decided to take as one of its key initiatives all things related to wildlife movement. So migration corridors, wildlife crossings, and all those associated projects that revolve around that. WAFWA has the ability to serve that initiative in a lot of different roles, both with providing capacity to states to help with that kind of work as grant applicants and grant funding disseminators of funds. So some good opportunities there, and glad to see that wildlife movement is at least at the regional level is becoming more and more important. It's also timely with we know there's a lot of federal resources, state resources, and private resources that are now being allocated towards wildlife movement. So many of you may have seen the draft of our long-term feed ground management plan is out for public comment. You know, the region, both regions, both the Pinedale and the Jackson regions have worked hard with a lot of stakeholders over a couple of years to get a draft out for people to take a look at, criticize, take shots at, tell us what they like, tell us what they don't. We have full intentions to listen to those comments and to make changes where it's appropriate and necessary. And so I would ask those folks that have interest to make sure that that we get a chance to hear from you. Right now, the timeline is to have something in final form for this commission to approve at the November meeting. This is a completely internally driven process timeline. And so that, you know, ultimately we can adjust if necessary, or leave it right where it's at, or even accelerate it if that's what we choose to do. So we don't have any external factors or legal requirements for this plan. This is something that the department and the commission took on our own volition. Many may have heard that we're in the middle of another sage grouse plan update. So this is actually a BLM wide sagebrush or sage grouse plan amendment. That's a forcing factor for Wyoming to look at our sage grouse plan and our core area strategy, the executive order. It's been in place now since 2007 or 8. And this will be, I think, the 3rd revision since the original executive order was developed. It does have our draft right now that's out and that folks are talking about does include some changes to our core, or the core areas in the state. There have been a lot of public meetings. Angie, as well as the governor's office, policy advisor folks, and Bob Budd have been traveling around and talking to landowners. Angie was in Gillette last night with those other folks, talking to landowners and others that have interest in sage grouse core. Did want to acknowledge, many of you probably seen this as you've traveled around. This is field season is finally here. It seems like it took a little longer to get here this year, but lots of red shirts out in the field. This is the time of the year when a lot of our folks get a lot of their field work done, a lot of data collection, interacting with the public, protecting our state's waters from those bad things that might come from outside the state that we don't have right now, like quagga zebra mussels. And certainly our wardens are out protecting our resources and making sure that folks on our waterways are recreating and fishing and operating watercraft in a safe manner. Some of you may have heard about this BLM conservation rule. It's been discussed a little bit in the media. It's certainly been of concern to a lot of our constituents around the state. We too have concerns with this rule. We've submitted comments, and we will continue to stay to keep our eye on this and to influence it however we can. Certainly on its face, many of the talking points, I guess, around this rule and the background seem positive for wildlife conservation. But when you look at a lot of the details, there definitely are some things that are of significant concern for our department and a lot of others in our state as a whole. Wanted to end with the Wildlife Fund. Wildlife Fund's been busy. You're going to hear from Chris later today. I'll let him talk about details on fundraising, but suffice it to say, they have been, the Wildlife Fund has been leaping over gigantic hurdles to get a lot of money raised. And I think Chris will have an update for you today on what some of their recent fundraising totals for wildlife crossings has been, but pretty darn significant. They've also, they've really been leaders and really taken on the Inspire a Kid initiative. They hosted and put together, along with our team, the Inspire a Kid Mari Brown's fishing day earlier in the first part of June. That was very successful, very well attended, great event, lots of community support. And then they've also now conducted 2 Inspire a Kid camps at the Little Jenny Ranch up in Bondurant. I was able to attend both of these and talk to the kids. It was really pretty darn cool what they've put together there. The Little Jenny Ranch provides a significant amount of support for that. They essentially sponsor the staff, a lot of the food, a lot of the counselors or teachers for this thing. It's kids that are both from Wyoming and other parts of the United States that might never have an opportunity to see the kind of things they got to see up there. They take them, they all got to do chores each day, but they get a chance to go and fly fish and use archery equipment and ride horses and hike and take pictures. And it's amazing what they've put together there. Both Wildlife Fund and Little Jenny Ranch, they have an opportunity to learn from a lot of our department folks. We have department employees, both current and retired employees, that go and teach and provide education on wildlife conservation issues there at the camp. So really cool event. The first camp was the boys camp. It actually worked out well with another trip that the governor and I had for both the governor and I to go and talk to the kids there in the afternoon. And then the second week I was able to go back up and spend an evening at the girls camp and be able to talk to those kids. So great work the Wildlife Fund's doing. Got a lot of respect for specifically what Chris and Nada put together there. So with that, I would certainly stand for any questions from the commission.
Thank you, Director. Any questions from the commission? I don't have a question, but I would add to a comment you made that Commissioner Ladwig and I did get to go to Santa Fe to the Western Association's meeting. And I found that to be a very worthwhile and rewarding experience as a commissioner to represent Wyoming there, to interact with other states commissions, to share successes and questions. I thought it was great. We have some great neighboring states. They have some interesting things I need to learn more about in Nevada and their mule deer. And I just found it very, very good. I think the director missed a comment. I would say that congratulations, you're the new president of the board of directors for the Waffle Association. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ladwood, would you add anything to that?
Well, it was a very interesting experience, and everybody that is involved with the migration corridors and care of our wildlife can be assured that we were basically talked to daily about what was going on with our migration initiatives and different things, wanting to know our plans. They asked for people who to get a hold of so they could follow what we're doing in the state of Wyoming. It really makes you feel good when that happens. One thing that was kind of interesting that we're glad we don't have some animals that we have to worry about, because one of the states has endangered species salmon that are being eaten by endangered species seals, and they don't know what to do about it. So yes, it was a very enlightening experience, and it was well worth the time to go.
All right.
Anything else, Director?
No.
Very good. Thank you for that. While we're getting ready for Chief Wiltanker, I would apologize to Angie Bruce, because that's exactly right. There were several states that came to Wyoming looking to us for leadership about wildlife crossings and the First Lady's Hunger Initiative. And how do we do an executive order like your governor did on migration corridors? And Richard and I would just point to Angie Bruce and say, let me introduce you to Angie. And appreciate your patience, Angie, in taking on those additional conversations that we pushed on you. Good morning, Mr. Wiltanger, Chief Wiltanger. What about Jackson?
Good morning, President Brokaw, Director Nesvik, members of the commission, Eric Wiltanger, Chief of Services. Just a brief update today on Jackson Housing. I don't have an ask here. Meredith will have an ask as far as the fiscal side of things goes whenever she comes up, but I will inform you what that ask will be when how it relates to Jackson Housing. First of all, I have a few slides, but we'll probably start with, we got the GMP back on July 5th. I know in June, I promised that we would go back as a team and work on reducing the overall GMP. If you recall, it was 12.8 and some change $1 million that we received. We weren't happy with that. So the services division staff worked hard to reduce that number. And I'm happy to, I guess, report that we reduced that to 12.2 and some change, and that'll be on the slide. But I want to cover a few things and how we got to that and kind of an update on the overall project as it sits right now. So also in that guaranteed maximum price, there's a contingency. It's a 5%. I believe it's 5% of $582,000. And what's important with that is in the past, a lot of the projects haven't had a building contingency, which really makes it hard to do work on the ground when it comes to change orders and stuff like that. My promise to the commission is that during this project, with that $582,000, we will be very strict with that when it comes to changing things. I've expressed that to the construction manager at risk that that's not just a money pot for us to take care of things that we didn't anticipate. I think the correct words I used was make sure that we have thought about everything. If there's something that we hit during the project that we will have to spend money on, it'll come out of that pot, but we're going to be very strict with it. So they understand that that's not their money to just start spending on the project. The project is really under $12 million. It's about 11.7. And that's my hope that we come into that. As a last resort, we will dip into that 582,000. We have bids for everything, and you'll understand why I say that about the contingency, except painting, roofing, fencing, and the final cleaning. So we didn't receive bids on those items, so we put allowances in there. And Lauren and his crew, Sean, kind of overestimated a little bit for those to make sure we captured that. So when we get to those points, we'll get somebody to do those. Some of that work will probably be performed by Dick Anderson, our construction manager. But those are the things we didn't receive bids for, but we do have allowances in there for those things. Really, our next step with your direction and approval is to do a contract amendment. So we had a contract with Dick Anderson to work with Jorgensen to get us the GMP. So we do not have to go back and do another contract. We just are going to amend that contract for the guaranteed maximum price amount for the work that's going to be provided and for the houses. I estimate that'll probably, hopefully we can fast track that and take about 2 weeks, which fits into the construction manager at risk schedule, really. They have some subs that bid on the job that they're contracted to do the civil side of things, all the grading and everything, and they'd like to start August 1st. So if we can get this thing wrapped up in the next couple of weeks and get them out there, they're going to start that project August 1st. Some project inspections, just to touch on a few of those, according to Jorgensen. Some anticipated project permitting requirements, the Idaho Division of Occupational and Professional Licenses. There'll be a permit to inspect for each manufactured home, so a total of 7. Wyoming DEQ permits to construct wastewater collection systems, Wyoming DEQ stormwater pollution, state engineer office well permits, Department of Transportation access permit. And while I'm on that, I'll update you. Today, Teton County is hearing our easement request from them for the approachway. And how that plays into the WYDOT permit is WYDOT has to give us a permit for that approachway. It's currently classified as a field approach, and it'll be changing to kind of a commercial type of approach. So WYDOT is hearing that on Friday. So with the hopes that today we get the easement from Teton County, we will then hopefully on Friday get our request heard by the Department of Transportation and get that permit. So with that, the next approach we'll get, or the next permit, is our sewer permit from Teton County School District, Munger Mountain. That is going to be heard tomorrow. And that process is we applied through the school district to get that permit. And then once that approval is from Teton County School District, it will then move to the town of Jackson for final approval. And we hope to get those relatively quickly. And that's for the connection into the sewer line for Munger Mountain School District to avoid having to do septic tanks and leach fields. Some other permits that'll happen out there, some subgrade soil permits inspected and certified by our geotech engineer of record prior to placing concrete foundations. The concrete foundations inspected and tested and certified by structural engineer of record prior to placing concrete and placing buildings on foundations. The modulars will be inspected by the state of Idaho, so all electrical, all the structural parts of the modulars will be inspected, and we'll get a certificate from the state of Idaho. The water supply system inspected and tested by the civil engineer of record prior to being placed into service. Wastewater collection systems inspected by the same civil engineer of record and Teton County School District representative and the town of Jackson. So that's just to capture a few of the processes that we've gone through that are anticipated as far as permitting goes. And then I'll go through the quick budget history. What I'll say with this is, if you recall, in June, I made a request of up to 13 million, and I apologize. We're not going to meet that. The request is actually going to be 13.4 million. As you can see, some quick budget history. The commission allocated $9.7 million in the original budget. In June of 22, we added $2 million to that project. And then we had some expenditures, and those expenditures are what kind of eluded me whenever I made the request of up to 13 million. Those expenditures obviously took away from that 11.7. And that was 283,000 for water well and preliminary studies, 660 for design team, and 50,000 for the CMAR design process. Did I skip a slide? No. So just some GMP history, guaranteed maximum price, 12.8 million, 531. We came to the commission with that number and asked it would give us some time to reduce that. We reduced it to 12.2 million on the 5th of July. We got to 12.2 really through negotiation of some of the bids that were received. We had them go back and sharpen their pencil on those and some of the estimates, and then scaling back the overall landscaping. That was a big portion. I think I mentioned that in June, and it was about $500,000 they had in there, and that just wasn't working for us. So we were able to reduce that down to, I believe it was around $100,000. And that really is the bare minimum when it comes to landscaping, to grade the soils, grade the yards, and put some just seeds in there. And as I mentioned, the GMP includes a 5% contingency built in, and it's only going to be used with our permission, so it'll have to be signed off by us. And okay. So with the previous request, we kind of left the construction budget short by 231,000. So the current request that Meredith has in her update, so no commission action is requested right now, but whenever Meredith does it, just know that that 400 is in the budget request for the update. And really that $400,000 breakdown is, as I mentioned, the 231,000 to cover the shortfall of the GMP of 12.2. And then 169, when we went through and really reduced the GMP, there was $169,000 that was discovered approximately for permitting that was not in that GMP. And those are things like the sewer tap fees from Teton County School District. And this is just an estimate, but it's around 6,000 is what we're hearing, to $7,000 per house just to connect to that. So there's some fees in there for that. And then the town of Jackson fees for, because that wastewater will eventually go to the town of Jackson, those fees, and then the power hookup with Lower Valley Energy. So that brings the total overall project budget to 13.4 million currently. And I stand for any questions. And if I miss something, I have Deputy Chief Bibby here to answer anything that I cannot answer.
Very good, Eric. Good presentation. Any questions from the commission on that presentation? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, more of the details then will be in our budget. If Meredith is ready. That's okay. For a one-time hookup, I think. Yeah. Okay, why IT gets that hooked up. Good morning, Ms. Wood.
Good morning, Mr. President, Commissioners, Director Nasvik. Meredith Wood, Chief Fiscal Officer, presenting to you your commission's FY24 final budget. As you recall, in March, you were presented the preliminary budget for your consideration and approval, which you did in fact approve as presented. So today we're just talking about the changes that were determined between March and today. By statute, commission is required to approve your annual budget at the first commission meeting of the fiscal year. So the budget is separated into two components, the standard operating and maintenance component, and then the one-time project budget component. Changes since March to the standard budget were for a total of $998,387. Those details are listed on the screen in front of you. The biggest components were for an additional 1,000 tons of hay, bringing the total FY24 total tonnage of hay acquisition to 7,000, which increased it by 1,000 at 350 per ton for 350,000. The next largest piece is at the very bottom. There's two lines, one in program 4Y10, which is account for ETS employee salary increases, which we pay to ETS through direct bill for the 8 folks that are permanently assigned to the department, and for the additional salary increases approved by the legislature for all of the other game and fish permanent employees. The remaining items, one of them, we got an actual estimate on an aluminum hydroacoustic netting boat, which came in over what we had anticipated from a budget standpoint for $31,000. We added some additional training dollars in there for employees to participate in the Western Conservation Leadership Program. And the majority of the other ones are for a reevaluation of temporary employee AWAC time to be reallocated to other programs to meet those needs, and also added a few additional months. Are there any questions on the changes to the standard?
No, ma'am, go ahead.
Okay. So just a recap of the one-time projects. So as you're aware, the commission oftentimes reviews projects that have an ongoing nature. The top category there are previously approved by the commission projects, which you reviewed and approved in March. The second group new requests approved in March are the ones that you considered independently, broken out by division. We'd be happy to go through any of those if you have any questions that have come up since then. Is it going? So services, fish, wildlife, those are all ones that you should be familiar with. And then the additional new project requests since March are the three that are identified. Eric just went over in detail the ones regarding Jackson Housing. So the motion made by the commission at the June meeting to go up to $13 million resulted in a $12,006,176 impact to your funds. So those are requests just being approved to spend. And then the Jackson Housing permitting and the shortfall that Eric just went over is that 400,000. The third one on the list is the shooting complex. That is a result from this past legislative session. I believe it was Senate File 169, whereby the commission has to make a motion to contribute these $2.5 million as identified in that statute for that particular project. So total one-time project budget for FY24 increased roughly 15 million since March for those three items, a total of 20 million. Any
Meredith, if I
questions?
could stop you there, I have a question. So to stay compliant with that legislation, to have a motion on the shooting complex dollars, does that need to be a standalone motion, or when we approve the one-time projects, would that be sufficient?
I believe Deputy Director Kennedy was going to talk a little bit about it afterwards, but if we could do a combined motion for the total budget and then a standalone motion from the commission to actually transfer those dollars into the shooting complex fund per statute.
Thank you.
Any questions? No? So at this time, I'd like to request the commission make a motion to approve the revised FY24 commission standard budget. This is not going forward. Hopefully it will. In the amount of $99,223,261 and the commission's FY24 one-time project budget, $20,147,956 for a grand total of $119.3 million.
Could you leave that slide up for us?
Sure.
We're going to need it, I think. Any additional questions from the commission? Do I have Commissioner Masterson? He's online. Do you have any questions?
Mr. President, thank you for the opportunity, but no, I do not. I went through the notes and the other supporting materials, and I appreciate Ms. Wood's efforts in this. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Having no other questions, the chair would entertain a motion for the fiscal 2024 budget.
So moved.
It's been moved by Commissioner Ladwig. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Jolovich. Is there any further discussion on the motion to approve the budget? Hearing, seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed? Motion carries. Well done, thank you.
Thank you very much. And may I just ask for that second motion to actually authorize the approval of the transfer of funds from the commission account to the shooting complex account?
Yes, ma'am. Commissioners?
I would move that we vote on the authorization to transfer those funds for the shooting complex.
Okay, it's been moved to transfer the 2.5 million from our budget to the shooting complex fund. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Bell. Any further discussion? Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. President, members of the commission, just really quick. This is, as you know, a complicated budget. It's an extensive budget. We spent 20, 30 minutes at the meeting to approve it today, but just for the benefit of the public and others, as you know, we spent a lot of time on this budget, almost a full year on working on the commission's budget. We also have a working group with, and I want to thank Commissioner Roberts and Ladwig and Brokaw, and our new Commissioner Masterson also helped out with the budget. And then all of the commission had to deal with a heck of a lot of emails and phone calls from me on the budget. So I wanted to thank the commission for the work on your budget. We're really proud of this budget. We think it's tight and responsive and responsible. And we think we're spending sportsman's dollars in the best possible way. So I want to thank you. I also want to thank Meredith. Meredith Wood, because of some changes in personnel, pretty much single-handedly on behalf of fiscal, with some help from her chief, led the budget group, the department's budget group, and got this done. And I wanted to thank her for that. So with that, thank you.
Very good. Thank you. I echo that. Okay, moving along. Your agenda item 5, we'll hear from our lands branch chief, Mr. Weber. Good morning.
All right, President Brokaw, members of the commission, and Director Nesvik. This morning, the Lands Branch has 3 separate projects for your consideration. We have a renewal of an existing public access area just east of Glen Rock. We have a brand new public access area just north of Glen Rock that we're really excited about. And we have a new public access road and parking area to get to a section of state land in McFadden in Carbon County. And as I go through these projects, I want to outline and highlight with the commission and the public, the landowners we worked with on these. We're really thankful for their willingness to work with us to provide access to the public on their properties, and just really want to thank them for that. So with that, I'll jump over to the Dave Johnston Power Plant public access area. This is an access road, boat ramp, and parking area, like I said, just east of Glen Rock. It provides access to North Platte River. This agreement has been in place since 2003. And the new agreement is for a 10-year term with an option to renew for an additional 10 years. The current agreement expires in September of this year. So I want to make sure and get this lined out as soon as possible. So Pacific Core is willing to donate this easement to us again for the additional 10-year period. And estimated ongoing maintenance costs are about $4,000 per year for road grading and other maintenance with the comfort station and so on out there. And this map here shows the location of it. This is on US Highway 26 running southeast from Glen Rock towards I-25 and the Dave Johnston Power Plant. The access road is highlighted in black here. Running up from the highway up to this parking area that's in red right here for people to pull out of the river. And so basically in this, the Lands Branch is requesting approval to move forward with renewing this access easement for a 10-year period with the options to renew for an additional 10-year period to be donated by Pacific Core. And I'll answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? What's the pleasure of the commission?
I would move that the commission approve the 10-year renewal of the Dave Johnston Power Plant near Glen Rock, Converse County, Wyoming. The new public access area on the North Platte River for a boat launch, parking, and pedestrian fishing near Glen Rock, Converse County. And a new public access road and parking area on property owned by the Sims Land and Livestock near McFadden, Carbon County.
Second.
Clarification, commissioners. We just, I wanted to take these in 3, and Mr. Weber just presented the Glen Rock one. So let's just take action on the Pacific Core donation, and then we'll do the other 2 separately. So Commissioner Roberts, can I accept your motion to just approve the 10-year donation by Pacific Core renewal?
That would be great.
Commissioner Bell, are you comfortable with that in your second?
I am. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion to accept the Pacific Core 10-year renewal on the North Platte at Glen Rock? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion for that easement, say aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Thank you, John. That motion approves. Mr. Weber, your second presentation, please.
Okay. Next project we have is the Danaher Public Access Area. This is a brand new public access area just north of Glen Rock. It's located between Glen Rock and Rolling Hills on the North Platte River. The area will include a boat ramp, parking area, and fishing easements on land owned by the Danaher family. The location of the boat ramp will create shorter boating distances between Rabbit Hill Public Access Area and the Dave Johnson Power Plant Public Access Area that we just discussed. And I'll show those on a map in just a minute so you can see the distances between each. The access to the parking area and boat ramp is directly from State Highway 95 and there's potential for additional parking area on easement on the southeastern side of the highway. And I'll show that location in just a minute too. So these are permanent easements, so a one-time payment to the landowners. They are 20-foot wide fishing easements on the shoreline and extend to the midpoint of the river. So the way the legal descriptions are written is the high water line and the mark of the river, they'll extend 20-foot inside onto the bank of the river for bank fishing, and then they'll extend to the midpoint of the river in each location of the easement so that the public can go out there and wade fish as well. The construction costs for fencing, the parking area, and primitive boat ramp are estimated at $12,000 to $15,000. And ongoing maintenance costs are estimated about $3,000 to $4,000. These costs are fairly low, really, just because I was told by the regional staff that we have other public access areas in the area, and so our contractor go to those separate locations, and they're short distance between each one. So that's helpful too. And also, this location is just north of Glen Rock, and so it helps with law enforcement. If there's an issue, we can call the sheriff's department and get help out there too. That's helpful also. So we're requesting approval to spend $175,000 as a one-time payment for the easement. Okay. And here's a map I have that we put together that shows the different public access areas along the river. So we have the Big Muddy public access area directly to the west, and it's about a 4-mile stretch from Big Muddy down to the Rabbit Hill PAA. And then a 3-mile stretch, it will be a 3-mile stretch if this is approved, to this new public access area just north of Glen Rock. And then it's a 4-mile stretch down the river down to the Dave Johnston Power Plant PAA. And so without this access area, it's actually a 7-mile stretch from Rabbit Hill down to the Dave Johnston Power Plant. And so approval of this easement will make it shorter boating distances, hopefully spread out the boating pressure a little bit in this area and just benefit the public in that way. We really think it'll benefit the residents of Glen Rock to have a really close fishing area for their community, and just benefit also with some additional economic activity of people coming out there to fish and boat. And here's just a close-up of the public access area itself. We have fishing easements, these 20-foot wide fishing easements on all these banks, all the way around this island. And there's ways to go under the bridges, under the highway right here, so the public doesn't have to cross the highway. And then we'll have a fishing easement along this northern shoreline too. This right here will be the parking area and boat launch. And this right here, we're purchasing a permanent easement along this entire peninsula from the Danaher family. And the plan is to conserve it for wildlife, and also to hopefully in the future put a parking area, since we are discussing with the landowners directly south of here a possible additional fishing area down here. So there'll be no vehicular access outside of the parking area where the boat ramp will be located. It'll all be pedestrian fishing, and there will be no hunting allowed on the property. We did discuss this with the Casper region. They did not think it was a good idea to have hunting out there just because we're so close to Glen Rock and houses and stuff out there. So if I can have Wayne hit the play button on this. We have some drone footage, so special thanks to the Casper region for putting together some drone footage of this area. We'll have fishing access all the way across both of these forks of the river right here, and along the shoreline and all these different separate shorelines here. And we're coming up on the Highway 95 bridge.
Wow, does that Casper region really have its act together or what?
Absolutely, yes. And so as I mentioned, the public can cross under those bridges. There's space to pass under there for fishing on the other side of the bridge right here. And the boat launch location, I'll have a better picture of it in just a minute to show, but it's right in this location right here. And there'll be parking right here. And we can put a comfort station there in the future if we would like to. Fishing all the way along this shoreline right here. And then this is where Deer Creek runs into the North Platte River, right here. And so we'll have a permanent easement on this peninsula all the way around for fishing in this area. And hopefully in the future, a parking area there as well. This is just a bird's eye view again. You can kind of see Glen Rock off in the distance out there. And then fishing across this whole area. I did want to mention here as well that we did reach out to Converse County in order to use our House Bill 122 access funds on this. And they reviewed that at their July 5th meeting and are agreeable to the project and are in support of the project. So we can move forward with using those funds on this as well. So here's that peninsula again, where Deer Creek runs in. The lot line actually runs real close to right in here, where this will all be permanent easement and hopefully a parking area in the future.
Mr. President,
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
do we refer to?
Mr. President, Commissioner Roberts, I would like to call it the Danaher Public Access Area just because the Danaher family is working with us on this, but if that's not the view of the commission, we can.
It is right. And I think I made confusion by not being clear in what I was requesting. Could you go back a couple slides
Sure.
and go through all those access points again?
This one here.
Nope, one more, I think. Okay, right there. So on the right of your screen, the Dave Johnson Power Plant, that was the 10-year renewal we just approved.
Yes, Mr. President, that's correct.
Then you go up to the center of your photograph, the yellow lines. That's the one we're considering right now, the Danaher.
That's correct, Mr. President.
Does that help, Ken? Okay, while we're there, I have a question on the Rabbit Hill or the Muddy Bridge. Are either of those reoccurring easements or those permanent access easements?
Mr. President, I'm not sure. I have to look that up. I'm not sure if, are they permanent? Okay.
So if
We believe they're permanent.
if we secured the Danaher, we would essentially have everything secured for all interests on the Platte River for Glen Rock.
Yeah.
Okay. Very good.
Okay, so this next slide shows the parking area location along US or State Highway 95. This is Highway 95 running through here. There'll be a permanent easement for this entire pie-shaped piece right here with the parking area. And then more than likely the boat launch will be right here. We plan to put in a permanent boat launch location this fall and then a more substantial one next year when we can use some federal funds for that. And I did discuss this with a district traffic engineer for WYDOT in Casper about this approach right here, just to ensure that this approach is legal and we can use it for this. And they said they reviewed it for us and said that they were agreeable to this use and it's fine to use it for that. So that's good too. They also did mention that they're doing a road project in this location soon and they'll be repaving this entire approach for us sometime next year. So at this time, the land branch is recommending the approval of this permanent access easement on the North Platte River for a $175,000 one-time payment. Are there any questions?
Any questions?
If Commissioner Masterson wants to motion this one, I don't know.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And it would be a privilege to do so. I would move that the commission approve the purchase of the permanent access easement as described as the Danaher Public Access area easement. And thank you again for the opportunity to do so. And I'd add that even though this is in my district, anytime there's an opportunity to lock up permanent access to our rivers and streams and lands, I really feel we should take a real hard look and do everything we can to take advantage of those opportunities. And I appreciate that this was brought to us and that the Danahers were helpful in bringing it about.
Thank you, Commissioner Masterson. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Commissioner Lundvall. Is there any further discussion on the motion from the commission? No further discussion. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Opposed? That motion carries. Third project, Roy, what you got?
All right. Next project we have is a public access road and parking area near McFadden. So this map is just an overview map showing the location of the access road itself. Here's Elk Mountain, Arlington down here, Interstate 80 running across here. This is State Highway 13 that runs through here between Arlington and Rock River. And so the parking area is right here in the middle. We're trying to get access to this section of state land. So this is an access road with a parking area to gain access to that section of state land. So County Road 440 used to run through that section and provide access to it. And in 2022, because that county road kind of paralleled the state highway, the Carbon County abandoned that county road. And so we no longer had legal access to it. And so Sims Land and Livestock Company has offered to donate the easement to the commission. They are offering a 5-year easement with an option to renew for an additional 5-year term. We're estimating construction costs of $10,000 and ongoing maintenance costs of about $2,000 per year. That $10,000 cost would be for some gravel, fence posts, some gates, and some signs on the property. So here's just a more close-up view of it. You can see on this map that this used to be County Road the County Road, the 440 that ran through here. And this is State Highway 440 or State Highway 13 that runs through here. So County Road actually it runs up here and around, and it was abandoned from this location all the way across. And so we're getting an access easement from Sims Land and Livestock Company from this location over to a parking area right here, just directly adjacent to the state land parcel. So the public can park here and enter the state land parcel for hunting. Just want to note too, that this is a state highway, and so it's a controlled access highway. And so it's really not safe for the public to be parking along the highway and to access this section of state land. We want to have it safe and have a separate location for them to access it. So we're moving it up to this location. So at this time, the lands branch is recommending the approval of this 5-year termed easement for access to this section of state land in McFadden.
Roy, if I could comment right now. So on face value, you see that the highway on the lower right of the section and the abandoned County Road 404 come together right there. So you could access it there without using Sims Land and Livestock.
Mr. President, are you talking about right here?
Yes, sir.
Well,
And you go just a little ways to that line of trees.
hang on one second.
And there was a bridge on that road.
You talking about right here?
Yep, now go slightly north, right there. So when the county abandoned that road, that bridge was problematic to the ditch users on that ditch. That's a pretty big ditch. And so they removed that bridge. So you could access there, but it's limited. the highway is unsafe. So this proposed parking area, I think, would just give more opportunity, spread some sportsmen out.
So we're recommending the approval of this public access area for a 5-year term in McFadden.
So moved, Mr. President.
It's been moved by Commissioner Bell. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that motion.
Second by Commissioner Robertson. Any further discussion? Clarification maybe for Roy. So in your 10,000 startup, was that going to include, that's just a parking area, fence, signage, no bathrooms or any of that yet?
No, Mr. President, we don't plan on having a comfort station out there or anything.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion to approve, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
That motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, right here in the conclusion, we just have some information about the House Bill 122 Access Fund. So just for a background, in 2021, the legislature passed House Bill 122, which increased the conservation stamp fees from $12.50 to $21.50. And of that $9 increase, at least 85% of those funds must go towards access projects like these we just discussed. So this is just a cleanup for fiscal year 23. We purchased the Ellis Ranch, which is now the Ellis WHMA, for $3.45 million. We were planning to use $1 million of those access funds towards that acquisition. And then the Pitcher Brokaw access easement of the $375,000. We do plan on using the additional amount past what Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation paid towards that access easement out of that account as well, which is $225,549.14 over the 20-year term of that easement. Are there any questions about this?
No, that looks good.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Roy. Let's go ahead and take about a, what do you think, John Kennedy? 5-10 minute break? Let's do a 10-minute break real quick. All right, IT says we're on, so we're ready to get back in session. Always a highlight, I think, our next agenda item of our summer meeting. I like this part of the agenda where we could recognize some department people. I don't have you on my agenda, but welcome, Eric.
I haven't wore out my welcome yet.
They got this figured out. You can just say,
Welcome.
agenda item number 6, proceed.
Proceed, sir.
Mr. President, Director Nesvik, members of the commission, Eric Woltinger, Chief of Services. This is my favorite commission meeting also. It gives us a chance to recognize some of our top performers. I will say that all 400-ish of us, I believe, are top performers. But some do stand out, and that's what we're here today, to recognize some of those that stood out with their efforts throughout the year. And it really gives me great pleasure to mention that this year's nomination and Division Employee of the Year is what I would say really represents as a force multiplier. It's not a field employee. However, this employee has gone to the field numerous times to bridge that gap when it comes to our IT and our field folk. And it gives me great pleasure to nominate or to mention that Sarah Reichert, please come up, is our Services Division Employee of the Year. And I'd ask her supervisor, also Tom Graham, to come up because Tom directly oversaw some of the stuff that I'm about to mention. And Tom, you can sit down, but Sarah, maybe stand up here with me just so everybody knows who you are, because some of our IT folks, while I think the department knows everybody whenever we talk about names, however, they don't get a chance to actually meet them because a lot of it is behind the scenes, what our IT folks do. And as we progress in the years, IT is more and more everly important to our field folks and to really, as I mentioned, be a force multiplier for us to get stuff done more efficiently and more accurately. We've moved past the days of a pen and paper. Now our field folks use applications in the field that they get on their mobile device, enter the data, and then when they get service, things get uploaded. So it makes it more efficient and really gives everybody data at their fingertips, pretty much real world time. So I'll just talk about a few things. You know, Sarah's been with our application development team for more than 3 years. And you'll see a consistent message in the next 4 or 5 things that I mentioned. And that message is that Sarah goes above and beyond. When working on an application, Sarah goes above and beyond simply listening to the user's needs and delivering on them. She probes deeper to understand what may make the application easier to use, ensure data integrity, and provide value to the agency through pertinent reporting. Sarah will never settle for good enough. She never walks away from an application after it has been delivered. She makes herself available to her users to support any of her work. She is also willing to re-examine how well an application is performing and offer suggestions for improvement. The list of Sarah's accomplishments over the past year is remarkable. In addition to her work on iPause and routine updates and enhancements to many applications, she has successfully completed work on the Bear Bait system, the Springer app, check station system, and the one-step application. The Bear Bait permit system is a system for which Sarah has confidently become our subject matter expert. She's the sole person on our team that has a broad understanding of Esri products and tools used in this system. The pandemic caused the agency to reconsider the value of long lines at the regional offices to secure bear bait permits. Sarah worked with Kathy Weiss in 2021 to build the first automated draw process. The product delivered in 2021 met the needs of the users, but Sarah felt there were more improvements that could be made. She met with office managers after the first successful year of use of the enhanced to offer enhanced suggestions and invite their suggestions. From this, Sarah built a list of 12 specific improvements to be made for the 2022 season. These range from clarifying language for our external customers to collecting additional data and new reporting capabilities. Sarah implemented these changes for the 2022 season, producing an even better product for our customers and office managers. Another one is the Springer check station application process. It was a huge success. Sarah followed up with users to identify improvements that could be implemented in 2022. She added a QR code to the permits created by the draw so that they could also be scanned. This could not be done in 2021 as they were already printed when the new application was being developed. Sarah also automated the fast pass email process so that licensing section no longer has to spend daily pass emails. It is done by a nightly job. Sarah also traveled to the Springer check station to ensure the equipment was all in place and ready to be used, as well as spend a day working the check station to see firsthand how the application was being used. This is just one of the many examples of Sarah's commitment to building the best possible application for her users. The last accomplishment that I'll mention, and this nomination had lots of accomplishments, but it's probably the greatest accomplishment, was in 2022, was the deployment of our one-step application. This application is designed to monitor habitat disturbance and conservation efforts affecting sage grouse. This application had resided with the governor's office for several years until they decided it would be more cost-effective and better managed if it was transferred to Game and Fish. So the Game and Fish took it on and supported this application. It was an application using code and contingent management system that our team had not worked on within the past year. There are also extensive Esri and GIS components to this application. Sarah did not allow any of this to deter her. She stepped up and took advantage of this challenge. She worked extensively with the GIS group to coordinate the deployment of this application. All deadlines were met, and this application was successfully brought online as a Wyoming Game and Fish application. It gives me great pleasure to let everybody know that Sarah, in all of her excellence and accomplishments in 2022, is the Services Division Employee of the Year. That works. Thank you.
Congratulations, Sarah. Chief King.
Morning, President Brokaw, Director Nesbitt, and members of the commission. It's my privilege and honor to recognize one employee from the Wildlife Division this year for his outstanding work. And so I'd like to ask Mr. Ian Tater to come forward. And I'll make Ian stand here uncomfortably while I tell you all the great stuff that Ian does for the department. So Ian is our terrestrial habitat program manager, and Ian wears a lot of hats for the division and for the department. He's a co-chair of our department's mule deer working group. He serves on the Habitat Technical and Advisory Group, which he's chaired several times. He is a liaison with the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation on their project advisory committee. He's a liaison to the WWNRT. Again, he wears a lot of hats for the agency and does a lot of great work. He has an exceptional reputation for being very professional, very detail oriented, and very action oriented. When Ian takes on a task, he sees it from start to finish. And a lot of that work is often done quietly behind the scenes, making sure that all the parts and pieces come together. You know, as you all know, it takes a lot of work to get habitat projects implemented and on the ground. It takes someone with a lot of technical expertise, a lot of collaboration and partnership building skills. It takes a lot of financial acumen or wizardry. It takes a lot of work to make sure you can put all the funding pieces together. And Ian has those skills in spades. I'd like to talk just for a minute about a couple of key initiatives that Ian has worked on over the years. You know, this award's really not just recognizing him for all the great work last year, but really recognizing him for about 11 years worth of hard work for the department and the state. So back in 2019, Governor Gordon recognized the need for us to address invasive annual grasses and put together a collaboration of folks. And Ian stepped up for the department to play a very active role for us in that effort. And through that effort, the state developed a very comprehensive plan for addressing invasive annual grasses. And Ian was very instrumental in that. He's built some strong collaborative partnerships across a lot of different entities to focus work on invasive annual grasses. And that work is translated to millions of dollars on the ground that'll pay long-term dividends for the state's wildlife. It's really impressive work. So more recently, we've asked Ian and the Mule Deer Working Group to play a very active role in helping us design the mule deer research project that you all have funded, and to help us identify those focal groups that we have, those 5 focal groups. And so Ian led the charge to help make sure that our research efforts in coordination with the SRA unit were going to address the answers that we needed, and also making sure that our focal group work was well thought out and well designed. I just want to mention that Ian's nomination, I think, is a testament to his skills and abilities. The nomination was received from people from across the Wildlife Division, Fiscal Services, Wildlife, Fish. A lot of different people contributed to this nomination, which goes to show what an exceptional job Ian does in building collaborative partnerships to do good work for Wyoming's wildlife. So in short, Ian has extremely strong technical skills. He's the utmost professional in all that he does, very dedicated and an unselfish work ethic. All that combined produces some tremendous results for the department and the state and our state resources. So with that, I'd like to congratulate Ian Tater for Wildlife Division Employee of the Year.
Mr. President, Director Nesbitt, members of the commission, Greg Phipps, Fiscal Chief. Hey, I'm excited to announce Christina Melissa as the Fiscal Division Employee of the Year for fiscal year 2022. Come on up, Christina, and yeah, bring your supervisory chain with you. Christina serves as the federal aid coordinator within the grants team in general accounting. She's directly responsible for the accounting and managing of approximately 450 grant agreements totaling well over $9 million. So as Chief King mentioned, getting habitat, projects going on the ground takes a lot of time, a lot of money. And Christina works on that end. Christina stepped up and took the lead of the grant section during an extended duration when we were short-staffed in the grant section. She really dug in to determine what items had a high likelihood of being overlooked and missed during this time. So quickly she stepped up and helped close the gaps that were there. It took a lot of collaboration to do that. She took on these grant issues and that she had the capacity to take on personally, then met and coordinated with the rest of the grants team to ensure all items were covered. This ensured that all items were disseminated and accomplished with proper documentation and communication with partners and division administration. The effects of her efforts in leading the team ensured reduced organizational risk and improved customer service. Christina also became the lead on the administration and coordination of the Wyoming Governor's Big Game License program. This is an extremely time-sensitive program that requires exceptional organization and communication skills. Christina's work here ensured that organizational risk against such a highly visible program was minimized and continued to operate within the scope and purpose of the program. Christina also enhance critical relationships across the department's divisions and work groups. She works diligently to ensure effective and timely communications with field program and grant managers. In addition, she regularly communicates with many of the department's partner agencies, including the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Wyoming Wildlife and Natural Resources Trust, and the University of Wyoming. In short, Christina is a proven team member and morale booster as a department employee since 2014. Christina's work production, professionalism, and organizational focus represent the best of the fiscal division and the department in conserving wildlife and serving people. Congratulations, Christina.
Congratulations, Christina. Any of our recipients are welcome to approach the mic and just give a speech if you so desire.
Christina is the lady of not so many words.
I see that. So,
Mr. President, Director, members of the commission, Fish Division Employee of the Year this year is Josh Leonard, and he was unable to attend this meeting. So we will be presenting that award at a future commission meeting. So thank you very much.
very good. Thank you. Congratulations, Josh.
Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Nesvik, I'm Nish Goicolea, Communications and Education Chief. And our Employee of the Year this year is Chris Martin, who also could not be present this year. However, I did want to just say a couple of things about Chris's work and why he was selected this year. Chris has become a new supervisor for the department recently. He is the visual communications supervisor. So he oversees all of the marketing, social media, and video production for the department. And just to give you some examples of Chris's tenure with the department, which has been more than 7 years. When Chris started with the department, our YouTube channel was one of the lowest ranked in the nation amongst the wildlife agencies. And now we're third, soon to be second, and eventually first is our goal. But that's all due to the work of Chris Martin. Our website content Currently, as you know, we are undergoing a new website project, and Chris has been overseeing all of the content transfer on our site with IT. So in terms of producing pages and their length and the visual aspects of that, that's all Chris's work and his team. And currently, he has more than 540 pages to review by August 1st. And so he's done a huge amount of effort to ensure that the department's representation at the public level is exceptional. One of the big projects that Chris helped lead and implement this year was brand standards. So as you look around this room and you see the new tablecloths and the new colors, and you look online and you've seen many of our presentation templates and flyers, down to even the new public comment form at the front door, that is the work of Chris Martin. And so while Chris Martin is, I would very much categorize him as a servant leader. He puts the organization and his team first. He will rarely ever acknowledge or accept the credit for it. And so that and a number of other reasons, he is our Employee of the Year, and we will be presenting his award later. Thank you.
All right. Good morning again, Mr. President, members of the commission. I assume Corey's going to help me with this. All right, he's got the thumbs up. That's good. I've got several folks to recognize here, and we've had a lot of good work going on this past year, and I can always tell it's reflected by the number of nominations that we receive for a lot of these awards, and the number's been high. We've got an exceptional group of folks that have done great things, and we also have an exceptional group of their team members that really wanted to make sure that they were recognized and took the time to write some really good nominations. So I'm going to start off with the team of the year, and the folks that we're going to formally recognize here as the team for the Saratoga Lake Rotenone project. We'll have come up those that are here. But there's a large number of folks that were supportive of this effort. And I'm going to go ahead and talk through that after I ask these folks to come forward, those that are here. So Brianna Ball, Bobby Compton, Jerry Cowles, Mark Kufod, Nick Edwards, Steve Gale, Robin Keppel, Chance Kirking, Matt Withroder, and Levi Wood. Please join me up here in front. So some of you were on the commission when in 2021, we discovered the illegal presence of yellow perch in Saratoga Lake. And for those of you that aren't aware, Saratoga Lake it's really close to the town of Saratoga. It's widely used by the public there, but it has a potential connection to the entire Platte River system. And so having this particular species, yellow perch, as a threat to the entire Platte River, the whole Platte River system. Our folks knew right away when they made this discovery that we were going to need to act very quickly. Most of the time in a project like this, it takes a lot of planning, it takes fundraising, it's not cheap. You've got to get community support. This is a tremendous trout fishery. That's what folks in the local area use it for. And the only way to treat an invasive fish like a yellow perch in this lake is to completely kill the lake. So obviously with the public, that certainly was not a popular prospect. These folks did a wonderful job of interacting with the public and explaining the why and getting those folks to understand that really for the long term, this was the best step for the department. And so a ton of work in a very short amount of time went into putting all of this together. These folks here were the ringleaders. They secured the funding. They did the project planning when they had to adjust midstream, so to speak, because they had new discoveries. I know in one case they discovered that there was an area that may have been precluded from the rotenone treatment. They had to adjust. They had to go and look at that area and take measures to ensure that there weren't any remnant yellow perch left in that area. They did a lot of hard work on the ground, a lot of extremely challenging communications work to make sure, again, in a short amount of time that people understood what was going on here. There were, throughout the entire project, there was a lot of logistical calculations that they had to make as far as how they were going to store a very toxic chemical, the chemical that's used to treat these lakes. How they were going to construct signage, how they were going to, at the end of the day, put all this together with a lot of community support, be effective, protect the system, and have a plan going forward to be able to make this a community fishery again that everybody could be proud of. And so certainly my honor to recognize these folks. Again, there were a lot of other people that were involved that aren't standing up here today. A few that I picked out of the nomination: Steve Gale, Kevin Gelwicks, Dirk Miller, Teal Kufad, Alan Osterlund, Paul Day, Ray Hageman, Ryan Amundson were all also instrumental in helping, kind of working behind the scenes to support this. And at the end of the day, I think this is reflective of why our public is so proud of their game and fish department, because we can take a group of folks, doesn't really matter which division they come from, what town they come from, and they can come together and they can get stuff done in the best interest of wildlife conservation. And these folks are great representatives of this. So I'd ask for your applause. All right, you guys, thanks for that. Yes, so Deputy Director Kennedy just also reminded me, I think everybody's been notified, but if not, all the award recipients are welcome to stay and have lunch with the commission and the department staff here afterwards. All right, so we have an award we use to recognize those folks that kind of go above and beyond and step up to the plate and act as a leader. And you know what, each year this happens across the department. There's a few folks that really kind of rise above and stand out and are worthy of being able to talk about here in front of all of you. And I want to ask Dan Smith to come up here with me, and I want to talk about Dan a little bit. He obviously didn't know this was going to happen. Talk to your boss, your chief. So my honor to recognize Dan as an outstanding leader and also the recipient of this year's Outstanding Leadership Award. Dan's been with the department for over 21 years. Right now, he serves as the Cody Regional Supervisor. He's got a long tenure with the department as an access coordinator, game warden, working in the field. And as many of you remember, when the department was going through our recruiting process for the deputy wildlife chief, Dan stepped in and did a phenomenal job as the acting deputy chief for a year. He's known across the department as somebody who can develop trust in a short amount of time. He has relationships with landowners. His whole mission in life was to secure access for hunters and fishermen. And he was effective at that because he was able to establish relationships with landowners in a short amount of time. He could develop trust, and that served him well when he serves in his current position as the Cody Regional Supervisor, but also when he was the acting deputy chief. He has long been somebody who can be relied upon to facilitate difficult conversations and difficult communications between parties that have very, very different interests. He's very straightforward, and people appreciate that. Does it in a very professional way. I wouldn't say not in it. Some people think that when you say straightforward, it means obnoxious, but that's not what I meant. Dan does it in a way that communicates honesty and communicates, very matter of factly what he's trying to accomplish and how to be effective. He, over the years, I've had the chance to be able to work with Dan on a lot of different things. He recently stepped in and did some exceptional presentations for the Wyoming Wildlife Task Force. That was quite a group, as Rusty can attest to. He's continually been that person that when we need somebody, we know we can go to him and he's going to raise his hand and jump right in the middle of it, whether he likes it or not. He's very good at that. He jumps right in the middle of it and does everything with professionalism and passion. And I have been honored to be able to work with Dan Smith for a lot of years, and I look forward to more work with him. Another award that we use to recognize folks that really put themselves at risk or step into a difficult situation and go above and beyond. The Department's Valor Award is not an award that's routinely given. We do have folks across the agency each and every year, because they're outside all the time and they're all over the state, that come in contact with difficult situations where people need help. This particular situation really rose to a new level, though. And I'm going to ask Chris Holmes from Jackson to come on up here, and I want to talk through a situation that occurred here. Pinedale, I'm sorry, Chris. I'm going to talk through a little situation that Chris found himself in here in September 15th of 2022. So Chris had just wrapped up working the New Fork Lake kokanee spawning trap and was returning back to Pinedale. He traveled off of the gravel from New Fork Lake and began traveling south on Highway 352, where he noticed a car in front of him that had traveled, that was traveling at full speed, and they gradually drifted off the pavement and went down into the borrow pit and rolled several times. It did land back on its tires, but when Chris responded to the car, which was still running, he turned it off to make sure that there was a minimized risk of any kind of fire or explosion. He found that the driver was having a seizure, and so he carefully moved the driver on her side, cleared her airway, called 911, and soon after, Chris flagged down another passerby for assistance, and they continued working to keep this woman stable as she continued to have convulsions for over 20 minutes until paramedics and state troopers arrived. He assisted them with further stabilizing her and getting her transported to the hospital. Certainly his quick response, he's got some training as a volunteer firefighter, played a huge role in making sure that this resulted in it with a positive outcome after a pretty serious crash. Chris is also just an outstanding employee, does great work for us each and every day. And we know that he's demonstrated here that he's prepared for about anything that he may run into on a normal day of work. So congratulations, Chris. Welcome to talk.
Yeah.
I'll have the courage to say something. I'm honored to be here to get this award, but I just want to say that I think most of us are always individuals that would always stop and first respond. So that's the beauty of the state of Wyoming and the people that choose to live in the state. And so I appreciate it. But I also want to say one reason why I could get a phone call out was the Game of Fish and my staff and my supervisors have never hesitated for me to put a cell phone booster in my work truck. And, it's just, so I think my crew and my support and supervisors to make sure that happens, and that we just have a good budget in this state, that there's no hesitation to get equipment like that. So thank you. Yeah.
All right, so we also have the Lifetime Achievement Award. We reserve this for those folks that not necessarily even at the end of their career, but really anytime in their career have demonstrated year after year after year exceptional performance. On the average, we have a lot of employees. We have 400 full-time employees and then another couple hundred contract and temporary employees throughout the year. And so we have a lot of folks that come and go each year. There's only a handful of these awards. Usually it's 1 or 2 a year that we feel are worthy of honoring as a Lifetime Achievement Award for the Game and Fish Department recipient. And so our first one, we have 2 today. First one I want to ask to join me up here is Mr. Bart Kroger. Bart Kroger is an outstanding, exceptional wildlife biologist that he works up in the Bighorn Basin now. I've had the pleasure of working with Bart for his entire career. He was nominated for this by a lot of people. A lot of folks signed their name on the dotted line and added comments about Bart. I can, attest to a lot of this from my own personal work with Bart. I had the fortune of working with him as a field employee back in the 90s and early 2000s. And then I was a supervisor for a while. And I've got to spend a little bit of personal time in the backcountry with Bart. So I know all about this guy, and I can tell you that this is what right looks like for a game and fish employee. And that's Bart Kroger. He is an extremely dedicated individual who thinks wildlife conservation is certainly a pursuit that's worth dedicating your entire life to, and that's what he's done. He knows more about wildlife and about their habits and about where they live than a culmination of a whole lot of other folks who oftentimes think they do. Bart is he's done a lot of work with bighorn sheep. He's done a lot of work with trying to deal with elk and brucellosis and contentious issues there. Brucellosis with transmission from wildlife to cattle. He's dealt with grizzly bears in the backcountry. He's dealt with bighorn sheep in situations where they're potentially going to commingle with domestic sheep. And every time that Bart finds a new challenge, he's just that steady hand that you can go to, that you're going to get expert advice, and what he tells you is going to be accurate and based on a heck of a lot of really good experience. Bart's worked in different places in the state. He was hired permanently in '97 as the Douglas wildlife biologist and worked there till 2003. Then he returned home to the Bighorn Basin, as I indicated, where he's worked as the Wheatland wildlife biologist since 2003. He has a very quiet demeanor, but has an incredible ability to listen and then act and be effective. He is highly regarded by other people in the department, the game wardens. I remember we used to joke a little bit. We'd give each other a hard time because sometimes Bart would make more law enforcement cases on a busy weekend than some of the game wardens would, because he was out there all the time and talking to people and watching what was going on, and just an incredible field employee. The other thing I should mention about Bart is we've had an opportunity in the Wood River to do some work with moose, and we've had a lady there that's extremely passionate about moose, has been before this commission before, has provided a lot of her own money to moose conservation. And Bart has really worked hard on that and has worked hard with her, secured trust with her. And because of that it's resulted in a lot of money coming in towards moose in that part of the world. So some of the things that people said, quotes, are Bart is, he's referred to as the core of the agency. And I think that's very accurate. Bart, thank you for all of your service. This doesn't mean that you're supposed to retire now because we gave you a Lifetime Achievement Award. You can continue to go for another 30 or 40 years. That's fine with us. But we really appreciate your hard work and what you've done for wildlife conservation in Wyoming. All right, and I have another very worthy recipient of our Lifetime Achievement Award. And I would like to ask Mr. Hank Edwards to come on up here and join me. Now, Hank's starting to get used to this because as Commissioner Ladwig and Commissioner Brokaw know, Hank was just recognized as the WAFWA Philip Schneider Lifetime Achievement Award winner. That's their highest award in WAFWA. And he just received that award here last week out at the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies summer meeting in Santa Fe. Bart is known to this commission. Everybody's seen Bart, or I'm sorry, I just talked about Bart. Hank. Sorry, I got to look at him so I get it planted in my brain. But Hank has been before the commission many times, and he's done a lot of stuff. I'm going to go through some of the stuff that Hank's worked on, but the one thing again, like Bart, I've had the pleasure and the honor of working with him for my entire career, and I have watched this guy sit in a room of very diverse interests and be able to explain some very complex, usually disease-oriented system in a way that people can just understand it. And that's a special talent. There's not a lot of science-based people that have that ability and that talent like Hank does to be able to take the very complex, boil it down and explain it to people so they can kind of get the so what. Hank serves, he's very close now. What's your last day, Hank?
August 1st.
August 1st. So we're very close. He is retiring. But Hank has served as in our wildlife health lab as a supervisor for many years. He began his journey with us in the early 1990s. Yeah. At the University of Wyoming, where he earned his undergraduate and then graduate degree in microbiology and molecular biology, and then also pathobiology. He earned a position at that time as a clinical pathology or parasitology technician with the state vet lab, and then later worked his way up to the position of the necropsy laboratory manager. For those of you who don't know what necropsy is, that's basically an autopsy of an animal. So it was during Hank's graduate thesis. I'm not even gonna try to say that. That's a big word. Hank can say it when he gets up here. It's a big, long named disease that I've never dealt with before in white-tailed deer in northwestern Wyoming. And he was actually inspired by the guidance. Many of you know about Dr. Tom Thorne and Dr. Beth Williams. Our research center is named after them right down the road here. Both of whom were on his graduate committee. In 1997, Hank then earned his present role as the Wyoming Game and Fish Department's health laboratory supervisor, and at the time being the distinction of being its only full-time employee. Under his supervision, the lab has grown, the capacity has grown, the challenges have certainly grown with wildlife disease over his career. And now the requirements of that lab and what people expect of that lab have grown significantly. CWD has certainly been a part of that, but a lot of the diseases regarding bighorn sheep and those nasty pathogens that have effects on populations of bighorn sheep have been a lot of his work. He's known around the country as one of the preeminent experts on pathogens in sheep and pneumonia. He's done a lot of work on the feed ground plan that I mentioned in my director's report this morning. I know from my conversations with Hank that was very difficult work. And, he sat in front of a lot of diverse interests and talked about some of the more contentious parts of feed ground management, disease management, transmission of diseases between wildlife and livestock. Again, he just does it exceptionally well. He's been involved in a lot of our working groups on the department's Bighorn Sheep Working Group. He's been a key player in the Domestic Wild Sheep Interaction Working Group, which is a conglomerate of all stakeholders related to domestic sheep and wild sheep. He's been involved in the Feed Ground Working Group, the Chronic Wasting Disease Working Group. Hank is, there was a lot of early work that was done on CWD. Started right down the road here, down at the Thorne Williams Research Center. And so Hank carried that ball. Wyoming was kind of a leader in CWD research and identifying the potential impacts, learning how to surveil it, tracking its movement across our state. Hank's been here for that whole time, basically watching CWD prevalence move across our state. And, he's given us advice on what all that means and on the actions that we should take. And so, we're really going to miss Hank, but because of the work that Hank did, his legacy will live long within not only our department, but just the wildlife conservation world, because he's done so much work that is groundbreaking, impacts a lot of other people, and also work that is directly related to some of our biggest challenges that we have in wildlife management. So Hank, thank you for an outstanding career. Thank you for always being an exceptional colleague and somebody I could always call on and talk to, and you give it to me straight no matter what. And we're really going to miss you.
Thanks very much.
All right. And the last award that we have, we always save the director's award for last. And the director has a lot of discretion in who he or she picks each year for the director's award, but it's certainly our highest award. And we receive a lot of input throughout the year on people that are very deserving. And there really are in this department, there are a lot of folks that are deserving of being considered for this award. This year, I've decided to present this to Kevin Spence, habitat biologist out of Green River. Come on up, Kevin. I don't think Kevin knew, but I'm not sure. Thank you. Yeah, you bet. So Kevin, Kevin is an incredible game and fish employee. Another one that's the model of what right looks like. Kevin's dedicated his entire time with us to wildlife conservation on the ground in a lot of different ways, both aquatic and terrestrial. He had the option early on to do whatever he wanted to do. I mean, he could have been a wildlife biologist, he could have been a fisheries biologist, he could have done a lot of stuff, but he knew that habitat was where it was at for the long term. And that's what he chose to work on. And I'm darn sure glad that he did. 35+ year career. He had 20 months as a temporary habitat unit laborer in DuBois and Jackson. He was a biologist aide in DuBois, 30 years as the aquatic habitat biologist in Green River. And then now 3 years, a little over 3 years in his current capacity as the terrestrial habitat biologist. He's known by nearly all department employees. And certainly he's well known in Green River, both internally and by the public, because of all the time he's spent there, as well as the exceptional and effective work that he's done. He delivers positive results, and that's always his focus. You can always rely on Kevin to come up with something that's going to actually have an effect on the ground. Not some kind of window dressing or not something that's just kind of sexy. He wants to get stuff done. And he's got the experience and the knowledge to be able to do that in a way that is pretty darn special. He's also known for looking big picture. He's not a micro ecosystem kind of guy. He looks big and broad, and where can we really have the best effect? He's taken on, something that you've all heard me talk about that I'm very passionate about is invasive annual grasses. And Kevin has certainly taken that work on and has worked hard to improve a lot of our habitats in southwestern Wyoming with regards to those treatments. He's worked on Russian olive. He's worked on with all the federal land management agencies. You won't talk to any of those folks that won't tell you that they really respect the heck out of this guy and that they like working with him because of all those things I said about he wants to get good stuff done and he believes in doing it with people and just does it exceptionally well. He also works outside of his particular, role and responsibility as a habitat biologist. He works with hunter education programs. He is always raising his hand to go and help with firearms handling or other educational programs. He works with fisheries, even though he's a terrestrial guy now. And when he was a fisheries guy, he worked on terrestrial stuff. He realizes that wearing that red shirt with that patch on his sleeve means he's first and foremost a representative of the Game and Fish Department. He is one of those folks that doesn't have positional authority, but is a very respected leader amongst his peers and those folks that are do have positional authority above him. People look to him continually to be a leader in his field and all of the kind of work that he likes to do and that he's so good at. He is superior at his particular craft, true professional, again, broad knowledge. He's been instrumental in work on some of our best WHMAs down in that part of the state. So the Red Rim Grizzly Wildlife Habitat Management Area, he worked there to reintroduce cutthroat trout. He's worked on large scale projects in the Little Snake River drainage. He's worked on terrestrial habitat projects on our units. And he's just one of those folks that, if you want to find somebody to represent what it means to be a true red shirt, this is the guy right here. And I'm very honored to stand up here with you, Kevin, and thank you for all of your work and give you a small token of appreciation for all the things that you've done for wildlife in our state and for our department.
Well, that's fantastic. Congratulations to all those award recipients. If you did receive an award, join the director and I now. We're going to do pictures. The rest of you are excused till 1 o'clock. We will take a break for lunch. Is there anything else, Director?
I think we're at 11:30, right? And I think we're eating right here. So
They're probably not ready.
we can it's not quite ready, but we can do photos now. But I think we can probably, since we're eating on site, reconvene at about 12:30 if that's your desire.
That would be good because we have a long afternoon and a short time. So let's do that. Let's do pictures with the award recipients and we will reconvene at 12:30. So our next agenda item is a presentation on chronic wasting disease. And we have several blue sheets, public comments on that. So what I'd like to do this afternoon, and for my public that wants to comment, is after each presentation, then we will take public comments, questions to that topic. I'm not going to make you wait till the end of the day. So for these sheets on chronic wasting, after the presentation, the commission will have the floor first. We'll ask questions of the presenter, and then I'm going to open it up to the public for a broad public discussion. So my chronic wasting disease, guys, we do have a full afternoon, and I do anticipate a lot of questions. So take the time you need to be thorough, but let's not go down too many rabbit holes so we can try and stay on time. With that, Chief King.
President Brokaw, Director Nesbitt, members of the commission. So today we'll have the opportunity to hear from Hank Edwards first. He'll cover 2022 CWD surveillance and some other information. Then we'll hear from Sam Mallon, who will give us an update on RT Quick. And then lastly, Martin Hicks will talk through some of the collaborative working group efforts that he's undertaken. So with that, we'll turn it over to Hank.
President Brokaw, Brian Nesvik, Director Nesvik, members of the commission, thank you for giving me one more chance to stand up here in front of you and talk about chronic wasting disease. I've been here many times, obviously. Today I'm going to talk about just the 2022 surveillance, but I've built my talk so the first 10 slides is kind of a background on CWD for those of you who are new commissioners or our old commissioners that have forgotten. I'll move into our surveillance results. And then finally, I wrap up this presentation with a few words on why we're concerned about CWD in our deer populations. Maybe, there we go.
Hey, Ralph, we could not hear at all.
I will talk closer to the microphone, perhaps that'll help. Is that better? What is chronic wasting disease? Chronic wasting disease is a fatal nervous system disease of mule deer, white-tailed deer, elk, moose, reindeer, caribou. Pathogen is caused by a prion, much different than a bacteria or a virus that we're used to dealing with. This is an infectious protein. Similar diseases include BSE, mad cow disease, scrapie in sheep, Creutzfeldt-Jakob or Kuru in humans. Not sure what I'm doing right or wrong here. Any suggestions from the IT folks? This presentation will take a while if it does this. Can you back me up one slide, please? So what exactly is a prion? A prion is, as I mentioned, it's a protein, and this is a particular protein that occurs throughout our cells, but it happens to be more predominant within the central nervous system. And so just think of it as a folding chair in that when you have the normal protein, again, existing on our cells, it's in the shape of a chair that's folded out. But when the abnormal form comes in contact with the normal form, it forces that chair to fold up. And when that protein takes on that shape, it becomes incredibly resistant to all those things that we normally think of to control disease, right? Whether that be disinfectants, antibiotics, whatever, even sunlight. So just in that shape makes a tremendous difference on how long this can persist. Unfortunately, it also means that the body has a hard time getting rid of these proteins as they accumulate because the enzymes that are normally there no longer work. So these proteins build up and they build up and they build up. And as they build up, they cause death of the neural cells within the central nervous system. So as more and more of those neurons die, then we get to the classical signs of CWD, right? The ones we all know: weight loss, drooling, behavioral changes, hair coat changes, droopy ears, lack of awareness, right? The lights are on, but nobody's home is really a good way to describe it. But those signs don't show up until the very end of the disease. Prior to that, during the whole incubation period, in other words, from the time they're infected until the time they show signs, can be well over a year. And in elk, it can be much longer. So there's no clinical signs during that incubation period, and the vast majority of all harvested CWD positive animals will be perfectly normal and in good shape. Back me up just one, please. There we go. We know that this disease is transmitted animal to animal as well as environment to animal. So whenever an animal comes into contact with contaminated soil, plants, or hay, they can get the disease. We know that even in contact with contaminated surface, such as mineral licks and et cetera, carcasses can serve as a source for prions. And we know that these prions can persist in the environment for a very long time, at least 16 years, that has been shown in scrapie. As far as sex and age with deer, we find that CWD is more common in bucks by about twice as much than it is in females. And it's more common in prime age animals. So in other words, those animals that are 3, 4, 5 years old. As far as elk is concerned, it's equally distributed between bulls and cows, but again, occurring in those prime age animals of 3 to 5 years old. As far as genetics go, genetics certainly do influence the length of that incubation time. So we do know that most deer will die within 2 years from becoming infected, and most elk will die within 4 years. No true resistance has been identified. There's been no documented immunity or recovery, and all cervids appear to be susceptible regardless of nutrition or health status. So in other words, if you increase the feed or mineral supplements, it really doesn't change the course of the disease. CWD and predators, we know that, could you back me up just one, please? Mountain lions certainly have been shown to prey more on CWD infected animals, and it has been shown that the prions are deactivated, at least to some degree, as they pass through the digestive tract. So not all of them are deactivated, but most of them tend to be. And modeling suggests that wolf predation may be able to decrease CWD prevalence if those wolves are able to key in on those animals during the incubation period when they're not showing signs of CWD. Human health studies have shown that there seems to be a pretty substantial species barrier, but that barrier is probably not absolute as far as going to humans. Ongoing study has reported transmission to macaques who are fed CWD positive game meat, but that study has not been published, so it's hard to get much out of that quite yet. Nonetheless, the public health studies continue, and to date, there's been no demonstrated link between human prion disease and ingestion of game meat. Nonetheless, CDC and the World Health Organization recommends that CWD positive animals not be consumed, right? Just minimizing our exposure to prions. And prions are not inactivated by cooking, unlike some of the many other pathogens that can be passed to humans. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. So that's it as far as CWD goes. I'll move on to our surveillance results quickly. Well, semi-quickly. CWD in Wyoming, of course, CWD was first documented in the southeastern corner of Wyoming in a mule deer in 1985. We've been monitoring it pretty intensive since then. We've looked at almost 80,000 samples. This disease now occurs in 34 of our 37 mule deer herds and 15 of our 36 elk herd units. So it's pretty widespread. A couple of years ago, we developed a new surveillance technique. We used to really monitor just on the leading edge of this disease because our goal was to determine where it occurs and where it doesn't occur. But a couple of years ago, we changed that to where we actually try and monitor prevalence in all of our deer herds across the state. So to do that, we each year concentrate on 1 or 2 herd units in each region. And our sampling goal is 200 samples in each of those herd units. So within 5 years, we hit each herd unit and we try and get 200 samples within 1 to 3 years. We concentrate on bucks and adult elk. And again, our goal is to get statistically significant sample sizes so that our prevalence estimates actually mean something. We continue our annual surveillance in CWD negative hunt areas. We continue to offer testing free statewide, and our laboratory turnaround on results is generally less than 3 weeks. That's from the time the hunter submits a sample until we kick out a result, but generally, once those samples get into the laboratory, we can kick those around in less than a week. So for 2022, our CWD priority herd units are shown here. There's the elk herd units. We kind of zip by that. That's all right. I'll just move on. And so for results goes, we tested a total of 6,701 samples. The vast majority of those were mule deer at 2714, 1352 white-tailed deer, about 2,500 elk, and 92 moose. We discovered CWD in 2 new deer areas and 5 new elk areas. Here's the deer areas. You can see hunt area 143 down by Pinedale, 155 up by the National Elk Refuge. And then 5 new elk areas. Shown here, you can see most of those occur in the southern Bighorns, as well as 127, which is the Wind River Indian Reservation, and then hunt area 59 up by in the Cody region. Most of our samples, as shown here, were collected by Wyoming Game and Fish personnel. We had an increase in hunters. We're at 8% this year. So we've seen that segment of the population increase as far as sample submission. Unknown was our next category, and that simply means somebody didn't put down who collected the samples, and that was at 6.8%. But as you can see, we had a whole host of different collectors, from meat processors to taxidermists to the National Elk Refuge and many other contributors to our surveillance program. Samples received by surveillance type. You can see hunter killed samples was 5,999. And of those, see, 11% of hunter killed samples were positive at 600, and I can't quite read that from here, but just over 600. We had roadkill was another category. And of the roadkills, we had 8% of those were positive. And then on our targeted samples, we had 31% of targeted animals were positive for chronic wasting disease. Samples submitted by species, I've already covered this in the very beginning of the talk. We had 2714 mule deer, and of those, almost 17.6% of our mule deer tested positive. For white-tailed deer, we had 21.4% testing positive, and elk stayed at about 4% of those animals tested positive. So for our focal herds, we had 8 mule deer herd units from that map that I showed you earlier. 3 completed their 3-year rotation with 200 plus samples. 1 completed its 3-year rotation with 81% of its sample goals. And I'm missing 1 here. I inadvertently left that off. That was a Grable unit. It had 58% of its sample goal. And then finally, 3 will continue their surveillance in 2023. Elk, very similar story. We had 6 that completed their 3-year rotation with 200 samples. 2 completed their 3-year rotation with 94%. And then finally, 1 will continue in 2023. So I've got just a few slides here on some of our findings, and I'm showing you this not just to make your eyes glaze over, which happens every time I stand up here. This is actually more so you get an idea of how we monitor CWD and what we take from some of these results. And as I flip through some of these, you'll notice that every herd is a little bit different. And I think that's an important point to make, that for every herd, CWD has a little different effect. So this is in the Grable River herd. This is a 5-year block of time. And you can see for adult male mule deer, we sampled 165 and our prevalence was 41.2%. Skip down to yearling male mule deer. I've put that prevalence estimate of 31.4% in red, not because it's alarming, although it is, but because that's a small sample size. So not that you should completely disregard it, but just keep in mind that that's based on a low sample size. Nonetheless, if you look at that, 31.4% of our male mule deer positive for CWD. To me, that's a big worry because we know that deer live about 2 years with the disease. So those deer are probably not going to see their third birthday. Well, that's going to make a big difference in terms of the herd and the age structure of the herd. Then we look at adult female mule deer on the same chart. You can see we had 84 samples, prevalence of 13.1%, quite a bit less than just half of the male mule deer, but also a worry when that many females are getting CWD. Adult male whitetail deer, you can see the prevalence is almost the same as mule deer, but females are a little bit higher, female whitetail deer at 26.2%. The project herd, this is this is the herd with the highest prevalence in the state. You can see adult male mule deer. We've had a good sample size of 244. We're sitting at 64.3%. Whereas our male mule deer, again, small sample size, our yearling mule deer is at 30%. Again, a big worry. Female mule deer is high, 27.1. Compare that to male whitetail deer, very similar to female mule deer at 27. Yearling whitetail deer, again, small sample size, low percentage though, 3.8%. And then finally, female whitetail deer at 20.7. Sublet deer herd, this is where CWD was discovered several years ago, but prevalences remained fairly low for the past several years. We had 476 animals for a 1.5% prevalence, nice and low. Yearling, no CWD detected in either yearling male mule deer or female mule deer. Problem is with this one that puts me at worry is that 4 of the positive samples that we've recovered from the sublet herd unit all came last year. So this is a herd unit that certainly will take a lot of monitoring. Elk, Jackson herd unit, you can see we had a very good sample size of 1,700 animals. A lot of that's because the National Elk Refuge has mandatory sampling, prevalence of 0.1%. Laramie Peak, 733 animals at 5%. And this is where this herd stays, right between 5 and 6%, and has for over 20 years. South Bighorn, we've seen prevalence increase there over the last couple of years, 278 samples, 4.3%. And then finally, Iron Mountain, which is our highest prevalence in the state, is sitting at 13.1%. North Bighorn elk herd unit. I throw this up here because I think it's important to note that all these prevalences that I've been giving you are based on a 5-year block of time. But in the North Bighorn herd unit, you can see that our prevalence is at 5%, 5.8%. But we've seen that prevalence really start to increase in 2020, 2021, and up to 2022. Again, almost over 10% in 2022. So our sample sizes are not fantastic, but this is something that, like I said, really needs to be some pretty good monitoring into the future. This is where we're sitting. I'll show these very quickly, just prevalence maps across the state. These are available to sportsmen on our website. So if they're concerned about CWD, these are available if they're selecting a particular hunt area. Anyway, you can see we have the highest prevalence is in the darkest blue, and then we slowly fade out to a low prevalence and finally not detected back in the Uinta herd unit at the bottom there. Same thing for elk. You can see the dark blue at the bottom and then up in the North Bighorn, and we fade out to the lighter blue. Priority areas for 2023. I won't go through all these, but do note that those areas that are shown in green are going to be mandatory areas for 2023, mandatory submission. Similar in elk, we don't have any mandatory areas, but you can see we'll hit the rattlesnake, the Cody, and then our herds on the western border that we hit almost every year. Okay, just a few more slides. Why are we worried about CWD? Well, as somebody who has been really frustrated with this remote. So as somebody who, could you back me up just one slide, please? No, yes, thank you. So alarming statistics. Why are we worried about CWD? Well, as I mentioned, 34 of Wyoming's 37 mule deer herds are infected with CWD. And in 6 of those herd units, prevalence exceeds 30% in males, and the average female prevalence is over 14%. Over the past 10 years, statewide CWD prevalence in mule deer has increased 13% each year, 22% in white-tailed deer, and 11% in elk, only in the Iron Mountain herd. CWD prevalence in mule deer near pavilion reaches almost 65%, and in females it's 24%. So we used to think, maybe I used to think, that eventually CWD would reach an equilibrium in a population. And we always thought that equilibrium would be somewhere between 30 and 50%, because we see that with many other diseases. But this year, Saskatchewan reported prevalence over 85% in some of their herds. And when I look at this and I look at where we are in our project herd unit or pavilion, and I look at how much CW has increased every year for the last 10 years, and it's hard to picture just where that equilibrium is. And I'm sure it all varies from herd to herd, but nonetheless, it's worrisome to me that we're this high. So you can just about take that prevalence in the project herd unit at 65%, divide it by 2. So 32% of your buck or a male mule deer are going to die each year. They live 2 years with the disease. So they may not die directly. They're going to die indirectly, right? Whether it be road kills, whether it be predation, whether it be hunter kills. But all this CWD is going to contribute to the mortality factors that are affecting these herds. Only got one more slide. So over time, CWD slowly changes deer herds. And I alluded to this earlier in the presentation. Generally, CWD affects prime age animals, particularly early on in the course of the disease. But as prevalence increases, animals become infected at younger and younger ages. Because CWD positive animals only live 2 years, the average age of the herd slowly shifts to those younger animals, and older animals become rare. Obviously, since females are the foundation of the herd, as prevalence increases and more females become infected, the reproduction growth and resilience of the herd is constrained. And of course, that population declines over time. And the bigger worry I have is that as we continue to kind of let CWD exist on the landscape at the current prevalence, as prevalence increases, so does prion disposition onto the environment. And it's worrisome because as more and more prions get deposited, our ability to control this disease is going to become really constrained, because then it's the environment driving the show, not animal to animal. So that is my biggest worry, is as we let this continue on, it's going to get to the point it could be impossible. And this thing actually worked on my last slide. So that is all I have on CWD. I am very happy to entertain any questions that you might have.
Any questions?
Mr. President? I have
Yes, sir.
a question. Could you explain to me a little bit on the slide, you had the total, the prevalence, and then the confidence? What was that on your slides?
Yeah, good question. I'm sorry I didn't describe that when I had it up there. So confidence interval, we go off a 95% confidence interval. And if you were to looking at some of those slides, you'll notice that as the sample size increases, that gap in the 95% confidence interval gets smaller. So the 95% confidence interval tells you that there's a 95% confidence that the prevalence runs from, and I'm going to make up these numbers, 5.2% to 15%. There's a 95% confidence that it falls within those 2 points, the high and the low. Does that make sense?
Any other questions? Very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Dr. Allen.
Hello, everyone. Hello, President. I can't say it's Brokaw, Director Nesvik, members of the commission. Thank you for having me here today. As I like to go by as Dr. Buzzkill, my name's actually Dr. Allen, but I always bring you such really exciting information that I'm going to lean into that buzzkill terminology that I get frequently. Today, we're going to talk about chronic wasting disease research, and I'm going to update you on some RT Quick work that we've been doing. I'm going to start off by talking about what RT Quick is, because again, we do have some new commissioners on here and I like to bore you as much as possible. So that's what we're going to lead with. Before we get into it though, I want to acknowledge some of our collaborators on this work. A lot of help has come from the University of Wyoming, the Wyoming State Vet Lab, and Dr. Malmberg's lab. I'm going to give you a bit of a heads up here. Dr. Malmberg has moved down to Fort Collins. We are still working with her on these 3 projects I'm going to present. But there's been a delay in one of them just based on the movement of her going down there. But, you know, we're going to stay positive. All right. We're also flying. Okay. What is RT Quick? And there will be a quiz after. So I'm going to ask everyone what this stands for. But basically, RT Quick is a really nice short version of saying reverse transcriptase quaking induced conversion. Okay, so memorize that. But when you brush your teeth, and I'll ask it to you the next time you're coming here, it is a molecular test. And I like to consider this test more of a research test than a diagnostic test. And the reason for that is we are still researching its capabilities. So it's not something we consider gold standard. It's something we're working on right now to optimize and to validate. And so that's why I like to call it research. So there's some caveats with this test, right? We're not going to use it as a gold standard for the work that we're doing right now, but we're testing stuff out. The 3 main kind of steps here with this process is the first one is we take our fun little orange squiggle on that top left for you folks. That's going to be our sample. So we're going to take a lymph node, let's say, and we're going to mix that down with that blue squiggle, which is going to be our substrate. And so you can buy or make a substrate. It's made up of a bunch of proteins and other fun things. In this example, we're going to buy it because no one has time to make it. And then for our second step, we're going to take those 2 pieces and put it into a fun tube. And then we're going to place it in an incubator. And so this incubator in this case is pretty cool. It just doesn't control temperature. It does something else, which is shaking this kind of combo constantly. And we need that shaking because we need to break those bonds between that substrate that we bought and the tissue sample that we put in there. And based on that shaking, if prions are in that sample, we're going to get amplification because as Hank spoke about, CW prions are transmissible and they're contagious. So they're going to take that substrate we put in with it and it's going to change it into a bunch of prions on its own right. It's going to amplify, and then we can see that using fluorescence or dye. If we don't have CWD prions in there, it's not going to amplify. So then we can say, okay, we can't see it in there. And this is why people like to use this kind of test because it's highly sensitive and it can pick on very small amounts of prions versus a lot of the other tests that we have out right now need larger amounts or a more specific location to take our sample from. There we go. All right. Why RT Quick? Oh, Mullins here. Okay. Can you go back one? That's perfect. Thank you. All right, here we go. Highly sensitive. This is what we talked about. So we want a high sensitivity because the higher the sensitivity, the more confidence we have that we have a positive animal with CWD. So we like that. It can pick up cases earlier in the course of disease. We want that too, right? Because prions, they kind of go through the body at different stages of the disease. And typically we take samples and we're very positive at the terminal end of the disease. We want to try and pick it up as soon as we possibly can. But I have on here that it's not perfect, because it is not perfect and no test is ever perfect. And as Dr. Buzzkill, I'm going to remind you about this throughout this whole presentation. The second thing on here is, why do we want RT Quick? Because it can be faster in some cases. So if we are running a lymphoid tissue like a lymph node, it can typically take around 24 hours to run, which is great, right? We want this to be really fast. We want results as soon as we can. There's going to be a caveat there too. Sorry about that. Way faster than something like a bioassay, which uses live animals, or something called IHC, which is basically a slide with tissue on it. We stain it and a fancy pathologist looks at it. So this so far is faster than those two types of tests. And the third thing on here is we can use different tissues, and where it really comes into play is that antemortem tissue sampling. Antemortem, just saying we're sampling from live deer. So a lot of you have probably submitted from dead deer. We're talking about, can we test live deer with high confidence? And this is where people really like this. So using feces, blood, muscle, urine, saliva, it kind of provides more flexibility than some of our traditional tests do. But what are the challenges of RT Quick? So, I said it's faster. Well, it also takes time depending on the tissue that you're using. Stuff like feces can take more than 60 hours to run. So it's really dependent on the tissue that it's being used. The protein can be expensive to purchase and tricky to make. So remember that substrate we talked about that has all these proteins in it. Only a few folks make that. It is very expensive to get your hands on. And if you want to make it yourself, good luck. You need a biochemistry degree, which I do not have. Feces, ear, and urine still need more work with them. And I will talk about this more when we talk about the different projects we're working on, because when we talked about our lymphoid tissue and our substrate, shaking it up, bonds going together, amplification, some of these tissues have something called inhibitors in there, and they just get in the way of that amplification. So it makes it hard to see if prions do exist. You need dedicated lab space and equipment. You can't just do this in the back of someone's pickup. It can be very expensive. And then finally, like I said, this is a research test, not a diagnostic test. So this hasn't been approved by the federal government for mass use. So what are our next steps with RT Quick here? It does definitely have potential for future use, especially in our antemortem cases and in very specific research questions. There still needs validation, especially in comparison to the tests we already run in our wildlife health lab, like an ELISA or an IHC. And then improvements need to happen for our non-lymphoid tissue. So we talked about the ear punch biopsy, feces, work is still needed there. All right, we're going to talk projects now. So some of you folks have probably seen some of these already. I'm going to quickly recap some of them, and I will tell you where we're at based on last year when we talked about the progress. So this is the first one, looking at prion shedding dynamics. This project is looking at an existing set of tissues that was done by a study with Dr. Beth. They infected a number of different ungulate species, white-tailed deer, mule deer, and elk with prions, followed them through the course of disease, and then banked all these tissues with the hope that one day a test like RT Quick would be around and they could use that to identify prions at different stages of the disease. So for our objectives here, one is applying that RT Quick to save samples. Why run new studies when you have samples already saved up and they're at our disposal? So that's the first one. The second one is using a model with this RT Quick data that we collect to determine an optimal sample combination. So maybe feces alone isn't the best way to go for testing. Maybe we have to combo that with urine or an ear punch, but can we do that? And then the third thing here is to identify if species or demographic, i.e. sex or genotype, play a role in prion shedding onset, timing, and the magnitude. So here's our progress so far. This is one of the projects that has probably stalled slightly. So I wanted to present that first so you could forget about it later. We have all our freezers inventoried. We know what we're looking at. The total animals that were used in this study were 66, and it's on that table there on the slide. And we have about over 1,000 individual samples already collected there. So that's kind of the number we're looking at to test. We have set up a database of these samples, so we have that already going. We've optimized RT Quick for using the fecal samples. So a lot of work went into, remember we talked about that 60+ hours to run feces. We've optimized that so it's faster and more efficient. So we're not at 60 hours anymore. We're a little less than that. So we went through that process. And then finally, through this work, we managed to train 2 MSc students that are working out of the University of Wyoming on RT Quick. So in their own right, they're kind of our tiny experts on how to run and use RT Quick. Our next steps here with Project One is to continue working with feces. It's the first tissue type we kind of went with because we felt if we were going to use this down the road in live animals, what would be one of the easier samples for folks to collect? And that was definitely one of them. So we're going to proceed now with all of the archived fecal samples that we have to determine onset of prions, magnitude and duration of shedding. And then we'd like to compare this across, again, the different individuals, the demographic groups and the species. After that, we'd like to assess the utility, like I said, in live caught, kind of the work that we do in the field and see if there'd be some value there. And then finally, we're going to move on to the saliva that has been stored. The second project is looking at antemortem testing, and this is the one that we tend to get a lot of questions on. So this is the ear punch biopsy work. So basically this project came about with, can we identify a different tissue type in live animals that is just as effective as taking a rectal biopsy, which is as gross as it sounds, or a tonsillar biopsy. This is working with a master's student out of the University of Wyoming. So a lot of this kind of kudos goes to him. So our main objective here is to utilize RT Quick on kind of our traditional tissues. So think lymph nodes, and then our non-traditional tissues, the ear punch biopsy, and to maximize that sensitivity of CWD detection. So can we be more confident in the tissues we have and more confident in getting the positives that are positive and the negatives that are negative? And then can we minimize that invasiveness of antemortem sampling? I don't know if any of you folks have been there when we're taking rectal biopsies, but you know, it's not a great day for anyone. So this is our 2022 progress, just to kind of bring everyone back on where we were. It's okay if you forgot, I understand. At that point, we had more than 100 mule deer ear samples collected, and these were from post-mortem animals, so dead animals. We used those ears to optimize and validate the RT Quick for our use, because we want our tests to be useful before we run all these really valuable samples on them. We were very confident with the ones that we submitted. That mule deer with terminal CWD, we felt were pretty sensitive. And then the other thing we did was a biopsy site determination, because previous work that had been done said that you need to take these biopsies on the auricular nerve and the auricular artery in the ear. Sounds kind of gruesome on a live animal, maybe not so bad on a dead one. So we did validate the use of going right off of that nerve and artery. So we're a little bit happier if we try this in live animals. So that's what we did in 2022. And then in 2023, our progress, we've now collected more than 200 mule deer ears. Again, these are dead deer, so post-mortem to continue the work. We also started collecting punch biopsies from live deer. So we managed to do that in 50 live animals. And from, the lab side validating the use, and then the field side, we've now optimized where we can collect this ear punch biopsy to be successful. And this is based on that photo there. So you can collect it between the 2 plicas, so 3 and 2. And then our preliminary results from RT Quick are showing us that we're 82% confident, so specific for specificity, that a negative animal is negative. And then we are 75% positive sensitivity, meaning that a positive animal is positive. And this is compared to our gold standard ELISA that we use in the lab. Now, again, because I am Dr. Buzzkill, I don't love those numbers. They're definitely better than, 44% or 43%, but I'd love those to be higher. So as you'll see in the next slide, one of our jobs is trying to optimize those numbers. So we're more confident than that. And for folks that don't normally talk specificity or sensitivity, I want you to think of it this way. For specificity, if you had 100 deer in this room, they were all negative. That means right now our test using the ear punches is picking up 82 deer out of those 100 being truly negative. So we're missing a few folks in there. And then as far as sensitivity goes, that means that if 100 positive CWD deer were standing in front of you and we did this test, we'd only pick it up 75 out of those 100. So I'd really like us to kind of reach a little higher than that. Other papers have, and I think we can get there. So our next step with the second project is we're going to do another completely blinded study with the additional ears that we've collected to try and get that specificity and sensitivity up on a larger sample size. We're going to then test the ear punches from the live deer that we collected after we've optimized that protocol. And then this is another mantra I want you to say every night. Really cool, like neat stuff, but this is not a perfect test and these are not perfect sample types. So we're still having a tricky time picking up deer in the early course of the disease. So I just want you to keep that in mind as we go forward. So our last project, and I'll get out of your hair, is our bobcat scavenging project. So this one is looking at, can we feed bobcats CWD positive material? So what goes in and what comes out at the other end, basically? Do we get more? Do we get less? You know, how long is it in there? And all this work is using bobcats at our captive research facility and a lot of help from, again, a master's student at a University of Wyoming. So our main objectives here are first to optimize RT-Quick for detection of prion seeding activity in bobcat scat. This hadn't been done before. So again, we want to make sure the test is actually working the way we need it to. And then second, we're going to utilize that RT-Quick to assess duration and magnitude of prion persistence in bobcat scat following consumption of CWD contaminated tissue. So this was our 2022 progress. We had our ICOOK look it over. So that's our animal care and use committee internally, and they approved that protocol. We submitted our grant that got, approved. We had our student run just a lot of pilot studies looking at bobcat scat. Can we even use it? When we infect it with CWD positive prions, does it work? And that seemed to go well. And then we had to refine that process because again, 60+ hours, nobody has time for that. So she managed to refine that process, way less steps and way less time. So for 2023, our progress, we did finalize and do about, I have 2 on here, but we did 3 transit studies. So this is again, feeding our bobcats infected CWD material and then seeing kind of what comes out on the other end. The first transit study was just looking at, how do bobcats digest? How long does it take? Funny enough, there wasn't anything like that in literature. Turns out it's about 48 hours. So we used that to set up our timeline for the 2 additional transit studies that we ran. We had 4 animals enrolled in this study. 1 was a control, 3 were not. And again, these are all used at the captive facility. And these animals were fed very positive retropharyngeal lymph nodes, and they were mixed in with their normal food that they would get every day. So based on these 2 transit studies that we ran, our preliminary results show that less than 2% of prions can be recovered after the passage through the GI tract of the bobcats. So one way to think about it is if 100% went in, less than 2% came out at the other end from what we could analyze. This indicates that bobcats can potentially reduce the environmental prion burden through the consumption of CWD carcasses. But again, because I am a buzzkill, I'm just reminding you, this is a very lab kind of based study done at a facility. So our next steps on here are to try a couple more feeding trials. And these are to try and simulate a more natural feeding event using whole carcasses, CWD brain material. Because again, like I said, the initial studies were set up really regimentally so, and we used, retropharyngeal lymph nodes in food that they already consume. So we're trying to make this more real world possible in our next steps. And that is it. Questions?
Any questions from the commission?
I don't dare.
Oh, do.
No.
People are welcome to call or email. You're always welcome to come out and talk to us, folks. We're happy to do that. So.
Thank you. That was excellent.
President Brokaw, Director Nesvik, members of the commission. My name is Martin Hicks. I'm the Wildlife Management Coordinator for the Laramie region, and I am really glad I did not put together a PowerPoint for you. So my goal is to talk to you about the great work our local regional staff and the public has done to address chronic wasting disease in one of our mule deer herds in the Laramie region, and that's the Laramie Mountains Mule Deer Herd Unit. Laramie Mountains Mule Deer Herd Unit is comprised of hunt areas 59, 60, and 64. So basically, it's the Laramie Range you look out west of here, where you folks were yesterday at our tour. That's right in the heart of the Laramie Mountains Mule Deer Herd Unit. You are in hunt area 64. Just really briefly, I think I have a unique insight into this herd unit. I first hunted deer in this herd unit back in 1986 when I was a 14-year-old strapping young wildlife, soon to become biologist. And then I had the unique opportunity and the pleasure to manage this herd for almost 20 years. So I watched anecdotally what was going on with this herd, and then professionally as I was collecting data and analyzing this data. And what I saw was this herd slowly decreased over time, and we are seeing fewer older age class bucks out on the landscape. Also, through my job as a biologist here for 19 years, as over the years, I was going out more and more often and euthanizing mule deer that are at the final stages of CWD. So it's real, it's here, and we need to do something about it. So that led me to what I'm going to talk to you about our local working group here in Platte and Laramie counties. Just to back up slightly, I had the opportunity, along with Dan Smith, who's the supervisor out of the Cody region, we were able to sit on an external working group charged with providing the Game and Fish Department recommendations for a plan, for a CWD plan. And that was a 2-year process. And we brought 30 people from throughout Wyoming, very unique backgrounds. And we sat together for 2 years and came up with those recommendations. And that was implemented into a plan that the commission passed in 2020. And so having going through that process, it was painful. It was hard. It was controversial at times, but going through that process, it worked. We were able to come together and collaboratively work together to come up with those recommendations. And so taking that experience, I wanted to put that in the local area here and see if we can come away with a way to manage CWD in this mule deer herd unit. With the help of Hank Edwards and Dr. Sam Allen, we had a series of public meetings 2 years ago talking about CWD 101. That presentation Hank just gave you, he gave that a lot of during that summer. Dr. Allen also gave that presentation. And it was basically just, this is what CWD is. And then we talked about the Laramie Mule Deer Herd Unit in itself. And what we've seen with this herd unit is CWD prevalence has slowly increased over time. In the last 5 years, year in and year out, we're about at 20% prevalence. So we're shedding those prions in the environment. There's contamination, nose to nose, feces, urine, it's happening out there. And so my goal is there a way we can slow down prevalence? Is there something we can do for this herd to slow down a wicked disease? But because it highlights in the plan, and this was on purpose, is we need to garner local and broad scale support. And so I needed the folks of this area that hunt in Laramie Mountains to come together and to provide us with recommendations how to manage this herd going forward. And so that's what we did. We had those 5 meetings. At those meetings, we asked for participation of the folks that are interested in mule deer conservation, if they would be willing to take this step, come along with us on this journey to try to reduce prevalence. And we are able to get 11 folks that represented a broad scale of backgrounds. We had the ag community, we had hunters, we had a taxidermist, outfitters, and sports persons. And at this time, I'd like to recognize those folks. Some of those folks came here today, and I'd sure like to take a moment just to recognize them. So on that committee was Dr. Willard Woods, Jim Freeburn, Ron Nelson, Sam and Ann Meads, Tom Hushback, Kyle Wilson, Phil Lorenz, Tad Marshall, Frank Miller, and Michelle Connell. Those folks gave up a lot of time and dedication to come with us on this journey. Through this process, I took a different position. I was the Wheatland wildlife biologist, and then I was lucky and was promoted into the wildlife coordinator position. And so Keaton Weber, we hired Keaton as the Wheatland biologist, and he's done a phenomenal job to get us through this process, along with David Ellsworth. He's the local game warden supervisor. He was as an advisory role. Those are the three folks, three game and fish representatives, as well as myself, that would help guide this working group. So our goal was to go through our plan, commission approved plan, through the strategies that are outlined in that plan, and dig deep into it and get their yay or nay on each one of those priorities. And that's what we did. We started out very slowly, and let me back up. We also needed help to get us through this process, because it is a wicked process. It's not fun to talk about the least favorite disease in the state. And so Robin Keppel, who used to be our information education specialist, she helped facilitate and get us going, getting us in the right step. She retired, and then Brianna Ball came on board, and she got us to the end of the race. So I appreciate you guys' help. So going through, I'll just briefly talk about what those management strategies are and what the working group, what they said, and if they supported or didn't support them. Some of them are very easy. So the first one, education and outreach. Absolutely. Let's do as much education as outreach as we can about chronic waste and disease and what it's doing to this herd unit. There's full support there. We then talked about research, just what Dr. Allen was just talking about, RT Quick. We wanted to continue to do as much research as we can, learn as much as we can about CWD, but it takes time, right? It takes time and money to do that research. And we've been already waiting 20 some years of doing nothing. And so the members of the group really pushed research, but they also understood that time and money could delay that research, and to look at possibly going forward without waiting for further research. They also, part of that research though was this herd unit was selected one of the 5 focal herds, as you've been presented in the past, where you provided funding to do research on 5 herd units. This is one of them, and they really supported that. And we've already learned a ton with callers out, being out on 210 deer for just 9 months. We've learned what's predating on them, why they're dying. We're looking at habitat, what they're using when they're fawning, and we get 4 more years of that. So we're going to continue to learn a lot about this herd unit at the same time as we're trying to manage for CWD. So research, absolutely, they supported it. Another one was reducing artificial sources of concentration, areas where these deer come and concentrate that don't normally happen on the landscape. Absolutely. What can we do to work with landowners, to work with federal agencies to reduce those sources of concentration? They supported that 100%. And then we got into the more trickier ones, hotspots. Okay, are there areas on the landscape where we're seeing a higher prevalence of CWD? And if so, what can we do about it? That was tricky because this is predominantly a private land herd unit, and we wanted to avoid any sensitivities to landowners' rights. We did not want to show where these positive deer were on the landscape, and they can figure out which properties they're on. So we were very sensitive about that, to a scale that was really hard to tease out where these hotspots were. And so the group did not feel comfortable with recommending anything to address hotspots. And we understand that, we support that. And the final and the very tough one is the hunter management strategy. Just as Hank alluded to, that majority of the mule deer that come down with CWD are males, and more proportionally, older age males. What can we do to reduce CWD when that's the situation? It's reducing densities. It's taking out those older age classes so we're not transmitting the disease. This is not a fun topic. We had a lot of conversation. This took the most time through the working group. And when it was all said and done, 8 people supported us doing something by reducing older age class deer through a late hunt season. We went through different scenarios where we could do that with our current season structure system. It's possible to do, it's easy to do, but you need support. 8 of the 11 supported it, 3 did not. So we were hoping for 100% before I would bring anything to the public, but we felt that 80%, roughly 80% support was enough. And so what we want to do, and just to give you commissioners a heads up, is we are going to take that some type of late season proposal through the public season setting process for 2024 for the Laramie Mountains herd unit. What that looks like right now, we don't know. Our local managers are going to work together with the public and come up with some type of season proposal. But it'll be to address older age class deer probably in November is when the season would be. So knowing that 30% did not agree with that, we know that's going to represent at least 30% of the sportsmen around here, and more than likely more than 30% statewide, because we need local and broad scale support for doing any CWD management. So it could get ugly. There's folks here today that are going to support us, and there's folks here today that are not going to support us. And that's fine. That's part of the public process. But I just wanted to make sure the commissioners and the director were aware that that is going to happen. And we're going to go forward and see what we can do. So with that, I would sincerely like to thank Keaton Weber. He came in and I said, here, deal with this horrible disease. Take it on. You're brand new, first thing on the job. And he did a marvelous job. So thank you, Keaton. David Ellsworth for providing that advisory capacity at these meetings, Brianna Ball to get us to the end, and especially to all those working members. They weren't getting paid. Some were traveling from as far as Cheyenne, traveling horrible roads to come talk about a disease that no one likes to talk about, and they did it. And I cannot thank those guys enough. So with that, I would stand for any questions.
Anyone have any questions for Mr. Hicks? I don't have a question, but I commend you for doing a local working group and working with your stakeholders. It's a difficult situation, and that's certainly the right approach, and that's the right way to do it. So good job on that front. Any questions for Martin? Do you have anything else to present?
I do not. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Martin. I have a question from Commissioner Masterson, who's driving and listening to us. I think it would go back to Dr. Allen or maybe Hank. If you guys would want to entertain it. The work's very well done and very professional, much appreciated. I certainly support continuing it, but as a commission, what can we do? What should we be doing with this data?
Could you repeat? Sorry.
As a commission, what can we do with this data? To help the department.
Are you referring to surveillance data?
I am going to take that's what he's referring to. I'm going to take that he meant from your presentation with those different herds and the different prevalencies. How do we as a commission integrate that into mule deer management is what I think he's asking.
It's a really good question, and maybe Dr. Allen can weigh in on this as well. I think from my viewpoint, when I look at our surveillance data, it's very similar to what I mentioned when I showed this particular herd unit. I think we should be bringing awareness as to what where this disease is in these populations and the prevalence level, and knowing when we should be applying some management. Like in the project herd unit, where it's 64%, I think we should be trying something there. And maybe even in some of our lower prevalence areas, maybe Sublette or maybe some of the others, maybe we can start doing some light-handed methods instead of waiting until we get to 50% before we think about management. That's the way I view it. I'm not sure that answered your question exactly, but from my viewpoint, that's what I do with the data. Look where we are and what we should be doing.
Just to top on there, I think also it provides a lot of valuable information for our sports people. I think it gives them empowerment to see where CWD is so they can make some, decisions if they have to make them. Additionally, as Hank said, I think it gives us kind of that heads up on where we should go. Especially, I would also say some of our lower prevalence areas is where I think we should actually start doing a little more activity in there, right? So let's get ahead of the game instead of waiting until we're so high up that we can't do as much anymore. Our tools are limited.
Thank you for those answers. Excuse me, he's replying that yes, that's what his question was about. And I think a fine example is what Mr. Hicks just presented, what his local working group is trying to do, identify some things under the umbrella of our CWD management plan, some distribution, some late season hunting, those other management factors we can employ. So that's what I replied back to him, that we can use that within our season setting structure and try and implement some of those things. So very good. Any other questions, Commissioner Bell?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Dr. Allen, I'm just curious, some of the, maybe not, some of the areas that's not as much prevalent, not as prevalent. You said maybe doing some activities in there. You're talking about more surveillance or a management plan in a area that has low prevalence?
So I know I'm going to get in trouble for this, but I think that a lot of studies have shown when you start to hit 5 to 10% prevalence in certain herds, it becomes harder to manage because we switch into a more environmental transmission model than that animal to animal transmission model. So while I think we should try things in different parts of the state, I really think that if in some of our areas we're low prevalence or even no prevalence, that's the time to start setting up our management plans now so that we're ready to act when we do identify CWD in those areas and we can be successful easier and sooner on.
I would add, if I may, that CWD management is not just a single pronged approach. There's lots of things you can do, whether you're trying to limit areas of congregation and maybe even sites of likely environmental transmission. Maybe there's some things we can do there. It's not just killing older age bucks. And I think that's important to keep in mind. And every herd's going to respond a little bit differently, and the prescription for each herd is going to be different.
I agree with that, Hank. And so when I hear from sportsmen and they don't want to target those mature bucks, and I see today the data of how many yearling bucks are infected, and we know from our deer management that we remove that older class, those young bucks are still going to do the breeding. And if they're infected, they're still going to be nosing around all the girls. So the question that comes to me that I can't answer is, if we go remove that older age class population, how is that really going to reduce infection within the herd? Because you still have infected yearlings or other deer that aren't harvested that are going to be exposed to more females now with less competition from other males. Have we really solved the problem? And I would kick that question to you.
We're not solving the problem, but we're doing what we can to reduce that prevalence. It's not going to be the magic silver bullet that's going to drop prevalence in half. Absolutely not. But you're eliminating more positive animals out of the population. So you're limiting your transmission. You're not eliminating it. You're limiting it. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. You're limiting all that exposure. That's right. You're not. Yeah.
It's one step you can take. It's not the only step.
Okay.
Mr. President?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Ladley.
So it seems to me, I can't get over this stumbling block of the fact that you say prions can live for 16 years in the soil. So if we kill every deer in the herd and bring in transplants from someplace that's not infected, they're going to get infected and die anyway. So what can we do in that area? Do you have any ideas for how do you disinfect the earth?
You don't. And I think that you think about prions persisting in the soil for 16 years. Yes, but probably not at the same level as they were originally deposited in, right? Because there's going to be mechanical burial and rain events. And going to your question of what do you do? Well, maybe it's something simple, like if you have an alfalfa field where these animals are congregating and have for years and years, can we work with landowners to till that crop under and hopefully those prions as well and make them maybe a little less available? Who knows? I think this is just something that we just need to brainstorm with landowners, and maybe once RT Quick is up and going, we can identify some of these hot spots a little bit better than we are right now. Now we're just using hunter-killed surveillance to identify those hot spots, which is a little coarse. So yeah, I think this is something we just need to work on with landowners and within the department and try and find solutions to working with some of the environmental transmission, because that's going to be the worry. It's a worry for me.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Commissioner Roberts.
I just have, and this was just a general kind of a statement, but I can say from my own perspective that it's going to be really a tough sale for me to buy off on any kind of a late season Laramie mature buck hunt. I just don't know if there's anything out there that would and I'm not totally closing my mind to it, but it's really going to be a tough sale for me to issue, some more late season tags for mule deer, for mature mule deer and the thing. I don't know if the science is there to do that yet. So that's going to be, I'm not closing it to it, but it's going to be a tough sale. Just want you to know that right now. Okay, thanks.
Okay, I have a pile of, thank you both. You're off the hook for a minute. Don't go too far. The pile keeps growing, so I want to extend the conversation out to the public. And so in no particular order, I'm going to start on the blue sheets, if that's appropriate. And the first one is Representative Haroldson, right here from Platte County. Representative Haroldson, sorry I didn't recognize you earlier. But welcome, thanks for coming to our meeting and talk to us, your comments on CWD.
Thank you, President Brokaw and Director Nesvik and commissioners. I'm wearing my legislative camo, in other words, a t-shirt. So that was intentional. Thank you guys so much. Welcome to Platte County and welcome to Wheatland. We're glad you guys are here. So CWD, obviously born and raised in this area, 12 years old. I actually was able to be part of the public in the seats when the legislature decided to go from 14 to 12. So I was the first batch. And so I've been hunting these deer since then. When I was 12 years old, my dad took me out. First deer I ever shot was out a group of 23 bucks, all probably 1.5 to 3-year-old deer. And I thought, you know what, how much better is it than mule deer? Since then, I actually run an outdoor ministry where I take first-time hunters into the field. Doesn't matter if you're 12, 20, or 60. If you've never hunted before, we want to take you out there. Last year, we eliminated mule deer from our list. Why? Because we just can't find them. They're not out there. And so obviously CWD is very important. We have to address it. I usually put around 100 miles a year to 150 miles a year deer hunting in these mountains. I've never really strayed away from Area 15 and Area 64. And I will say with confidence that I have not harvested a mature buck in the last 5 years in these areas. So putting a late season hunt in, I think would probably be a miscue. I understand the logic. We want to try to take care of it. But I don't believe with how much of the environmental contamination we have that, I mean, it might be a little too late if we want to call it that. One of the things we do have, and a blessing we do have, is we've had a really wet year, which disperses the animals and takes care of that localized issue. The other thing that I would like to address and talk about is in my younger years, when I walked way more in the field, I ran into three mountain lions in probably over 1,000 miles of walking. I've ran into 5 in the last probably 7 years. Either they're getting more dumb, I'm getting better at seeing them, or there's just a whole heck of a lot more cats. Same going with the black bear, same going with wolf. I personally have seen a wolf in Platte County, 3 of them, in fact, now. Not yet harvested one, we're working on that. But the point is, everything wants to kill our mule deer. And we're getting more and more of those predators in our presence. And so I believe, and again, this is just a kid that doesn't own a helicopter, doesn't own a plane, does not have the backing of the Game and Fish to look from the sky. This is just a kid on boots that takes people hunting. But the reality is, I believe that if we're going to take care of CWD in our area, a big part of it is predatory management. And also making sure that we protect those does so we can continue to produce fawns to try to give us another generation. So probably getting rid of our doe deer harvest right now would be an intelligent thing. We've got that back in place. Let's not kill our mature bucks. There's very few of them left. And the last thing we want to do is walk out when they're not thinking straight and harvest them off. And then let's really whack those predators because they're moving into our area. I live on the Wheatland Flats, and I picked one up on a game camera 3/4 of a mile from my house. You guys, why are they coming down there? Because there's no deer left on the mountain for them to eat. So just a couple thoughts whenever I heard this coming forward, and I'll be quiet and stand for any questions from the commission.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. The next one is from John Keel, an outfitter. Kyle?
I guess I just want to second what Jeremy said. I mean, I've been outfitting just a few miles from the Game and Fish Research Center down in Seville Canyon for over 20 years. My mom has a ranch there. We have 2 ranches in 7 and another ranch in 6. And over the course of that time, I mean, I feel like from 98 to 2004, we were killing a lot of bucks that were showing signs of CWD, a lot of deer. And it just seems to me like we have thousands and thousands of elk. We're losing the all that habitat for the deer. And we're still getting a lot of positive tests on those mule deer, but we're not seeing the signs that we did. And we're still killing mature bucks, and we're managing our deer, and we're still, does it take 25 deer to get 4 or 5 big deer? Yeah, it does. But I just think it would be a huge mistake to open up that late season tag and kill the big deer that we have. And another question I have for the Game and Fish is, we've seen all these slides, seen 13% prevalence in the Iron Mountain herd, but there's a couple articles in the paper lately that some elk were killed, 129 elk, and one of them tested positive for CWD in kind of a pretty controlled group. Same people killing the elk, same people tested, sounded like by the article. So I guess I would ask why 1% in such a controlled study, yet 13% and on their slides and stuff. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, John. Can we answer that question? Can we have clarification on that from the department?
You guys are really going to make retirement worth it, you know that. So to answer your question, sir, the one thing is CWD does not apply uniformly across the herd unit. So we'll find hot spots in different areas. And it could very well be that we're just sampling different areas than where those elk were moved with our chapter 34 permit. That's very possible. So can't answer that exactly, but we've sampled a very large sample size from Hunt Area 12 Iron Mountain.
Thank you. Okay, comments continue. Let's hear from Dr. Edwards.
Greetings to the commission. Thanks for letting me testify. I'm a native of Wyoming. I've been in the hunting business for 50 years. I actually made it to 70 years old. I never thought I'd ever get that done. Tried to kill myself several times in accidents and bronc wrecks but anyway, here I am. I have quite a diverse boots on the ground in the field experience with CWD in a controlled environment. I've had biologists fabricate information to me. Some people call it lying. Fabricate information to me about CWD starting in the early 20s. When I started the first task force, I went to the first meeting up in Casper. I put in to be on the task force and of course wasn't accepted. But I put on a presentation there that why are we worried about CWD when we have blue tongue and EHD killing our deer by the hundreds of thousands? And it comes through, you know, Mother Nature's playing they're holding the hands to the cards, and she can play you a dirty deck of cards. We had 2 years of severe drought. And then we have the hardest winter we've had in a decade, at least. So how many deer do we even have left? How many deer, what's our deer count now? We don't even know. After last winter, and Bill Haley used to be a game warden in Laramie. He told me one time, he said, on the Platte River, when the snow was deep, and the elk and the mule deer were pulled down on the river, he went up through there with us. This is when he was a game warden out of Laramie. He went up there with a snow machine and he said it was just a slaughter field. Those predators were up on the crust and they were killing mule deer and elk wholesale, not necessarily eating them, which a lion is great for. They love to kill and they're going to kill. And each lion, you can take this to the bank, they're going to kill. Each lion is going to kill at least 2 deer a week. They won't eat tainted or spoiled meat. So a female, I've been in canyons before. I ranched 13 miles west of Laramie 20 miles west of Laramie for 13 years. I've been in canyons before with female and 2 kittens living in there. You couldn't get out of the stink. She was killing a deer a day to feed 2 kittens because they like it fresh. If you think they can't kill anything they want, you better think again. I've seen them stand flat-footed and jump over a 10-foot fence. The Hornarkers ran a big study in Idaho. They had a female lion there, a 90-pound female. They've been studying these lions for 40 years. And her primary prey were branch antlered bulls. She'd reach around when she comes up on their withers. They don't want to get stabbed or kicked. They grab them by the antler and snap their neck, and it's done. It's over. They do the same thing with big mule deer. That's why they prey on a lot of big mule deer, the lions do, because they're solitary animals up in the mountains and they're good at it. That's their primary, that is their prey of choice. Anyway, back to CWD. I guess to put it right up front, is the mule deer population going to survive? How do we have any left? The mule deer population throughout the West is going just like this. The mountain lion population throughout the West is going just like this. Everybody wants, our biologists want to micromanage them. So it isn't just what the lions kill. If you've ever noticed, if you've ever been in mountain, and I've spent my life, I have a passion for mule deer because they's what made my land payments and fed my family. So, and I still, a big mule deer still makes my heart beat fast. But anyway, the CWD thing is a small part of the equation. How many do you kill on the highways in Wyoming every year? 36,000. Are we ever going to lose 36,000 deer in a year with CWD? Probably not. There's been several studies run, independent studies, that in Oregon and South Dakota, this is years ago, the coyotes were killing 85% of the mule deer fawns. I was a government trapper here in Platte County for 5 years. I've seen it. I've seen it. I've seen legs all around the den. I mean, they're good at it. They'll go as far as 5 or 6 miles away from the den, kill a coyote, fawn mule deer, bite big chunks out of it and swallow it whole and carry it back to their den to feed their pups. Isn't that inventive? Who ever thought? But that's how they transport meat back to their cubs, their pups. They'll do the same thing with sheep if that's what they're feeding on, or calves, whatever. But the mule deer has got all these obstacles. The lions, not only they kill an awful lot of mule deer, but the stress factor. I've been bringing this up for years. What does the stress factor of lion predation do on the mule deer? I'll guarantee you they can't take it. It screws them up. It screws them up more than any other factor that I've ever seen. Hunting season, they're still there. They're still relaxed. I mean, they're still around. A lion comes on my ranch I had up here and where I've ran since then. A lion comes through. Those deer are all bunched on a south slope, all standing up all day, looking in different directions, shaking. That is what a mountain lion just coming through does to them. I could always tell. When I had lion dogs, if the deer were bunched up in my yard, I'd go find a track and kill that lion. It's that simple. So you have coyotes killing them, lions stressing them and killing them. You get some eagle predation in there. You got Mother Nature stepping in there. How do we know that when you have horribly dry years, you have no fresh browse? So how do we know that this lack of nutrition, which I'm sure caused a lot of does to abort their fetuses, not abort, actually absorb their fetuses from lack of nutrition. On a hard winter after a horrible dry summer, you don't have any growth. Bitter brush and buckbrush, mountain mahogany, it doesn't grow when it's terrible dry. So there's no new growth, no new nutrition there. So this really stresses and weakens your whole mule deer herd. So we've got about 5 factors here picking on a species of deer that's very, very volatile. They can't stand stress. They kind of have to stay away from people. And they're out there, since they're not in the creek bottoms, they're up in the mountains or in the foothills mostly where they winter. They won't come and live with you like the whitetails will. Anyway, I am a very positive person and I don't know where we're headed. But the very best minds in the world have been working on these prions since in the late 50s, in the 60s for sure. The best. These are the smartest people. These are the brains because of mad cow disease, trying to figure out what we're going to do with these prions, and spent hundreds of millions of dollars. There's still nobody can give you 100% what causes it and how it's spread. Nobody can. They still can't today. There's a lot of misinformation. There's some falsifying of information floating around that maybe people are using for their own personal gain. That's what you call fraud. And I'm looking into that. Because if we start finding somebody that works for the public with public money and they're committing fraud, they're falsifying information, and I've heard a lot of it over the years. I've had it. I'm going to go legal. I'll file an injunction against this task force, and I'll call the Attorney General of the state of Wyoming, and I'll try and get a conviction. Because somebody has to be held accountable. And spending a bunch more money and a bunch more time and all this. This particular disease, because it is unknown, it's very hard to control. They kind of picked that out. The same logic, exactly same terminology I heard at this meeting 2 years ago in Casper was the same exact stuff that I heard 20 years ago in the early 2000s. It was exactly the same terminology. Just nobody there had heard it. And the people on this task force have been handpicked. It's not a clean cut, diverse, no, or somebody that knows it. They don't want anybody that knows anything or has any real experience. So you bring in these people on a task force, you tell them what you want them to know, and then you ask them their opinion, what we ought to do about it. Does that seem right to you? You educate them with this information that you've dreamed up, maybe falsify a little, and then you want them to tell you how to do it. Anyway, I thank you for your time. One thing I'd like to say is we need to thank all of the military that have given their lives for the excuse me, for the freedoms we enjoy today. Let's not ever forget that. They put their lives on the line for us so we can be free. And we damn sure better appreciate it. This is Wyoming. Love it or leave it. If you're not on board, you're not doing the right thing, then get the hell out of here. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. Jim Freeburn, you still here? Or I thought you were gonna go bale hay. Okay, soon.
President Brokaw, Director Nesvik, and Commission, well, I guess I feel like I need to say, may I approach the bench, Your Honor? I have a little handout.
You may sure share with us.
I don't have very many of those handouts, but maybe we can scatter them out. Should have made it on a PowerPoint so that I could share it. But I guess, again, my name is Jim Freeburn. I live over by Fort Laramie. As I sat down to think about this, I've been involved with the game and fish for 6 different decades. I was a hunter safety instructor in the late 70s. And I've served on tons of different committees and commissions and task forces, all that sort of stuff. I'm an outfitter, I'm a landowner, but I'm a sportsman first. I was hunting deer in the Laramie Range well before Martin was. Lived here a long time. I did serve on the state CWD task force or committee, and I ended up having an emergency orthopedic surgery that precluded me from driving for 8 weeks, so I had to step off of that. But I also served on this one. And I do have an educational background in wildlife and in research. I worked for the university for almost 40 years. I guess the thing that stands out to me is we're all here. When you get into these controversial things, you need to back up and take 3 giant steps back. Everybody agrees we want more deer. Everybody cares about the deer. And I know that one of the main reasons I live in Wyoming is I love to see those big mule deer bucks. Everybody does. That's why a lot of us are here. And in the Laramie Range, I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but the herd number right now is about a little over 7,000, and the herd objective is about 22,000. So we're way short of where we want to be. So this working group was a way to get started on that. I would say that I was one of the naysayers. I did not vote for having any late seasons, and I think we focused on that way too much. We talked about a lot of other things during the course of that working group. The group wanted to talk about things like doe seasons. Everybody says, why, if we only have 7,000 out of 22,000, why do we have a doe season? Why do we have a 3-month rifle doe season on this side of the interstate? Well, we didn't vote on any of that stuff. We wanted to talk about predators, but that was also off the tables. The sideboards were, in my estimation, pretty restrictive. I think when you got that many people together that we should add a little more freedom or autonomy to address what we wanted. We did vote down the concept of late seasons multiple times. And then we came back with a kind of a warm, nebulous way of putting it with no specifics on it as far as numbers or dates or anything like that. And the group did vote 8-3 to support that. I will say that at every meeting, Dr. Willard Woods said he'd get up, he had his mantra, he'd say, "You don't have a CWD problem, you got a predator problem, especially lions." You've heard that today. He talked about it in great detail as how it is on his ranch. One of the things that always came up was we'd have different agendas, but we always came back to the same question: can we have late season deer hunts to kill all the older age class mule deer bucks? And then the mantra that came with that was, we can't just do nothing. We've done nothing for 40 years and it's not working. And I don't have the answers, but I do want to express my appreciation for Keaton and Martin, the Game and Fish, that the study that's collaring 210 deer a year up here, it's going to be 5 years and we don't have that. But I think that's going to give us a lot of information. And I think that's valuable information that we can use. And maybe at the end of that, you might find me flipping a switch and saying, I do support this. But right now, I don't think we have the kind of information that we need. I do think that we didn't have complete information for our task force or our working group. There were primarily an emphasis on 2 studies from Miller and Connor and primarily from Colorado. And I've worked in research for over 25 years, so I understand that some of it comes out and some of it you take with a grain of salt. But the Connor study had they prefaced their entire study with what Commissioner Roberts just said. It said, if the disease is already endemic in the area that you're planning to do this late season harvest strategy, you're not going to do any good. Well, CWD has been endemic in the Laramie Range for at least, several decades, at least 30 or 40 years. And it's also there in elk. It's there in whitetails. Those prions that are specific to cervids, but they don't know the difference whether they came off of an elk or a whitetail. The mule deer can get it. So you can kill the mule deer bucks, but you've still got all the does, you've got the elk, and you've got the whitetails that are still shedding those prions. And it's really omnipresent in the environment. It's everywhere. I believe that the answer lies in genomics and the genetics research. I don't know how many of you are livestock people. If you followed how scrapie was handled, but scrapie, like CWD, is a transmissible spongiform encephalopathy. And it was done with genetics. They went down and they found that on codon 171, if you had an RR animal, it was resistant to scrapie. And there are studies, we heard testimony today that says there is no genetic resistance in mule deer. Well, there are studies in both Nebraska. The Nebraska study was done by Jewel. It's in a public refereed scientific journal that showed as early as 2005, 8% of the deer in the Laramie Range were showing genetic resistance. I'm not talking about immunity. It's kind of like a vaccine. A vaccine gives you a partial immunity. Well, this is genetic resistance. I think if all the deer had the same level of susceptibility, they'd all be dead when they were 3 years old. We killed 2 bucks year before last. Last year, we didn't get the ages on it, but we killed a couple of giants. We killed big bucks every year. Both those bucks were aged at 7.5 years old, and neither of them had CWD. We've been taking samples on deer that we harvest through our hunting program for 25 years. Knock on wood, we've never had a buck over 4 years old. We've had them 3 and 4 a lot that test positive. But once they get to be 5, 6, 7 years old, for some reason, our deer do not have it. I think there's some kind of genetic resistance in those animals that they don't get it. I know there's a percentage of those animals that do get the disease, but I don't think we have the data yet to know how it affects those different age classes. And I'm willing to work on all this stuff. I've indicated that, I'll help collect samples, or we'll do whatever we can to get a broader, deeper data set so we can make a better, more meaningful plan and conclusion. I mentioned scrapie a little bit. And I commend Dr. Allen. I like the quick study that she's doing. I think if we can get a live test, it's going to go a long ways. We should be testing those 210 deer that get net gunned every year, so we can find out if many of those have CWD in them. There's another study that was done by Dr. Seabury at Texas A&M. He was able to predict with over 80% accuracy, by looking at the genetics of the deer, the likelihood of infection. So there's work on that. USDA is doing work on the genomics too. I know Director Nesvik has been involved in that. And I've seen him back in Washington, D.C. when we were testifying on this. One of the other things I want to say is that the data that I presented to you on this graph, it's a little bit flawed in the sense that it says 19.5% of the deer in the herd have CWD. Well, it was 19.5% of the bucks harvested. And I think most of the data will show that bucks that get harvested are either older age class, again, more likely to have it, or there's some, they're more likely to get killed because there's in a little bit more of a dumb situation. So in that sense, I think that's a little flawed. The does were 7.5%. So if you look at it, if you assume there's 38 bucks, the data set for the Laramie Range was 32 to 40. So I said 38 bucks per 100 does. It's still under 1 in 8 deer in this Laramie Range has CWD. So if you kill 100 deer, you're only going to get 12 of them that have CWD, and the other 88 aren't, unless maybe it's higher in the older age class bucks. I guess the other thing that I would say is I wanted to have you look at this graph, and this is the red line is the graph that was presented to the working group by Keaton Weber and Martin Hicks at one of our meetings. And you look at it, and this is the CWD prevalence in the entire herd unit. That's the Laramie Range mule deer herd. And it goes from 1997 to 2022. And if you look at it, if you looked at where it peaked out in about 2008 or 9, it's at 34%. We're now hearing that the disease is going up every year. But if you flip to the second page and look at the green line, that's the slope of the line from 2009 to the present. Again, this is game and fish data that was presented to our working group. I do think there are genetics at play here. I think there's some resistance showing up. In the next 6 months, I'll spend probably 120 to 130 days out in the field looking at deer. I'll be sleeping under the stars, staying in a tent, watching critters, and I observe them a lot. And I've been watching these deer for over 40 years. I've been an outfitter here for 36. It got bad, and it was bad in 08, 09 and through there, but I think it's getting better. I still think it's bad out here east of the interstate, but maybe it'll bounce back. But my plea to you is please don't do late season mule deer hunts. I believe that if we kill some of those older age class bucks and they do have genetic resistance, we lost 40 years of progress. And we make them more susceptible to killing them. And I'm not sure that's the thing to do. I think we need more data. We need more information. And I think it would be an egregious error if we kill those bucks that are older and they are resistant. You know, and my question still is, if they're all going to get it and they're all going to die, then why are we killing deer that are 7 or 8 years old that don't have it? There's a reason. There's something going on. So I guess I would just make a plea to you to not have those late seasons. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and testify.
Thank you. Any questions for Jim? Thank you.
Thank you.
Juan Reyes, local rancher.
Commissioners, Director, thank you for having me. I'll be brief. As you always know, I will be. It sounds like CWD is starting to sound like COVID-19 to me. And I really urge you guys to wait until all the data gets in before we make any changes on our hunting regulations. I cannot support the idea of going into the rut. We have some great mule deer habitat. As you well know, in my estimation, it seems to me the best thing we can do for mule deer in my area is get rid of the 3,200 head of elk, excess elk, over the objective of 1,800 and spread them out, let them have some good feed, let it develop some immune system and I guess I don't call it whatever it is. I don't care how we get there. Some live, some die. So I think it'd be a mistake to increase the length of the season and or take any more animals that we've been doing. That's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Juan. Any questions for Juan from the commission? Very good. Next one, Jeff. Murgatory. Sorry, Jeff.
President Brokaw, members of the commission, Director Nesbitt. I'll be brief. I'm not a fan of the late season mule deer hunts, especially in the areas that have had CWD for decades, which is the Laramie Range. But one thing that's very telling and to me is the chronic wasting disease working group thought so much of public input required for this to happen that in the first 9 pages of the directive, the commission approved draft, it's mentioned 4 times. Specifically, prior to implementation, any proposed management strategy that could result in significantly elevated hunter harvest or serve density reductions must have public support. So I think that this process is great, and you're all getting to listen to what people have to say. That's all I have.
Very good. Thanks, sir. Any questions? Appreciate that, Jeff. Mr. Heddick.
President Brokaw, Director Nesbitt, members of the commission. I'm going to be brief as well. I think I pretty much agree with what Jim Freeburn had to say. My background is similar to his. I've got about 40 years in research. What I recommend the commission do is, rather than take the draconian actions of killing off mule deer bucks in the rut, I think work on the things that we do have the broad public support for, rather than killing these mule deer bucks in a late season. I just think it's, in my opinion, and from what I've read, there is a lot of conflicting data in there, which I think does make it difficult for sportsmen to accept some of the things that are being proposed. I would just ask that we take a little bit more time before we make those kind of decisions. That could really impact mule deer for a long, long time. Like in the Laramie Range, President Brokaw, I talked to you, killing 100 mule deer bucks a year in a late season for 10 years, that's 1,000 deer. And I think that's a high risk with not a whole lot of guarantee for a reward from that. So that's pretty much all I have. But I'd like to just say, let's work on the things that we can do, pick some of the low hanging fruit that we all agree on, and kind of leave these seasons as they are. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thanks, Buzz. Any questions? Thanks for staying engaged.
Thank you.
Roger Schroeder. You're next.
Thank you for having this and holding this meeting. I would have to agree with a lot of what Mr. Freeburn has said. And in our area, our mule deer, we had a good herd up until about the mid-90s. And then it started going down. We found a lot of carcasses. But the deer population is really weak right now. A lot of it is predation. In our area, we've seen coyotes pull down deer. We got lions, we find kills. You want to increase the mule deer, you don't kill off the bucks. And that's where you're going to find the mature bucks come out of the woodwork in the rut. How'd they get mature? How did they get old? Possibly they were immune to it one way or another. And the percentages of going in and just killing off the bucks, I'm opposed to in the late season especially. But if you really want to increase some deer, let's get on top of the predator population. If you got 15 or 20, even 30% of the deer dying from chronic wasting out of 100, it seems like the herd isn't going to grow. You get rid of the predation and you have 200 or 300 deer out there with a 30%, you've still got a lot more deer. But I'm opposed to this late season hunting. It just doesn't work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Mr. Schroeder? Okay, that completes the comment sheets that I have relevant to the CWD discussion. Am I missing any from the back table, Caroline? So we've got them all. Thank you. Good information, department. I know it'll be an ongoing process for the department and the commission. I appreciate the public's input, and I encourage you to stay engaged at your local level and make those local decisions. Now I need to talk to the director, see what's the pleasure of the board. We're running behind a little bit. So can we just jump right into our pronghorn history and management? Mr. Knox?
Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Nesbitt, our next presentation is pronghorn history and management. And this presentation really will build on the work of a lot of our previous managers, both wardens and biologists. And one of those guys is sitting in the audience here tonight, and that's, or today is Rich Ginzel, and I'd like to acknowledge him. A lot of the work that he's done helped us to refine some of our management and monitoring techniques. And so he's in the audience today, and I think Lee will also show a slide of him as well. And we also have a couple of members of our pronghorn working group. You know, we have species working groups within the agency. And so Lee is the chairman of our pronghorn working group. And we also have Kevin Spence, who you heard about this morning from Director Nesvik, as well as Bart Kroger. So those three folks are with our pronghorn working group, and they'll be around to kind of answer questions. But Lee is going to go ahead and run the presentation.
President Brokaw, Director Nesvik, members of the commission. Yeah, my name is Lee Knox. I'm the Laramie wildlife biologist, and I'm the chair of the pronghorn working group. And today I'm here to talk to you about the history of pronghorn management in Wyoming, and hope this clicker works. So since we have Rich here, the first things first, pronghorn are not actually antelope. They're the last living member of their family, and their closest living relatives are the okapi and the giraffe. So they're in the family Antilocapridae, and even though they look like a lot of our big game species that we find throughout Wyoming, they actually evolved quite differently. So there used to be a lot of different species of pronghorn in North America. I believe over 13, including a miniature species, all sorts of different headgear. But we only have one current living member of this family. So they're quite unique critters. They're the fastest animal in North America, second fastest in the world. And they're actually the fastest long distance runner. They can sustain over 60 miles for extended periods of time. They've evolved to do so with enlarged lungs, kidney, and heart and windpipe. They have a smaller stomach to allow them to have these other larger organs. They have a light bone structure for this. They have hollow hair like other ungulates, but they use it in a way that allows them to thermoregulate and be able to survive from the Chihuahuan Desert in Mexico all the way up into Alberta, Canada, and obviously Wyoming winters. Their gestation period is 6 weeks longer than deer. It's a lot closer to elk in that regard. They have a 98% twinning rate. They rarely ever have triplets. And an interesting fact about pronghorn is when they're an embryo, they actually develop these little hooks, and they have a battle royale in there until there's only 2 left. And so that's why it's so rare to have triplets. The only other species known to do anything like this is in the shark family. They have cushioned toes, which helps them run on uneven ground. And like most ungulates, they have protruding eye sockets, and it's thought that they have 8x vision, like binoculars. They do have horns, but it's kind of an in-between a horn and a shed. They do shed their horns annually, roughly around in November, and regrow them every year. And both males and females carry horns. So kind of getting to it in North America, the map on my right is historical range. Yellow is what the current population is. The last herd or range-wide estimate was in 2021. It was just shy of 1 million pronghorn, around 930,900. Wyoming makes up 42% of the world's population. That's very significant. We're sitting about just shy of 400,000 pronghorn. If you combine the next 3 states together, they are almost at 300,000. So this species is very special to the state of Wyoming. So this bar graph on the left is the number of pronghorn per square mile by state. And if you look at that, Wyoming has over twice as many pronghorn per square mile as even the second closest state. And that makes sense given what we just saw. And if you look at the other map, That's current pronghorn range. And the brighter the red color or the darker the color, the higher the fawn ratios. So when you look at Wyoming, we have some of the highest fawn ratios and the most amount of pronghorn habitat, which equates to really high densities. So if we break it down just to within the state of Wyoming, this is a map of pronghorn densities by herd unit in the state of Wyoming. With the darker the color, the higher the densities of pronghorn, with the center part of the state reaching as high as 13 pronghorn per square mile, which is pretty exceptional. And you can see that really is the center part of the state. This has not always been the case, and that's what I'm going to talk to you about. But around the 1900, there was only 2,000 pronghorn left in the state of Wyoming. And pronghorn populations, as we know it, really only exist since about the early 1980s. We're missing a lot of data from the 70s, but from what I found in 1971, there's more pronghorn in the state of Wyoming today than there was in all of North America in 1971. And Wyoming was sitting at right about 200,000. So we've doubled pronghorn populations in North America since then. So going all the way back in time, it's estimated that pronghorn populations were in the 20 to 30 million, something similar to bison. Coronado was speculated to be the first European to see pronghorn. Lewis and Clark were the first to record it. And Wilson Price was the first to record pronghorn in Wyoming in 1811 on a pronghorn hunt in Jackson Hole. And throughout the early history of historians and explorers, they documented tens of thousands of pronghorn on their treks, specifically in the Green River Valley and Bear River Valleys. So the big turning point, one of the first big turning points for pronghorn is around 1869 when Wyoming became a territory. This marks, the end of the Civil War, the massive influx of settlers into the state. Pronghorn were easily harvested, and we start to see population levels decline drastically. 1875, there's the first game laws, but there's nobody to enforce it. And large-scale market hunting throughout the 1880s into the 1900s. With this 53,000 pronghorn shipped down the Yellowstone River by market hunters. And on top of it, just like recently, severe winter still played its effect, and pronghorn populations were drastically reduced in the winter of 1886. Wyoming becomes a state in 1890, and we get the Fish Commission and a fish warden to enforce these laws. In 1895, sale of game meat was prohibited. Still documenting wagon loads of pronghorn going down the Green River to Salt Lake. So by 1900, we're down to about 2,000 pronghorn in the whole state. 1900, we get the Federal Lacey Act passed, regulating interstate commerce of game. 1902, the first game warden, DC Nolan, basically warns that we're about to send pronghorn to extinction. 1909, the legislature closed pronghorn season for up to 6 years. Populations are slowly rebounding. 1927 season opens again. There's a lot of historical papers in the state archives documenting this from the late 1800s and the early 1900s. The Saratoga Lear noted elk, deer, and antelope can be killed within 20 miles of Saratoga in any quantities desired, and antelope were especially vulnerable. The Laramie Boomerang had an article about market hunters killing tons of elk out of the Laramie Mountains to take to Denver. And at the time, it was still popular to come out to the west and go on these big hunting expeditions like the Sentinel noted 1874. Englishmen were in Laramie getting fitted out to go on a hunting expedition. These are just some state archive photos, one from 1929 near Como, east of Medicine Bow, and then 1900. And, pronghorn were easily taken without, hunting regulations on the prairie. And in the 1900 photo, it's funny, there's all these harvested pronghorn and then their pet whitetail. So about 1929, we actually, is the first time I think we documented the loss of the path of the pronghorn to Jackson Hole. So that has ceased to exist before in the past. These photos of the plain, that's a little pronghorn fawn, if you can't tell, in the plain. So the even though numbers were still pretty low, the Pitchfork Ranch seemed to have enough numbers to claim damage. And to mitigate this, they collected pronghorn fawns and shipped them all over the country to zoos. And that included 2 pronghorn fawns, got a plane ride to New Jersey, and then got on the Zeppelin and flew to Germany pre-World War II. So 1940, we have less than 100 pronghorns still west of the Green River. The 1940s, we actually start trapping and moving pronghorn from west or east to west. 1942, harvest restrictions lifted for the first time in 40 years. That had a lot to do with wartime efforts, with gas and beef being incredibly expensive and being used by the military, so things were lifted for a bit. 1947, we actually get hunt areas or herd units established. And then 1955, numbers came back to the point that the path of the pronghorn was restored. So this is a 1946 pronghorn census map. So at this point, you know, pronghorn have come back from the brink of extinction, but when you look at that map, there's a lot of holes in it to what we would consider to be pronghorn range today. And it really is just the central part of the state, which at the previous map is some of our more productive country. I thought this quote kind of summed up that 1900 to about 1950 time period, bringing pronghorn back from extinction. Darwin Creek was a Wyoming Game and Fish Commissioner in 1967. After reviewing the Wyoming Game and Fishes Commission's management of pronghorn since 1894, I described it as muddled through, groping, disorganized, inconsistent, and sometimes incoherent, but it most definitely triumphed, and it saved the pronghorn. So you don't always know what you're doing right, but you keep doing it, you know? So this makes a kind of a distinct shift in pronghorn management. We went from fighting extinction, and now we're moving into kind of more of what we know today. But also by the 1950s, we didn't know anything about pronghorn. We just assumed they were like deer. And it's worth mentioning Bill Hepworth. He was kind of labeled the dean of the pronghorn, and he worked for the Wyoming Game and Fish from 1956 to 1995. It was inducted in the Hall of Fame in 2018. And if you read any of the papers from the late 50s through the 60s and 70s, his name is on that. And he did really extensive research on pronghorn. In the 1950s, you know, we continued to monitor pronghorn populations, a lot of trapping and translocation within the state to fill in those holes, figuring out how to come up with better ways to get pronghorn population estimates, a lot of mark and collar projects, but that's not like collars if you think today. This was just putting out trapping pronghorn, putting colored from different winter ranges on these pronghorn. And then people like Bill spent a significant amount of time driving and flying and documenting the different colored collars and trying to, you know, fill in the gaps and figure out where things wintered and summered. Once we get into the 60s, into the 70s, a lot of study of effects on fence on migrations and the increasing road infrastructure. And this becomes really important. And this is a big shift for wildlife in Wyoming, because from 1965 to 1970, that's when a lot of the allotment fences went in, and thousands of miles of those were woven wire. And on top of that, we have Interstate 80 was built in 1970. So it was completed on October 3rd, 1970. Peak traffic at that time was about 7,500. Compared to today, daily traffic exceeds 24,000. But this instantly becomes a major barrier. This is a current map from the Wyoming Migration Initiative of a few different species, but it shows how like instantly that barrier prevents animals from going from winter range to summer range. And this led right into the winters of 71 and 72, and then 73, 74, were at least as severe as what many of you just experienced, where they're estimating losses of over 60% of the pronghorn populations. These pictures are articles from the Wyoming Wildlife, which turned out to be an amazing resource to find some of these historical facts. So this is some quotes from Bill Hepworth in an interview that kind of sum up what happened to these pronghorn. So this is Bill, if you view this entirely without men in the picture, the animals could go wherever they needed to go depending on the way the storms occurred. Pronghorn don't carry fat on their backs like mule deer. They don't just go to winter range and sit there and wait it out. Pronghorn have to move. They're really good at thermoregulating, but they have to move out of the storms. And this is Bill again. Well, you can see what started to happen pretty quick. They've got the antelope boxed in, so they can't go north, they can't go south, and they can't go east, and they can't go west. And when you take pronghorn's ability away to migrate to get out of these storms, like many of you all saw, they pile up and die. So moving on into the 1970s and into the 80s, we trapped and translocated a lot of pronghorn within the state. This was a use with a helicopter, a corral trap. You heard the pronghorn with the helicopter into the corral trap, and then they were boxed onto trucks. These pictures are once again from Wyoming Wildlife Magazine in a trap in Lusk in 1973, and I believe these were sent to near Evanston. And we spent a lot of time sending pronghorn all over Wyoming, as well as other states and even countries. We didn't document a lot of this very well, but some of the later trapping and translocations that we did, we traded some pronghorn to Oklahoma for some turkeys, and they all went to Texas and are doing quite well there. We sent some pronghorn. We had 3 different trapping events where we sent pronghorn fawns from F.E. Warren to Mexico. They were supposed to go to zoos and be used for surrogate mothers for the peninsular pronghorn, which is a subspecies and an almost endangered subspecies. And that the first 2 times they went to where they were supposed to, and the 3rd time they disappeared to a private ranch somewhere else, and we discontinued that project. And then the last time we ever moved pronghorn, we gave them to Texas. They were supposed to go to Texas Tech, which is in pronghorn range. They didn't go there. They went to Texas A&M, which is not in pronghorn range. And they're put in pens with other zoo animals like black rhinos, and all died of disease. So we have kind of ceased that since and haven't had a good, we're still open to the idea. We have translocation guidelines, but it has to be kind of the right circumstance. So another important thing in pronghorn history is the red rim daily. This is now a WHMA. It has not always been so. This was originally purchased by the rancher Taylor Lawrence for mineral extraction. He high fenced it in the early 1980s, and this prevented pronghorn from being able to migrate from summer range to winter range. And this actually went all the way to the 10th Circuit Court. It did bounce up to the Supreme Court and came back that the 10th Circuit got it right. And basically, it came back that wildlife has the right under the Unlawful Enclosures Act to access public land through private land without being inhibited. We also can't talk about current pronghorn management without Rich Ginzel, who we just mentioned today. Rich was instrumental in developing line transect surveys, and we still use these today. This was a method that was originally developed for mammal species in the ocean, and Rich was able to turn this into something we do from the air and count pronghorn in the spring, which is the end of the bio year. This allows us the ability to provide another population estimate in our models and be a little more robust with our population estimates. I should say Rich was also a biologist from 1984 to 2011. He was inducted in the Pronghorn Hall of Fame in 2010, and then the Outdoor Hall of Fame in 2020. So we still, like I said, still use this method today. This is the results from 2023 pronghorn line transects. We flew 13 herds around the state in June. So this is a map of Wyoming. The light blue lines are the transects. The dark blue circles are pronghorn observations. The more pronghorn observed, the bigger the circles. So you can kind of see where they are and where they aren't. But in total, this is almost 9,000 miles of line transects were flown this spring by game and fish biologists and game wardens this year. So a really significant effort. That's about enough miles to get you a third away around the equator. So coming back to what we consider current day pronghorn populations, which is really about 1980 to now. And what you can see, we've always had hard winters. Some of these hard winters, the 1980s and 92, 93, we lose 100, 150,000 pronghorn statewide in some of these drastic winters. They can be pretty significant, but because of pronghorn's ability to twin, when things are good, they can rebound incredibly quickly. But what you can kind of see is their ability to recover quickly over time was kind of diminishing. And some of that is, we're getting more severe winter storms occurring in quicker fashion. But when you look at the one graph is just pronghorn fawn ratio. So that's the number of fawns per 100 does in a population. Each one of those lines that's all the herd units in the state. There's only 2 herd units in the whole graph that are trending stable to positive. And when you look at pronghorn fawn ratios at the statewide level, it is on the decline. And that's a direct indication of our pronghorns' productivity, but also their resilience to handle these large events. So this is a map of some of the current pronghorn research projects we have going on. A lot more is still needed. Modern management issues aren't that different than what folks were dealing with in the past. Just becomes, as we lose the resiliency of these populations, it's going to be even more critical that we start dealing with these highway crossings and fence barriers and loss of habitat. So we'll have to stay diligent on that. And that's all I have for you.
President Brokaw, I have one
Thank
question.
you, Lee. Thank you, Lee. That was excellent. Commissioner Roberts, go ahead.
Could you, I'm kind of interested about the pronghorn twins and how many they have. You mentioned no triplets whatsoever, but they have the ability of, when in a good years, to twin a lot. Could you expand on that?
Yes, I think the way pronghorn evolved, they kind of plan on predation, but they twin at a high rate. It's just a matter of getting them to that 6-month period. It depends on how good conditions are on the landscape. But they, from what I could find, 94 to 98% of all pronghorn have twins, or they'll at least birth twins. And under good years like this year, it's still green. It hasn't been this, it's more green now than it has been in the last 4 Mays. So we should see under conditions like this, those with twinning rates, and if fawn survival increases because of the habitat conditions, populations can recover really quickly.
Interesting.
Any other questions for Lee? I have a question, maybe a comment. We do a lot of habitat work for mule deer, but I don't know, we do a lot of habitat work for antelope, other than barrier fence remodification. Are there habitat projects you can do that increase antelope habitat, pronghorn habitat?
Yeah, a lot of the stuff we do for sage grouse and mule deer and ends up working out well for pronghorn. We've always had a lot of pronghorn, or at least it's always felt like that. So we don't always treat pronghorn like we do mule deer, and they don't have their own special licensing to get money from. There's no pronghorn fanatics working, to get money from. They've just kind of always existed. But we are kind of switching efforts into that. And there's more simple things for pronghorn, like distance to water is critical to pronghorn survival, especially during the fawning period. So just their ability to get to water really indicates their survival over the summer. Fences are a really big deal to them. They can jump them, but they prefer not to. A lot of bottom wires in other states where they're trying to bring pronghorn back, they're pushing bottom wires up to 20, 21 inches to get them under smooth wire. Simple things like that to get that connectivity is a big deal. And then we have been talking with some, I can't speak for the whole state, but we've been working with ranchers in Northern Shirley Basin on putting in Z dikes, trying to increase riparian and water on the landscape. Some of these areas, it can be pretty difficult with arid sagebrush. It's a risky endeavor, but there are some things we can do.
Very good. Anything else? Thanks, Lee. That was good.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Smith. Chapter 22. We're ready.
President Brokaw, Director Nesvik, and members of the commission, Craig Smith, Deputy Chief of the Wildlife Division. The next agenda item is Chapter 22 Watercraft Regulation. So the department took this regulation out through the rulemaking process, solicited public input on this, and just a real quick summary on some of the changes that are in this regulation before you today. Most of them are basically based on Coast Guard US Coast Guard rule changes, definitions, and matters of the like that we need to ensure that we adopt for consistency among the other states and with the Coast Guard. They really don't have an overall effect on folks that are going to be boating. And a lot of it's just kind of administrative, cleaning up the regulation a little bit. So I'd be happy to take any questions if you do have them about any of the changes that are proposed before you. And if not, I would ask that the commission approve the regulation as presented.
Is there any questions, comments from the commission?
I would move to accept chapter 22 is so presented to the commission for the revision.
It's been moved to accept. Is there a second?
Second.
There's by Commissioner Bell, moved and seconded to accept the department's recommendation on chapter 22. Other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to approve, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. That was an easy chapter.
And let the record reflect that Deputy Chief Smith caught up 18 minutes right there.
You only changed one thing.
Well done. Good afternoon, Jennifer.
Good afternoon.
Okay, now hold on just a minute, ma'am. So with this presentation and some blue sheets, I'm going to turn the meeting over to Mr. Ladwig so it gets due diligence and time. When it's time for me to go, I'll just slip out then. And not to slow down the discussion. You do have 2 items on this chapter. Comments from the agenda later on, so go ahead, Jennifer. I hope I can make most of it, but if you'll excuse me after a minute.
President Brokaw, Director Nesvik, members of the commission. My name is Jennifer Doring, and I'm here to present today Commission Regulation Chapter 44, which is the regulation for issuance of licenses, permits, stamps, tags, preference points, and competitive raffle chances. I think this is our largest commission regulation. So I'm going to walk through a lot of this regulation today. That's just the standard regulation changes that we normally make to 44. And then I'm also going to invite Doug Brimeyer up when we get to the last part of this presentation in regards to the non-resident general elk quotas. So I'm going to start out this presentation and then I will turn it over to Doug.
Hey, Jennifer, hold up just one quick second. So we forgot to take Commissioner Masterson's vote on the last chapter, and for the record, to make sure it's in the minutes, he voted aye. Thanks. Go ahead, Jennifer.
So I'm going to walk through all of the changes. You should have a copy of chapter 44 in your commission notebook. So I'm just going to walk through each of these changes. So the first change is on page 6, and this is adding the new definition for region general elk licenses. And this is the definition for non-resident general elk licenses, which are limited in number and valid only for specific group of hunt areas in each of the regions. And then more of this conversation and changes will be identified in section 4E later in this regulation. The next change is on page 12, and this is just striking some clarifying notes regarding non-resident region general deer licenses, and that those are not included, that the limited quota hunt areas are not included in those general regions. And those are all specified in the actual regulation for deer commission regulation chapter 6. Moving on to page 13, you'll see in this section on this page, there's several changes in here. And the main change in here is the identification and removal of the non-resident full price elk licenses, the 7,250 cap. And I will just remind you guys that in July of 22, the Wyoming Wildlife Task Force recommended to the commission to remove the 7,250 cap on non-resident full price elk licenses and to establish and adopt regions for non-resident general elk license distribution. And later, the commission directed the department to bring this recommendation to the public, and you will see in this regulation, those recommendations from the department. And Doug will also go over all of the information and public comments that the department and public meetings the department went through on this change. But this change strikes the language of the 7,250 and retains that all limited quota licenses for non-resident elk will be 16% of the commission approved quota. That 16% also is the same for the reduced price cow-calf elk for non-residents as well. The next page, on page 14, you'll see new subsections F and G, and this establishes that the commission will annually set the non-resident general elk license quotas in addition to the limited quota licenses for each year. Also, any non-resident general elk license not issued in the initial draw or the leftover draw will be made available to the public on issue after licenses or our first come first serve licenses that are sold in July, just like any of the other limited quota licenses and non-resident deer regions that are not fully subscribed in either one of the draws. The next major change is on page 19, and this is striking the Glendo permit. And this language is struck from chapter 44 because in the chapter 11, upland game bird and small game hunting seasons regulation the commission passed, there is no longer the need for Glendo permits. Those seasons are just set in that chapter and identifies the season and the youth dates. So we will no longer be issuing Glendo permits. So this just strikes that language. On page 20, it identifies and just clarifies that all special management permits, so the elk special management permit and pheasant special management permit, all of those expire on December 31st of each calendar year. The second change on that page also is for our special limited fishing permit program. In here, it just strikes the first line, which is the name and date of birth of the individual whose permit that is issued to. We actually issue those permits to the organization, whether that's the institution, facility, or the school that qualifies for the permit, and in the name of the person responsible. And then at the end of the calendar year, they report back to the department the number of individuals they took utilizing their permit, as well as the age of those individuals. So we know whether they were adults or youth utilizing that permit. You'll see the next couple changes on page 24 is to update the language in chapter 44 regarding the 5-year waiting period that was previously identified for moose and sheep or those restrictions. And so on page 24, this just updates that the holders of the governor's bighorn sheep and moose do not have the once in a lifetime provision that is identified now, and the legislation that was passed regarding once in a lifetime for drawing a full price moose or full price bighorn sheep. And so previously it had said that they didn't have to abide by the 5-year waiting period restriction. And now it just updates that to the once in a lifetime restriction does not apply to those holding a governor's license. The next change is on page 27. And this is just a change to the section header for section 14. And this change is just to more closely align with the statutory language for the donation of big game licenses to a veteran with disabilities or to a permanently disabled person who uses a wheelchair. So that's just a change in the title. The next couple changes you will see is in the application tables on page 30, 31, and 32. These changes are, we are extending the application deadline and the modify withdraw date for bighorn sheep, moose, mountain goat, and wild bison. We are changing those from April 15th to April 30th going forward. And this will allow our customers to see what the commission approves at the April commission meeting for the final seasons for those species, and have a little bit of time to either submit their application or modify it or withdraw that if necessary. And so that is a change that had been requested by our customers that we, based on technology, were able to accommodate that and move that application date back to April 30th. On page 32, you will see a couple changes to the spring turkey outlined in here, and that is just changing the modify withdraw date from February 3rd to January 31st, which is also the last day of the application. And we're making this change to align the modify withdraw date on spring turkey to all of the other dates. So all of the other dates and all of the other species, the modify withdraw date is the same day as the close date. And previously, this date was 3 days later. So we're just adjusting this to align with all of our other application dates. And I do have one change on page 32 that I need to request a floor change, which is for the non-resident general fall for both non-residents and residents. In here, you'll see on the fall line under both of the general, it says that the beginning month is July. I need to have that changed to April. And then the last date to accept applications from January 31st needs to be May 31st. And then the withdraw modified date also needs to be May 31st. So we did identify that change that needed to be made when after this was sent out to you guys. On page 34, this is another change for the preference points to align that with the once in a lifetime. And so if you draw a full price moose type 1 license or a full price bighorn sheep, you are ineligible to purchase preference points for sheep. And because our moose preference points, you can still apply for a type 4 after 5 years, you would be able to still apply for preference points after that. So this change is just making sure all of that language is correct to implement that change from the legislative session in 2022. On page 44, the first part of this is just clarifying language regarding that no license, permit, stamp, tag, preference point, or competitive raffle chance can be transferred, that it can only be used by the persons whose name it was issued in. And then the second part of that changes on page 44 is under section 26. And this just clarifies language that big game and wild bison licenses issued in 1 year, calendar year, that they're valid through the close dates identified in that commission regulations in the subsequent year. So several of our big game seasons, we issue, say, for example, a 23 license, but the season actually goes into January of 2024, as well as we have that with our wild bison. And so this just clarifies that that license issued in that example in 2023 would still be valid in that the months identified in commission regulation in 2024. The change on page 45 is once again just identifying that our super tag raffle winners are not restricted to the once in a lifetime for moose, sheep, mountain goat, and wild bison. And so we just needed to clarify that change as well. And the next change is on page 46, and this is all of the new language for the non-resident region general elk licenses and their quotas. And so this identifies what that is, and I will actually turn the rest of this presentation over to Doug Brimmer to talk about the seasons, and then we'll kind of tag team questions if you have any, or if you have questions before Doug takes over, I will stand for those questions as well.
Thanks, Jennifer. Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Nesvik. So for those on the online, we really didn't have any other additional slides. So now you'll see some of those advancing through the rest of the presentation. First slide just provides you a little background, and Jennifer touched on most of these bullet points already, in that in June, the task force made the recommendation to remove the cap, establish adopt regions for non-resident elk, and implement the process for the determining the elk license quotas for each of those regions. And in July, you may remember in Evanston, the commission asked the department to move forward with that public process to identify those regions and remove the cap. And so what we did during that time, since that July commission meeting, we developed a proposal in November and posted that online. And that proposal included 13 non-resident regions. And I think you'll hear from some folks today that they like those 13 regions. That was a draft proposal. We took comment on it, and I'll break down the comments here on my next slide. We started a phase 2, if you will, of the comment period in January and January through April. And we proposed an additional change to those non-resident regions. And we came up with 3 non-resident regions after working through our managers across the state. And we did get some feedback from, outfitters and the public on what was proposed at that time. Now, again, I'll show a slide what the generalized comments were. And then the final phase of our public comment period was in April to June. Remember this last April during season setting, we posted the regulation online, and that's what you have before you today is that draft regulation. And so during the first phase, we had the 13 regions. Then we came back with this proposal with 3 non-resident general regions, and that's an eastern, a southern, and a western region. And then the proposed quotas that are in the regulation are in that leftmost column you'll see here. And that compares to the average from 2019 to 2021. And then what we saw for general license hunters in 2022. And you'll see on the table here that one of the biggest things you'll notice is that over time, this non-resident general license structure, and Jennifer's talked about this at the task force and at other public meetings and commission meetings, the general license total continues to go down. And the reason for that is as limited quota areas, and that's the crosshatched areas on this map, as they increase their full price licenses, that 16% that's set aside, that directly comes out of that general license allocation. And so each year we see an erosion of the total general license availability for non-residents of about 100. Some years it's probably a little bit more, some years it might be a little bit less. And so what we did for this proposal in the draft 44 regulation that you have before you is we took that average and we tried to adopt a number that we felt was reasonable for elk management. And this is just a placeholder for us for, this will come back before you in chapter 7 next April, or next April commission meeting. And we'll be able to finalize that at that time. But basically, if we can remove the 16% that's subtracted out of that 7,250 every year, then and establish a separate quota for those areas, we kind of stabilize where we're at in some parts of the state, but it also gives us that flexibility to manipulate numbers each year too, and we'll be able to move those numbers up in the eastern part of the state as well. So with the draft regulation, you'll see the total quota is 4325 proposed in that draft chapter 44. So back to the 3 comment periods, we have 3 phases. So the first phase, you remember in January, I gave you an update that we had 450 comments at that time. They were kind of split. We had a lot of comments that were related to a whole variety of things related to non-resident hunting opportunity that people commented on. But when it came down to removing the cap, 57% did not support removing the cap. And then 43% supported it. And creating regions, 50% supported creating regions, 50% were opposed to it. And so that was that first comment phase that we had. When we got to January to April, the comments that we received, we a little over 300 comments. And you'll see that we had about 59% did not support removing the cap, 41% supported removing the cap. And then for creating non-resident regions, it was a little closer, but 54% did not want to see non-resident regions, and 46% supported creating regions. So when we actually posted the draft chapter 44, that was the phase 3 of our comment period. We had 70 comments that we received, and you can see the breakdown here. Again, it was pretty close. 17% did not support removing the cap, and 47% supported removing it. But we also had a lot of comments. All 700 of those comments were all over the place. And I believe you guys have a copy of those over time that we gave you to take a look at. In addition to that, we had 8 public meetings. We had an online public comment form that they could fill out. And we had the comments were all over the place. We had opposition to the license fee increase that was recently passed. We had support for the 90-10. We had a request to change the application and draw dates. We had support for resident hunting seasons, starting up resident hunting seasons earlier. And we had support to decrease antelope licenses. We had comments about type 9s and support for preference points as well. And in conjunction with this, we again met with our managers. We talked through where we're at with this chapter 44 proposal, and working with Mike Choma's shop. We feel like the proposal that you have before you, the chapter 44 regulation, is in line with the task force recommendation. And again, this is just a placeholder for us to try and tweak things for the April commission meeting next year. And we'll be taking out quotas for chapter 7. The elk regulation will come back out, in March and April of next year. This regulation will give non-residents and those applying in January a template to look at to know kind of where we're going with season structure. But with that, our field, we recommend that the commission adopt chapter 44 as proposed. And if you have any questions, I'll take those now.
Thank you, Jennifer and Doug. Are there any questions from the commission?
Sure, Mr. Vice President, I have a couple questions. I don't know that this chapter, reading through these, I don't know that this is the place where this takes place to ask the question, but I'll ask it. So anyway, first, the super tag. This is just the super tag draw. This doesn't say how we're going to use the super tags, correct? So if we, I think we had a little bit of conversation at our retreat about for black bear and mountain lion, they can only be used in an area that's not, that still has an open quota, and it's not very super to be able to not be able to use that statewide. And it's obviously not in this, but I don't want to forget that we talk about it when it does come up. And so that's the one thing, I guess. So I'm sure you're not going to answer that because it's not in your purview. The other one is on page 17, and something I discussed. I'm also conflicted on this one, but I'm going to ask the question. It talks about taxidermist licenses issued by ELS. It's rare in Wyoming for a licensed taxidermist to get their renewal license before the first of the year, just due to process. But this says we can do it through electronic licensing. So I'm just curious how we do that also, Director Nesvik. And I would certainly not be in that discussion when we have it or when we do it. But if it's in here, or it can be, I'm just curious about that.
Yeah, Jennifer, you want to address that, and then I'll help if I need to, but she's way smarter on this than I am.
Commissioner Bell, so the electronic license, reference in what you're reading for taxidermists just says that when we issue that license, so you mail all of your paperwork back to Cheyenne, and that we issue that license through our electronic licensing system. And so previously it had been a paper, non-electronic permit, but now we issue it through our electronic licensing system and mail that license to you. This doesn't afford the opportunity for you to do those renewals online or at a local license selling agent, which is, I kind of guess as to what you're getting at, where you wouldn't have to mail that paperwork to Cheyenne.
I think any way to help correct that issue is what I'm getting at. And I don't think it's in this. I just, because it's written in here about the ELS, makes it sound really easy and it's not. So anyway.
Commissioner Bell, so we do mail out those renewals, and we could definitely renew those and send those renewal letters earlier. We just try and be cognizant that if we send them out too early, then we get people who think that they are getting their license. For example, for this year, they would be trying to get something for 23 versus their 24. But I can definitely make note, and we can send those applications out a little bit earlier as well.
Yeah, so Jennifer, there's definitely a conflict here. We have taxidermists that are, I think this is Commissioner Bell's point. We have taxidermists that are technically operating without a license due to no fault of their own because they haven't, the system doesn't get them a license back by January 1st. So I think that's what we need to try to address. And that's, am I right, Commissioner Bell? And that's what you're.
Yeah, Director Nesbitt. So I think the paperwork comes out fine. It just would seem easy for me or any other licensed taxidermist on a renewal form. Just take that form or just go in and renew it at any ELS. Everybody would have it before the January 1st. Well, what happens is you fill out your form. If you send that to Cheyenne, they send it back to your person, your commercial person. They check off whatever they check off, send it back to the regional office or Cheyenne. It gets, and then sometimes that takes up to 3 weeks. And so if I don't send that stuff in, or anybody else that's licensed taxidermist doesn't send that in until December 20th, December 25th, December 31st, but they've sent that in. They sometimes don't receive their license until late January. It's not uncommon. Nobody's ever got mad at anybody for it. We haven't ever had an enforcement issue. It's just weird where it seems like it's something that we could remedy somehow. And obviously I'm conflicted on this, but I also know more about it than anybody else. And there was probably the only ones that I know that get their licenses prior to the 1st of January, the ones that are in or around Cheyenne or in or around their regional office and get it to their person right away and then get their license right. It's just uncommon for most of the taxidermists to actually have it in hand before the 1st of the year. So if it's not an enforcement issue, you're probably asking why am I even bringing it up? Because I feel like I'm the liaison for that group and have been for quite some time. And they asked me at the recent taxidermy show. So, and I understand that I'm conflicted. And if there ever is a change that needs to be, I will certainly disqualify myself from that. Just thought I'd ask the question. So.
Commissioner Bell, just a couple things that we have done recently to streamline that process. Like you said, it does require you mailing it to Cheyenne and then getting it signed off by multiple different people out in the region. As we do now send those electronic to the field, and that all they have to do is reply via email to help streamline that process and get them issued. But I did make note of that, and we are looking at ways to streamline a lot of our commercial licenses, which taxidermists do fall under that as well. So thank you for that comment.
Yeah, thank you.
Anything else from the commission? Okay, I've got 3 sheets here for comment on this matter. Steve Gilly.
Hey, stand by just 1 second, Mr. President. I just got a question from Commissioner Masterson. So Jennifer or Doug, here's the question. Why 3 regions for elk? The 3 regions seem within themselves to be dramatically different in terms of habitat management issues, et cetera. Wouldn't more regions make more sense? That's Commissioner Masterson's question.
Yes, good question, Mr. Masterson and Commissioner Ladwig. So the regions, when we initially proposed 13, we looked at trying to maintain some management flexibility, and we were also sensitive to the demand from non-residents. And if we created 13 smaller regions, really the management direction that changes herd objectives or management towards objectives ties to the other limited quota type licenses. And so we felt the general license opportunity could be maintained on a larger scale. And if you went smaller, the demand from non-residents for those preferred regions in the state would really skyrocket. And we didn't want to, at the July meeting, you know, we had a discussion with then Commission President Doobie that we look at proposals that did not increase non-resident demands. And so if we had a small region, say Jackson and Cody, you would see the demand for those areas shoot really high. And so we opted to go for a broader area, and then we'll be able to manage those populations through the limited quota opportunity. That's kind of where we're at with that.
Yeah, and I remember too, some of the discussion too, Doug, was, you know, that's more complex. The more you have, the more complex. This is a transition away. You know, we've never done it this way for elk. And so we thought starting as, you know, more simple would be better. There's always opportunity to make modifications down the road.
That's correct.
Kind of all the above.
We can always, as we move forward, we can start looking at fine tuning things. And this is just the basic template to get started on this. And if we need to adopt some smaller areas or regions like we do with deer that are a little bit smaller, we can always move in that direction, because we'll be evaluating this in Chapter 7 each year.
He says, thank you.
Commissioner Masterson, did you get that?
He did. He said,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, we'll proceed on with the blue sheets. Sorry, Mr. Gilly.
No worries. Commissioners, Director Nesbitt, appreciate the opportunity to talk. Just be blunt, I'm not in favor of removing the cap or the regions. It's not that I have anything necessarily, my beef isn't with the cap, my beef isn't with the regions. The fact of the matter is this will result in more non-resident general elk tax. There's just no way around it. Even the initial proposal that yeah, it's just a placeholder, but in the area I hunt, 560 additional non-resident tags over non-resident general tags over last year. And the region I hunt is dominated by wilderness. And those non-residents, to a huge proportion, are going to go to the non-wilderness areas because they can't go to wilderness unless they hire a guide. And those guides take a finite number of humans into those wilderness areas. So my area is going to be inundated. And yeah, we can argue about it in April, what that number is going to be, but there's no way this won't result in increased non-resident general tax. That's my only beef with this. There needs to be some side terms on any proposal to limit the number of non-resident general tax. The fact of the matter is Wyoming general regions are the envy of every other Western state. There's no way around it. There is no other Western state that has what we have in terms of quality and hunter experience in those general regions. I would argue that the majority of the general regions are better than the majority of the limited quota areas as far as quality of bulls that you'll see, limited amount of humans that you'll see, the experience overall. There's no other state that even comes close to comparing that has the somewhat equivalent of a general tag for its residents. Montana's a joke. I mean, Montana's a mess with what they've done. Look at Colorado is inundated with humans. You talk to a resident of Colorado that hunts their over-the-counter units where there is no limit on how many non-residents can come in and hunt those. Just go buy a tag at Walmart, just like everybody else. And the experience, I lived in Colorado. I can tell you firsthand experience. The experience is significantly less. Finding a 6-point bull in an over-the-counter unit in Colorado is, you might as well be chasing unicorns. Finding a 6-point bull in a general region in Wyoming is literally the target every year. Me and my boys don't shoot bulls unless they're 6 points. And we fill most of our tags every year. And we're not that great at hunters. I mean, we're not super special. We're just your average boot leather hunter. So the 7250 cap doesn't, yes, there are less non-resident general tags each year, but there is also the exact 1-for-1 corresponding increase in the number of non-resident limited quota tags. Non-residents are not getting less tags each year. They're just trading limited quota for general. That's the way the equation works with the 7250 cap. So there's no loss of non-resident tags. As a matter of fact, total non-resident tags in a typical year are close to 14,000. So I have a hard time shedding any tears for the non-resident elk hunter in Wyoming when we have regulation that says they're supposed to get 7250, but they get close to 14,000. We've got several different carve outs to help increase those numbers. So they're not losing tags. They might be losing in certain areas, but they're increasing in corresponding areas. 1-for-1, no change. Herd over objective in herd units. We need this change so that we can control those herd units that are over objective. General tags isn't how you control herd over objective. You control it with cows. You control it by shooting cows. And we all know that. You guys know it better than I do. The mechanism to shoot cows exists. And it doesn't have to rely on the 7250. The carve out for type 6 and type 7 already takes that into account. They're not included in that 7250. That's largely the mechanism where non-residents come up with about 14,000 tags in a typical year. So we have a mechanism to do that. Controlling bull harvest. I agree with the question that was brought up by Commissioner Masterson. I have no idea how 3 regions helps manage any one of that. Tell me how the Snowies is related to the Uintas or the Wyoming range is related to the Bighorns. This last winter was a prime example. I think everyone would agree that it's the worst winter we've ever had that anyone can recall, even the old timers. And you have, did the Bighorns suffer the same fate as the Wyoming range? And the answer is no, they did not. Did the Uintas suffer the same fate as the Snowies? The answer is they did not. So I don't understand how 3 units or 3 regions that are so broad would solve that problem. So I believe removing the cap, I believe making regions doesn't fix any one of these legitimate problems that exist. I'm not discounting that there are issues, but it doesn't address those. All it will do is it will add one more truck at the trailhead when I get there. And for any one of you that hunts, you see one more truck than your own at the trailhead and you are not happy. And so I'm just going to be greedy and say, I'm not happy. And you can't add 560 to the region I hunt. And I virtual guarantee there will be additional non-resident trucks at the trailhead when I get there this year. Guaranteed. There's no way they can't. There ain't that many trailheads in the state. So that's my comments. Happy to answer any questions if y'all have. All right. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, the next item is Buzz Heddick.
Members of the commission, Director Nesbitt, Buzz Heddick from Laramie, Wyoming. I'm not a real lucky guy in the elk draw, so I spend almost all my time hunting general areas, which is not really a downgrade, to be quite honest with you. I totally agree with Mr. Gilly. Those general areas are awesome. I also would not like to see the 7250 cap go away, and this is why. Number one, the department commissioner under no obligation from the task force to move forward with this. They don't have to. And the reason that I feel 7250 works so well for me in a general area, as the limited quota areas got so much better, it reduced non-resident pressure in the general areas where I spend most of my time. I'm also going to have to admit that I'm a little bit selfish in that way, where I like to have a good quality elk hunt with fewer people. I don't believe I've ever heard a single resident hunter ever say, man, I just saw too many bulls when I was hunting general areas this year. And I don't ever think I've seen him say, man, I just wish I saw some more people. And I do believe that this proposal is going to do exactly what Mr. Gilly said. It's going to increase pressure in these general areas. The outfitters have already been in front of the commission several times since I've lived in Wyoming, asking to remove this cap and increase it. And I guarantee you they're going to be at this commission doing the same thing in the future. And my other thing is, if you're going to remove the cap and go to the regions, I've not been given a very good explanation on why 3 is any better than what we currently have. I do believe that the 13 regions did have much more merit, and I would be a little bit more supportive of that, but I'm not supportive of the 3. The other thing I've been told with conversations with the department is that I just don't understand what's going on. I find that pretty offensive, actually. I do know what's going on. I pay a lot of attention to what's going on. I probably spend an obscenely obnoxious amount of time thinking about these things before I come here and testify to you all. And the other thing that I think is being largely ignored here in the whole thing is what was presented. The public has pretty much stated the same thing that Steve Gilly and I have, and that is that they do not want this to move forward. It's clear, it's right there. And, you know, I get asked a lot of times, like, you know, and I ask people why they don't ever take the time to come to these commission meetings and talk and comment. And I think this is a big part of the reason why they are ignored. And you can only take being ignored for so long before you just shut down and you don't show up anymore. And I'm not there yet, but I am incredibly disappointed with the conversations I've had with the department about this issue. And for those reasons, I would strongly recommend not moving away from the 7250 cap and not going to regions for non-residents. And with that, I will take any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Heddick?
So, yeah, Mr. Vice Chair, so as you know, I was on the task force.
Correct.
And we spent, I don't know, hours and hours and hours talking about this. I mean, give me some ideas that you maybe that hasn't been talked about here, or that the department hasn't had, or I mean,
for what specifically?
Well, for the 7250 cap or regions. I mean, if you want to, if you think there should just be 13 regions, you think that's better than 3?
I do. I do think 13 regions would be better. I definitely do. And in conversations I had with the department, they're like, well, look what we did with deer. You know, we have a lot of smaller regions. And I'm like, okay, why is that? Well, because it works. Well, then why wouldn't it work for elk? That was my next question. And I really did not get an answer. Other than, well, we can make these changes down the road. I'm like a measure 4 times and cut once type of guy. In other words, let's get it right the first time before we have to continually come back and tweak these things that much over time. And I still think there needs to be a cap in place. You know, I heard at the task force that it was arbitrary. Maybe it is, but it's also working. I mean, the elk are one of the very few things in this state right now that are really doing well. So why would we move away from a system that's working?
Well, I think that, and not to have an argument, I think it's a really good conversation, but some would say it's working. Some would say it's maybe not working. It's working too good. I mean, we have elk, we have 110, 120,000 elk now, twice as many as when we put the cap in place. And we have an elk problem in areas.
Sure. And right. I agree with you, Commissioner Bell. I do think we have a lot of elk right now, but you don't control elk by killing bulls.
Agree.
You can control them by killing cows. We have tons of tools in the toolbox right now that we can use to issue cow tags. The general area I hunt issues cow permits very successfully. Are those elk controlled in Unit 21? I've seen that herd go from 12 to 14,000 elk down to about 6. And it's strictly based on killing cows. And I think that's what we need to do.
I don't have any other questions. We could probably talk about this for a long time.
Yeah, I think so.
Anything else? Thank you, Mr. Heddick.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Jeff Murator.
Members of the commission, Director Nesbitt. I'm not worthy to follow those 2 guys. because everything they said was spot on. I was there at the task force when regions were discussed. I was sitting right behind then Commissioner Doobie, who said he wanted to know that everything that we did with regions was going to be based on wildlife management. So we put that to the game and fish. And you guys had them draw up 13 regions. They came up with 13 regions. Why are we changing that to 3? We're changing that to 3 because outfitters are worried that they're not going to be able to draw their clients in high demand areas. Well, high demand areas are what they are. They're statewide, whether they're for deer, antelope, elk, there's high demand areas. Why should we make sure that a whole region worth of general areas is all the same because somebody's worried their client's not going to get drawn? There's a lot wrong with this change. And in my opinion, it's going to be the beginning of the end of good general elk hunting in the state of Wyoming. I don't know how we can afford to kill more bulls or put more people in the field. And that's what's going to be the outcome here. That's all I have to say.
Any questions from the commission? Director, anything to say? Okay, the question before us then, are we going to approve the department's recommendation for chapter 44 regulation of issuance of license permits, stamps, tags, preference points, and competitive raffle chances? Is there a motion for or against? Did you have something else, Jennifer?
Vice President Ledwig, I just want to make sure that you remember that we had the floor change for the general turkey fall seasons as well, that I request that would be put in that any approval of chapter 44.
Say that again. Say that again.
So I request that the commission approve chapter 44 with the change identified for the non-resident and resident general fall turkey seasons as presented.
I would move for the adoption of the chapter 44 as proposed with the changes in the non-resident and resident fall turkey changes. Correct. That's my motion.
Along with the
Along with
approval.
the motion. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Motion has been made to go along with all the above, the chapter 40 regulations, and adding the fall turkey seasons in. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Mr. President, this is John Masterson. Can you hear me?
Yes.
If you don't mind, can I make a quick comment?
I can't quite hear it.
Say that again, John. I couldn't quite hear you.
Sorry. I'd like to throw out one thing in terms of discussion. If you can understand me and I'm not breaking up too bad, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm really struggling with this, and the reason I'm struggling is due to the amount of public comments that seem to be either against or highly concerned about the changes that are being made. For example, the going to 3 areas. And I'm not quite sure how I'm going to vote right now. And I just wanted to express that to my fellow commissioners, that I'm really struggling, and perhaps it's because I just don't have the depth of knowledge that you all do. So for what it's worth, I just wanted to express that. And if anyone has any words of wisdom for me, I'd love to hear them. And thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Yeah, Mr. Vice Chair, I don't know if these are words of wisdom, but certainly I don't know that this is the best thing. I mean, I think that that from what I've seen, what I've heard, what you know, with talking to a lot of the guys that got up for a year and a half through the task force and things, that I mean, I respect what they have. I don't know that there's a silver bullet to this. You know, I've been involved with talking about this cap for a long time now, and it seems like it was a number that was put in 40 years ago, never changed, never taken away. Should have been done probably by a commission before this, and was almost done. I don't know that 3 regions. I don't even think that maybe a lot of the folks that have worked through this 3 regions thinks it's perfect. I think it is a work in progress. And I wish there was a way that you could just measure 4 times and cut once, but I can guarantee you that is not going to happen with elk in Wyoming right now. And so, you know, I don't know that it's perfect. I think it gives us a platform to get better. So I'm going to vote for it. And I don't know if that helps any.
Any other comment? Any other comment?
If it doesn't work, let's at least try it. It was recommended by the task force. Let's try it. If it doesn't work, we can change it. Is that right?
Absolutely.
I think at least worth a try. I mean, we've been doing the same thing since the 70s, so.
Okay. Any further discussion? We have a motion.
Assuming you can still hear me, the last comment, and I'm not sure who made it, about this being the product of the task force. I'll vote in favor of this based on that. But you know, with the knowledge that, you know, it will be an ongoing process. But that's a great reminder to me. So thank you for that.
Is there a second?
I second.
Oh, you did? Okay. Motion's been made and seconded. Sorry, I missed that. Is there any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed?
Aye.
Motion passed. Thank you, Jennifer and Doug.
Thank you.
We're ready for number 11, Dan Thompson and Ken Mills, large carnivore, and Gray Wolf.
Vice President Ladwig, Director Nesbitt, members of the commission. I'm Dan Thompson from Large Carnivore Section. I'm just here to introduce Ken Mills. Ken will go through our Chapter 47 Gray Wolf hunting regulations.
There we go. We're up, we're running. Thank you. Vice President Ladwig, members of the commission, Director Nisvik, thank you. We will just walk through this. There's a lot of data. There's a number of graphs. If you have any questions, I think just feel free to interrupt me and ask, and we'll explain it as we go. So do want to say at the beginning, we produce a thorough annual report that includes all the pertinent data on the Wyoming wolf population. So take a look at that for anyone who wants to dig in deeper. It's available on the department's webpage. Went too far because there's a lag and we got it back. So the Wyoming Gray Wolf Management Plan lines out a number of commitments that we seek to attain in the wolf program. The primary one is a population commitment of at least 10 breeding pairs. A breeding pair is an adult male and adult female wolf that raise at least 2 pups of the year to the end of the calendar year. So at least 10 breeding pairs, at least 100 wolves at the end of the calendar year, plus a numerical buffer to ensure we don't fall below those numbers. Statewide, we expect at least 15 breeding pairs and 150 wolves when you look at cumulative numbers with Yellowstone National Park and the Wind River Reservation. As far as wolf hunting seasons and the framework to set seasons, that's also outlined in the plan, and that's what we'll be discussing today. And it outlines how basic framework for setting objectives and mortality limits, season timing and closures of seasons if necessary, reporting and registration of successfully harvested wolves, and then the fact that this is an adaptive management approach, that as we collect more data, we'll adapt how we're managing wolves. So as a reminder, we're talking primarily about the wolf trophy game management area in Northwest Wyoming. That's within the green boundary. We will have a proposed hunting season in the seasonal wolf trophy game management area as well, which is the red boundary there with the Snake River Range and the Northern Wyoming Range. It's coming. There it is. You'll see the trophy game area contains the majority of suitable habitat for wolves in Northwest Wyoming. So just a reminder there, and in cooperation with Yellowstone and the Wind River Reservation, the majority of suitable habitat is covered. Wolves are designated as trophy game animals or are in a national park. So when we look at our monitoring program in the wolf trophy game management area, this is important because the data I'm going to show next is all based on this data that we're collecting is based on the monitoring program that we have. So in 2022, we captured and collared 32 wolves and 17 packs in the WTGMA. We tracked a total of 85 collared wolves in 27 packs. We sit right now with only 1 pack in the trophy game area that does not have a collar. So very rigorous, thorough monitoring program. So what do we get from that monitoring program? We get wolf population trends. And I would say this isn't an estimate. This is an actual census of wolf numbers in the trophy game management area. Wolves are pretty handy. If I jump back here, they live in territories and they're social. So when you collar an individual in a pack, you can figure out what their territory is and count the individuals in that pack, and then census the packs through Northwest Wyoming to come up with a population number. So this is a census, not an estimate. You can see years we've hunted wolves and years we haven't, whether they were listed or not. I want to throw up our minimum commitment, 100 wolves, and also our objective, just for reference, of 160 wolves that we've had for the last, let's say 6 years now. Within the last 5 years, we've been within 10% of that population objective. So we also have breeding pairs to look at, and we'll look at that in a moment. But I wanted to look at population growth. You'll see a lot of the data that we show follows a trend, and that trend is really consistent with population theory as we look through wildlife populations and how they should operate. So in this case, you're mostly going to see density dependence, which means as the numbers of wolves increases, the population dynamics change based on that. So we look at population growth. The more wolves we have, the less likely it is that the population is going to grow. Stability is at 1 here. And so if we look at years we've hunted wolves, you can see a slightly different trend, and that's an intentional trend. The arrow there is just over 160 wolves. And so as we've tried to maintain the population around 160, if they've been above, we've reduced the population, meaning negative population growth. If we've been below, we've tried to grow it a little bit to get back to objective. You can see that we've been pretty successful. The trend indicates that we're meeting that objective. So wolf packs, breeding pairs, blue is number of packs, orange is number of breeding pairs. We're going to focus on breeding pairs. You can see the minimum 10. The last 5 years, we've been between 11 and 14. Our objective, and I'll talk about this in a moment, how can you set an objective for breeding pairs? It's pretty complex when you look at reproduction and survival of pups. Talk about that, but we should have between 13 and 14 breeding pairs if we have around 160 wolves. So we've been slightly below that, and we'll talk about what that means in a moment and why that might be. And this is part of that. So when you look at number of wolves, that's the horizontal axis, and the percent of packs that qualify as a breeding pair. The more wolves we have in the population, the fewer packs qualify as a breeding pair, meaning lower recruitment, fewer pups being born, and maybe lower survivals for those breeding individuals. If we look at just years we've hunted wolves, those are the blue dots again, you can see that it falls below the trend that we use for that includes all of the data the past years that we didn't hunt. And what this indicates is that we're expecting, or we're actually realizing fewer breeding pairs during years that we've hunted than we would expect based on years we did not hunt. That could be related to a number of factors: reduced recruitment or mortality of adults in hunting seasons, those sorts of things. It's not an issue. It's just something that we've been watching and it's part of that adaptive process that when the data comes along, when we've collected enough data for years we've hunted, we can start to look at that specific data because that's how our population is acting at that time. So how do we set an objective for breeding pairs? Well, the number of wolves in the population, that's the horizontal axis, is highly correlated to the number of breeding pairs. So by setting a population objective for number of wolves, we have a high probability of being able to predict how many breeding pairs are in the population. And that's really important. And we'll talk about that when we talk about the specific proposal for chapter 47. So here's wolf mortality. You can see the dark blue is depredation control, lethal control. The medium blue is hunting. Those are the two main drivers of mortality in the population. You can see when wolves were delisted in 2012, we had a little bit higher mortality in 2012 to reduce the population, and then lower mortality. Wolves were relisted in 2014, and I'll show you a graph of wolf depredation in a moment. But you can see that mortality increased, and in 2016 was quite high. 89 wolves were killed by the Fish and Wildlife Service in response to livestock depredation in 2016. So high mortality in that year, even though wolves were listed. Wolves were delisted in 2017. We had a couple of years of again, high mortality while we reduced the population. And then the last 4 years, you can see less mortality, and you can see a shift towards hunting mortality and a reduction of wolves killed for depredation control. So there's a couple things that go with density as well. And I bring up this one because it's fits what we would guess. That the fewer wolves we have, the less likely we are to have a disease outbreak. That's a kind of basic population theory. I'm going to throw a few other factors. So orange is number of wolves. Green is a relative range of carrying capacity based on the data we have for population growth. And so pretty fascinating. When wolves were relisted in 2014, it came at a time when prevalence of canine distemper in the population was declining. And you see after they were listed, the population increased, exceeded carrying capacity, and canine distemper virus in the population in the wolves we were capturing increased from about 5% to 70%. Wolves were delisted. We brought the population down around 160, and prevalence pretty quickly fell back to below 10%. Why is this important? The main driver in the early years of wolf reintroduction in Yellowstone were outbreaks of canine distemper when the population increased. So if it demonstrates that if we manage a population below carrying capacity around the objective, we can reduce the probability of a distemper outbreak, which helps us maintain that stability in the population versus cycling like we would see in Yellowstone in the early years. So also look at livestock conflict. One of the primary objectives of the management plan is to reduce livestock conflict. And you can see it was relatively low until wolves were relisted in 2014. The population increased relatively rapidly in numbers of wolves. The number of cattle killed increased exponentially, and the number of wolves killed in response also increased exponentially. So wolves were delisted again in 2017. We brought the population down around that 160 wolf objective, and what we've experienced is a reduction and stabilization in livestock conflict and a reduction in the number of wolves killed to right around 15 the last 2 years. For killing livestock. So in essence, we're transferring mortality from livestock control, from the agency doing the work in that sense, to the public taking wolves in a hunting season. So let's talk about hunting seasons. Last year's hunting season, 31 wolves were taken that counted towards the mortality limit. 3 hunt areas were closed before the season end date. The remainder were closed after. And I'll note that those 31 wolves were killed and our population increased by 2. So we had very stable population last year without meeting the mortality limit. So let's talk about mortality limits. You can see blue is the mortality limit by year. Orange is the number of wolves taken. And we've seen a lot of stability over the last 3 years. The mortality limit at 47 the last 2 years and in the 50s in 2020, yet 30 to 32 wolves being taken by hunters. And with that level of mortality, we've been able to stabilize the population around objective. And so we'll talk about the implications of that in just a moment. Distribution of harvest, we're seeing a decrease in September over the last few years, stability in October for a number of wolves taken. We're seeing an increase in November and December. And I think that indicates 2 things. Hunting seasons are staying open longer because the mortality limit isn't being reached. And we're also, I think, seeing a growing contingent of people that are specifically hunting wolves later in the season when the snow hits the ground and furs are more prime at that time as well. So I think we're seeing a little more effort in the later parts of the year, which is good. It's good to have a contingent of wolf hunters that are intent on specifically hunting wolves. Age class of harvested wolves, it's about equal in September. There was a time a couple years when the season opened earlier and a lot more juveniles were present in the harvest, but that's stabilized at a lower rate, which is good because we need juveniles to have breeding pairs. So, and you can see juvenile take decreases through time and take of adults increases. Hunter success has been really stable over, I need to bring actually all of the parts of this graph up. It's been really stable over the last number of years. Jumping back one, there it is. The blue lines are hunter success, about 2.6, 2.7%. You can see the number of hunter days per harvest is increasing, however, which indicates that wolves are probably behaviorally adapting to hunting seasons, and they've been a little more difficult to hunt. So we're watching that trend to see if it actually follows through to an impact to hunter success. Hasn't yet. Hunting licenses are pretty stable at about 2,300. And that is the quick summary of kind of where we're at for wolf numbers and what hunting seasons look like. So, so let's move into the proposed 2023 wolf hunting season. I still need that. I need my crutch. It'll come back, right? So there's some specific things we need to consider. Those are the commitments we've made in our wolf management plan as we go into setting wolf hunting seasons. I think I'm going to be able to move forward here. I just need the next one. If you want to click it, there we go. So we really are collecting intensive data on the wolf population. So we're using that best available data, population theory, the data that I've just presented to you to guide our decision-making process and in our proposal. And we're also need that start of year population, which is 163 wolves, which was the end of the year population count for 2022. So there's a few components we need to primarily focus on. Once we have these things set, the numbers fall out. So we'll walk through these. We need a population objective. We need a predicted impact of human-caused mortality, and we need a predicted number of non-hunting human-caused mortality for the wolf population. So we'll walk through those calculations. So setting the population objective, I showed you this before, how tightly related number of wolves and number of breeding pairs are. That 10 breeding pair threshold is our commitment. On average, that means we need about 115 wolves. What's important about that is number of wolves isn't our limiting factor for when we're trying to manage the population. It's going to be breeding pairs. And so we can look at the variation around the relationship though, and see that that red line is I'll call it the 95% confidence level. It's the prediction interval. And basically what's that saying? When it crosses 10 at 148 wolves. So at 148 wolves, if we have that in the population, we can be 95% confident we'll have 10 breeding pairs at the end of the year. So that's a kind of a starting point. And what we've set at the population objective at is 160, because that gives us that little bit of numerical buffer to be sure that we don't fall below 10. And so at 160 wolves, we would suspect or expect at least 13 to 14 breeding pairs and have a 95% probability of at least 11. So 2 of the last 5 years, we've had 11 breeding pairs, so just above 10. But that's what the proposal is. And then that's what these following calculations, when I bring that up, are based on. So we also need to know the predicted impact of human-caused mortality. So this is the number of wolves in the population. And on the vertical axis, the percent mortality it would have taken to stabilize the population. So you can see more wolves in the population means less mortality to stabilize it. One thing I want to note is the fact that we have a slightly different relationship for years that we've hunted wolves. It's got essentially the same slope, so the same strength of response, but it's below the slope or the trend if we use all the data. So what we're proposing, and this is part of that adaptive management I mentioned, we're proposing to take all the data out, the non-hunting year data, and just set the hunting season based on hunting season data. We have enough data now to have a solid trend. And so that's really the only change that you'll see this year versus previous years. So this is that zoomed in number of wolves, percent mortality it would take, human-caused mortality, to stabilize the population. We're at 163 wolves. You draw the lines, basically solve for that simple equation up there, and it says 37.1%. So what we're saying is it takes 37.1% of the 160 wolves to die from human causes to stabilize the population at 163. This will all come together in a moment. We need to predict non-hunting human-caused mortality. So in other words, how many wolves are going to die not related to hunting season. So we can't really hunt wolves that are already dead, right? So we have to pull those out so that we don't over-harvest the population. And at 163, it's about 15, well, it is 15.3%. I shouldn't say about, unless you want to go more digits to the right, which there's not really sense in that. So at 163 wolves, we predict that 15.3% of those will die from non-hunting human causes. So let's put that all together. We start the year 2023 with 163 wolves. If 37.1% of those 163 die, we would stabilize the population at 163. So 37.1% of 163 is 60. We're proposing to reduce the population by 3 wolves. So we add 3. So we're saying if we kill 63 wolves through human causes, we should have a population of around 160 wolves at the end of the year. We're going to remove that 15.3% mortality that comes from non-hunting human causes. That's 25 wolves. We take that out of the 63, and that leaves us 38 wolves proposed for the mortality limit in the wolf trophy game management area. We've proposed, as we have all of the previous years, to add 2 wolves to be applied to Wolf Hunt Area 12. That's the seasonal wolf trophy game management area, for a total mortality limit of 40. So that's how the data that we've collected goes into the calculation to bring about this proposed mortality limit. Then we have to distribute that mortality limit amongst wolf hunt areas. And those will be here. So we're primarily distributing that based on how many wolves are in each hunt area. And then some other conditions, livestock conflict, potential impacts on ungulate prey. And so this is the proposal, same season dates, September 15th to December 31st, except for Hunt Area 12, which opens later, and Hunt Area 13, which goes later, runs to the end of March. And a comparison between last year. Again, last year's mortality limit was calculated using a lot of data from years that we didn't hunt wolves. That's why it was higher. So we're proposing the same hunt areas, except combining hunt areas 1 and 2 to provide a little more flexibility. It's hard to know where wolves will be on either side of that boundary sometimes, and the mortality limit's a little lower, so that will provide some flexibility there for where wolves are available. Otherwise, no changes. We had a public comment period from April 20th to June 2nd. We had 8 public meetings, and we received 12 individual comments. There was support for Chapter 47 by 4 comments, a request for an increased mortality limit or a longer season by 4 commenters, reduced or no wolf hunting from 3 commenters, longer reporting registration times from 1, and a September 1 bow season from 1. Those were the applicable comments for the actual proposal. So yeah, 12 comments is by far the fewest we've had, I think. And so pretty stable in terms of the population, and pretty stable, it seems, in terms of the public's response to wolf hunting seasons right now. So just in a wrap up, these proposed wolf hunting seasons are consistent with the Commission's wolf management plan. We do have tight sideboards for wolf management, and what we're proposing with this season is a stable population at an appropriate population objective based on what our wolf management plan outlines. And it uses applicable wolf population theory. So we've talked about some of that, and the data that we've collected to determine mortality limits. And as I mentioned, we are taking an adaptive management approach and tweaking things as we learn more. I mean, we haven't hunted wolves in Wyoming in this manner until we started collecting this data and wolves were delisted. So that takes adjustments as time goes on and we learn more and collect more information. So with that, I can take any questions.
Commission have any questions?
Just one question, Mr. Vice Chair. So we have 27 packs-ish?
26.
And is there not a breeding pair in every pack?
Well, the breeding pair is a definition, not in other words, the breeding pair requires that 2 pups be born and survive. And so that's the difference. Are there breeding age males and females in packs that don't qualify as a breeding pair? Yes. Okay. Commissioner Bell.
That makes better sense to me.
Yeah. And it's when we went through the process of determining, not we, the Fish and Wildlife Service, determining what a recovered wolf population looks like, wolf numbers was one consideration, but there was also a consideration added for a reproductive, to be sure there was a measure of reproduction and in the population. The breeding pair was what they used.
Sounds good. Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
I just wanted to point out for the commission, a couple of you, this is the first time you've seen this presentation, but this is not normal for any particular species to have it managed so tightly. I mean, every year Ken's able to hit this thing within a few wolves. We have been at objective, like on the tee multiple times. It's an awesome model. Ken needs to ship this around to the Wildlife Management 101 professors around the country, because this is a model of what wildlife management can look like on a delisted population. And Ken and his team, the guys he gets to work, guys and gals he gets to work with every day, have just done a phenomenal job on this, and I really appreciate it.
I think he lives with them.
Well,
Any other questions?
Nope. Mr. Vice Chair, I was going to make the motion to approve the revised chapter 47 gray wolf hunting seasons as presented.
Then motion's been made and seconded to approve chapter 47 gray wolf hunting seasons. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passed. Thank you, Ken. Oh, we gotta wait for Mr. Masterson.
Commissioner Masterson, can you either speak up or text me? He's on the phone, so it could be he's had difficulties.
Yes, I vote aye. I was just sending a text to Director Nesbitt. If that's acceptable, Mr. President, I'll do that going forward.
Perfect.
I think we're gonna take about a 5-minute break, please. Okay. Okay, we'll get started with item number 12. Mr. Kennedy.
Mr. President, members of the commission, Mr. Vice President, members of the commission, and Director Nesbitt. I'm just going to introduce Jerry. I think most of you know Jerry, and he shows up about this time every year. Talk to you about projects that are funded through the Animal Damage Management Board. And I did, Mr. Vice President, Commissioner Ladwick, I did talk to Jerry already about the little edit you found, and he's ready to address that. So
super.
Thank you for being here, and it's all yours.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Ladwig, Director Nesbitt, and members of the commission. My name is Jerry Johnson. I am here with the Wyoming Department of Agriculture representing the Animal Damage Management Board for the annual request of the $200,000 for funding for research and special projects. This year, the Animal Damage Management Board met June 14th and reviewed several projects that were requesting 217. Thank you. I couldn't count fast enough. The total $253,000 in renewed and new proposals. Most of the proposals this year were for predator removal for the livestock or for the wildlife areas. There was still the one for the University of Wyoming Range project. The projects were ranked and by the Game and Fish, and the projects that were selected totaled $222,000. And the projects selected were as follows.
The first one is the Wyoming Game and Fish Large Carnivore Livestock Depredation and Control effort. They annually request $25,000 to go towards this, and it was funded this year for $25,000. The second ranking was Carbon County Predator Management District for the coyote removal to enhance the Baggs Savory Creek Mule Deer Spawning Grounds. They had requested $15,000 and it was funded for $15,000. And then the next third one was for the Carbon County District for removal in the South Ferris Antelope Spawning Grounds. They requested $17,000 and it was funded for $17,000. The fourth one was the Lincoln County Predator Management District. This was a new proposal this year, and they requested $15,000 and it was funded for $15,000. The Natrona County District for the raven removal to enhance sage grouse nest success and chick survival. They had requested $5,000 and we had funded that one for $2,500. Part of that is they had additional funds from last year, just due to how the winter played out. They weren't able to get the baiting out for the project, so they had $2,500 additional funds from the last year. So it turns out to be fully funded for that sage grouse project. Their third project, or the second project on this, was the coyote removal for the Bates Hole mule deer herd. They had requested $30,000 for that herd, and it was funded for $28,000. And then their third project was for the Red Wall and Big Sulphur Mule Deer Fawn Survival. This project has been going on and kind of keeps pushing a little bit different boundary area to help the survival of the mule deer fawns. They requested $30,000 and it was funded for $28,000. Then we had the Washakie County District for coyote control on the Basin mule deer herd. They had requested $10,000 and it was fully funded for $10,000. And then the Carbon County District, this was their first year for their raven removal project for sage grouse. They had requested $10,000. There just really is not enough money to go around on all of these. And just historically, the Natrona County had been funded for $2,500 and the board chose to fund it for $2,500 also. And then the University of Wyoming, this is a continuing project. This one had started out on the devastating winters of 2013, 2014, and then devastating winters again. And then again, after this last one, again, it's the predation, the effects of predation on survival, again, following this last winter. And this is for the Wyoming Range mule deer herd. They had requested $40,000 and it was funded for $29,000. Dr. Monteith has presented a lot of data for this, and I think it will be continuing a very valuable project when this project will wrap up. Then the Converse County Predator Management District, they had their second year for the coyote removal to enhance the Sand and Sage Creek mule deer fawning survival. They had requested $20,000 and it was funded for $17,500. And then the Fremont County Predator Management District, the coyote removal in the Sweetwater Rocks mule deer fawning season in Hunt Area 97 specifically. They had requested $33,500. It was funded $30,000. The Game and Commission funding was funded for $10,500. And The balance of 19,500 will be coming from the ADMB funds. And then the last request was for the Wyoming Ag in the classroom, the Wyoming Stewardship Project Educator Workshops. This funding does not qualify for the Game and Fish funding, but it will be funded for the $2,500 requested with ADMB funds. They do a tremendous job. If any of you ever go on to Ag in the Classroom website, they do a really good job of presenting to elementary students, just the wildlife, livestock, and natural resources education for the elementary students. As I stated, most of these are coyote removal projects. And the numbers, we go down through the Bates Hole, they had removed 193 coyotes last year. The Stove Gulch, 193. Amazingly, it's two different trappers and they came out with the same numbers. The Carbon County Bags Mule Deer, they removed 52. And the Ferris Antelope Project, they had removed 77. The Washoe County Bighorn Basin, they removed 148. Fremont County, they removed 126. Converse County, that was their first year at that project area. They had hired a few additional trappers to target that area, and they removed 348 coyotes out of that mule deer herd area. Last year, we also funded the Uinta County mule deer herd, and there were some issues with contracting and whatnot, and that project has not been flown to date. I think everything is online, and I spoke with Jeff Short, and they will be flying that one shortly to target the mule deer fawning area in that project. I believe that is the last one. I will make a note. Last year this year, I made an error on my memo to the commission. I apologize for that. I changed my number for 200,000. The wording still said 100,000. It is an annual request for 200,000. I apologize to the commission on that. Any questions?
Any questions from the board? Mr. Bell?
I was just going to make a motion, Mr. Vice Chair, to approve the projects listed for funding by the Animal Damage Management Board.
Motion's been made and seconded to approve the request for funding for the Animal Damage Board, mostly coyote removal projects. We appreciate all the work that they're doing and that you're doing with this. Any other questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
For the record, Commissioner Masterson votes aye.
Okay, thank you. Motion passed. Thank you, Jerry.
And for the commission, just so you're aware, the commission does have a commissioner on the ADMB. The commission president gets to appoint one. Our commissioner right now is Commissioner Ladwig.
And I must say it was a very interesting procedure. We made it through it. Okay, next one, Dave Zaft. Number 13, Fisheries Management Coordinator. Chapter 46.
Is that better? All right. I'll be reviewing quickly the proposed regulations for Chapter 46, the Department's fishing regulations. These are regulations that would go into effect on January 1st of next year. There are a number of reorganizational changes that are in the proposal and described in the statement of reason, and a few minor clarifications and things like that that I'm going to plan to skip over, but I can certainly answer questions about any of those regulations. I'm going to focus on 10 that are a little more substantive than some of the other more minor ones and just may require a little bit of explanation. The first of those, we're in section 2 definitions, is related to the definition of a fishing contest. It came up during the public comment period when I was contacted by a marina operator that wanted to know if the department regulated things like spear gun fishing and bow fishing contests. And that was because our definition uses the words catching of fish and anglers. And it has long been our intent to regulate these other types of contests. So we proposed changing those words to taking fish and getting rid of reference to anglers. So there's just 50 or more participants of adult age or 25 or more boats would require Department of approval. But in reviewing our statutory authority with our representative from the Attorney General's office, we determined that we don't actually have authority to permit bow fishing tournaments. So this change would clarify that spear gun fishing tournaments require department authorization if they have enough participants. Another definition change is related to artificial flies and lures only. We're just striking the word organic, which has come to mean something quite different than when it was originally put in a definition, and trying to clarify that when jig bodies and things like that contain artificial scents or flavors, that they are not artificial flies and lures only. And so a restriction on tackle that requires artificial flies and lures only wouldn't allow these scented or flavored bodies of jigs. And the accompanying definition with that, which is bait, shows one of these sort of plastics that are so popular these days, that those are in fact bait. So we're proposing a language change so it reads living or dead organisms or edible parts thereof, natural or processed food stuff, and then explaining scented or flavored plastics or other materials and flies or lures containing a flavor or scent, and that those are baits and would not be allowed in areas with these tackle restrictions. Those are the only definition changes I was intending to cover, but jumping to section 6 about seining and trapping of fish. The seining of live bait fish and our live bait dealer regs are definitely the most complicated regs we have in chapter 46. They take a little study to figure out. One of the things that has come up recently is that we have live bait dealers that employ a number of people to go out and check their traps that are set out, and they can run unlimited number of traps if they're live bait dealers. And when those employees are in possession of fish in the field, our law enforcement folks don't have any way to know if they're doing this legally or not. And there was some question as to whether or not they needed a live bait dealer license if they were out doing that and transferring the fish back to the owner of the traps, a seining license, or simply written permission from the live bait dealer. The way the regulation currently reads, they just have to be in possession of written permission of the seining license holder to go out and check traps of that individual. But that regulation's been in place a long time, and it was really intended to protect those traps from vandalism or people stealing bait out of a trap. So we had originally proposed that if you're going to go out and collect bait, give it back to this live bait fish dealer, that transfer of fish required a live bait dealer license. During the public comment period, heard from marina operator and the governor's office that they really didn't understand the need for a $69 live bait dealer license to transfer fish. So we reconsidered that and are suggesting that in order to facilitate enforcement, that those folks should be in possession of a seining license if they're going to be checking traps, even if those are somebody else's traps. We also wanted to clarify that Live bait dealers are engaged in commercial use of live wildlife, which is defined in Chapter 69, our regulation on importation and possession of live cold-blooded wildlife. That the other types of commercial activity other than selling are trading, bartering, and brokering of wildlife. So we include those in the revised definition just for clarity. And then we also wanted to add the appeals process that was added to a bunch of other department regulations last fall. And it's described in detail in Chapter 51, our fish hatchery regulation, but we want to give the owners of the holders of seining license an understanding of the recourse available to them if they want to contest a department decision. And then that same language is added to Section 7, where we clarify the other types of commercial activity and add trading, bartering, and brokering, and a reference to how they can appeal a department decision. Those are the statewide changes that I just wanted to highlight quickly. The remaining few are specific to drainage areas or specific waters in the state. The first of those is on Shoshone Lake, where we've had a fishing closure, 9.5-month fishing closure from September through June 14th since the 30s, when this lake was a brood lake for brook trout. And it's no longer used that way. Could be someday in the future, but there is not a lot of harvest on the lake. We're proposing opening the lake itself back up to fishing throughout the calendar year and clarifying or changing the closure so that it only applies to the spawning inlet stream, and shortening that closure to a 3-month window when brook trout might actually be spawning, and rather than the 9.5-month closure that it currently is. So the effect of that really would be to open the lake up to people that would likely travel in there on snow machine and ice fish for brook trout on Shoshone Lake. The other water-specific closures on Dome Rock Reservoir. Not familiar with Dome Rock. If you're traveling from Casper to the Miracle Mile, you pass it along the road southwest of Casper, real close to the road. Just east of it, it's about a 9-acre lake that has had a closure for a very long time for a similar reason. Well, hasn't had a closure, it's had restrictive regulations with this tackle restriction and a 1-fish limit, managed primarily as a trophy water, because this used to be the home of our River Run Rainbow hatchery brood stock. That's a long time ago. We got rid of that brood stock. It was stocked with Snake River cutthroat for a long time after that. Now it's being managed for unique species, grayling and tiger trout, but it has very low fishing pressure, and we really don't need this restrictive regulation to meet our objectives for Dome Rock. So we're just suggesting that we get rid of that. And the last regulation I wanted to touch on is a bait fish regulation in the North Platte River drainage not far from here. Our bait fish regulations, and I'm dealing largely with wild caught live bait fish in this section, people with seining and trapping licenses. If they're going to seine or trap or deal in live bait in Area 5, they have to choose one of 3 areas in the region. Area A extends from the Nebraska state line up to Seminole Dam, and B is above that. I'm sorry, Nebraska state line to Glendo Dam, and Area B goes from Glendo to Seminole Dam and so forth. Within each of those areas, once you've picked one to deal in live bait from there to collect fish for a seining as a seining license holder, there's descriptions of 3 descriptions. One is where you can actually go out and collect fish. And the second description is where you can possess those fish, where you can take those wild fish home with you. And the third is where you can actually use them. And recently, in Area A, we've long had Asian clam in that system. So Glendo Reservoir Dam was a good break point to try to prevent the spread of anglers giving Asian clam a ride up over Glendo Dam in a bait bucket. The Asian clam's AIS that it's it's hermaphroditic in that a single individual can self-fertilize and start a new population. And although they're not as problematic as zebra and quagga mussels when it comes to like fouling infrastructure, they will clog pipes and pose problems at hydropower facilities and stuff. But last year they appeared in Glendo Reservoir, and it turns out they're relatively abundant already. So in order to slow the spread of that AIS upstream in the North Platte River drainage, what we're proposing is the first of those definitions in Area B, which is where an angler can collect wild-caught live bait fish, be moved so that it extends from Semino Dam downstream to the Highway 319 bridge crossing, rather than all the way to Glendo Dam. So we're essentially removing Glendo Reservoir, the state park, and a short reach of river up to the Highway 319 bridge from the area where people can collect minnows and take them up and use them in Semino and Pathfinder. Would not prevent them from using minnows that they purchased from Area B that were collected elsewhere. They can still use them in Glendo Reservoir, still possess them if they live down by Glendo, but they would close that area to collection to try to prevent that spread. I think that's everything that I have. I'd be happy to answer questions about those or any of the other regulation proposals. Otherwise, I'd ask that you approve the Chapter 46 regulations as proposed.
Any questions from the commission?
Mr. Vice Chair, I just have one quick question for all those that you talked about at the very beginning about contests and not being able to require the bow fishermen to. It seems kind of crazy to me. I mean, but it's because, from my understanding, is because bow fishermen are not allowed to take anything except for, I mean, bow fishing is legal, but of non-game fish only. And because it's non-game fish only, state law is only for game fish. Is that my understanding? And so then nothing else. It seems kind of strange that we can't do that, but.
Right. Mr. Vice President, Commissioner Bell, there are very few regulations. There are no regulations pertaining to bow fishing in Chapter 46. The ones that you see in the booklet are out of statute. State law allows the taking of only non-game fish with a bow. You don't need a license and there are no limits. But I will say that we regulate fishing contests for a number of reasons, or we want to regulate fishing contests for a number of reasons. And those are to ensure that resources and infrastructure like boat ramps and parking areas aren't overly strained, or that gives us an opportunity if a lot of boats are coming in from out of state to be prepared to conduct AIS inspections and to enforce regulations, to ensure that there aren't too many contests on one water in a region. And, lastly, probably to ensure that we don't have over harvest of game fish or too much delayed mortality. And honestly, we don't have any of those concerns about bow fishing. The concern that was expressed during the public comment period was entirely about proper disposal of carp and not stinking up dumpsters or having them wash up on shore. And from what I've been able to tell, I think bow fishermen seem to be very cognizant of that and stick and sink their fish and dispose of them properly. So I don't really have any desire to regulate bow fishing contests because I'm not sure I see any need.
I think that the bow fishermen would be okay with being regulated, and normally you wouldn't hear that from maybe a group, but I think they'd be okay with being actually identified as a sport. But that being said, there was one more thing I just wanted to clarify on here, and I think it was the definition. It's in blue on trout, and that splake and brook trout and lake trout are not in the trout. They're listed separately in the creel limits, and so in 2024, it seems to me it'd be acceptable to catch a creel limit of trout, of all those different trout in combination. In addition to lake trout, they could they could keep a limit of lake trout. At least that's the way I read it. Is that correct?
Mr. Vice President and Commissioner Bell, not exactly. What happened is that one of the two public comments that we received during the comment period was an individual who was very confused by the fact that the statewide creel limit table that you'll see near the top of the regulations that pretty much has a definition of trout and has a creel limit for streams and lakes. You see that? I'm not sure of the exact page number, but that says right after it excludes brook trout and lake trout. And then you'll see they have their own limits. His confusion was that as you move through the special regulations for various waters throughout areas 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you see multiple places where it says excluding lake trout or including brook trout or things like that. Well, where that description is placed in that creel table, just in the context of the structure of regulations, it's not really a definition that applies throughout the entire regulation. So we decided to address his concerns. We would add a definition of trout and clearly state that it excludes brook trout and lake trout. So that shouldn't change any regulation or creel limit on any water. It was an attempt to clarify that when we say trout, that doesn't include lake trout or brook trout anywhere in regulation.
Appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair. I don't know. I don't know if the other commissioners would be on board, but would the commission be opposed to having the department explore an option to have legislative changes to put these bow hunting under the guidance of the department in our regulations? Would there be any heartburn for it to explore the option to do it, to get legislative? Because it's obviously is going to have to be legislative changed, but I think Commissioner Bell is on point. I think it's coming, it's getting big. And I think that it would give the department a little bit more, would state a little bit more grip on how these tournaments are held and what they're doing and more management tools for, even though it's a non-game fish, I understand, but we have a lot of non-game fish that we're in charge of. So I don't know if any other commissioners would be on board to have the department, direct the department to explore this option on legislative change to put it under our regulations or not.
I haven't looked at that, what that looks like. I'm sorry, Mr. Vice Chair. There was something that was really simple to me last year that I learned something about legislature. Just making white-tailed deer and mule deer their own species in legislature, I thought was going to be an extremely easy fix, and it ended up being 8 pages long and didn't even get a sniff hardly at the committee level. So I don't know how hard something like this would be. It seems easy. That doesn't mean it's easy, but I would, I don't know. Thought.
Just saying, having to explore it and test the waters out there to come back with the commission, say, hey, this is a great idea, or we think we might have obstacles in it or something. It's just a thought.
Yeah, Mr. President, if it's the desire of the commission, we can sure look at it, but what I would direct the staff to do is to look at what benefits do we have to gain by having more regulation. What would our goals and objectives be? And, how can we better serve the public if we do regulate it? And I think that's probably what you're looking for. And we would be glad to do that. And also, the associated statutory changes that would be required in order to do that. We're glad to do it if that's the desire of the commission, at least give it a look and report back.
I think one of the big benefits would be exactly what you're talking about is fish disposal. I think that's something that is not clear. It's something that just through being involved in it and with the other people that are involved with it, you have a good conversation with people and about how to properly dispose it, but disposal of those fish that can be numerous. I mean, it can be a lot of poundage and if you don't have anything like that, I think there really isn't anything right now that says like you can't go out and shoot a boatload of carp and lamb on the bank somewhere right next to a boat dock. Is it the right thing to do? Absolutely not. But there's nothing that says you can't do it. And other than just having, some morals and doing the right thing. But, I don't think there's a problem with it right now, but I think as the sport gets more and more popular, at least maybe looking into how hard that change seems like it would be. And then if the department thinks it's something that they want to tackle, I think it's great. I certainly, we could set up to have, there's a bow fishing association in Wyoming. They could come in and visit with some of the people. So in fact, the president's right here in Platte County. So.
Yeah, if I may, I would just make one statement about, there is actually a state statute in 35-10-101 about depositing dead animals. It's very specific to prohibiting, well, I can read a portion of it to you. It's the depositing, paraphrasing, placing or causing to be placed or put carcasses of any dead animal or any animal in a putrid or decayed condition, or which is liable to become putrid, decayed, or offensive, where it can become a source of annoyance to any person is unlawful. But speaking with Mike Choma, we're unable to enforce that regulation. Our law enforcement people are unable to enforce that statute. So I'm not sure if I understood Mike correctly, a local sheriff could. But there is a state statute about that, littering. And then I was going to ask you, Commissioner Bill, I know the sport is growing in popularity. We see more people out there all the time. Do you have any idea how many bow fishing contests might meet our definition that involve 25 or more participants, 50 or more participants, or 25 or more boats at this time in a year?
I think in the past 5 years, one. I mean, I think I've only seen more than 12 teams or 4 per team once in 5 years. So, I mean, it usually is smaller than that. So very seldom. And I know just voluntarily, the association has sent some of those forms in over the years, the last few years, just to comply with some of it. It depend on who was doing those shoots, but seldom. That doesn't mean it can't happen. There was a tournament in eastern South Dakota, which isn't very far from here, that had 153 teams. So the sport is certainly growing, and Wyoming it has some very good opportunity. So I guess that's the information I have.
Okay, let's go on with taking care of the chapter 46 fishing regulations, and then we'll go from there. Is there a motion to approve or disapprove?
I would move that we adopt chapter 46 as presented with its revised as adopt chapter 46 in its revision as presented.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and
Kind of a
seconded.
hard way of going around my.
Yeah, so Mr. President, I did have a question from Commissioner Masterson. Sorry, we got into that little discussion and I forgot he'd sent me one. So here it is. So would it be easier to just ban the capture of your own live bait statewide? The risk of bad things happening is so high, and once things get in the water, period.
Mr. Vice President, Commissioner Masterson, easier is a loaded question, but that would be a simple solution that I believe would be heavily resisted by members of some of our customers and some of the angling public. Live bait fish or wild caught live bait fish or commercially produced fish were not historically allowed in Wyoming. They're still not allowed in areas in the Snake and Green and Bear River drainage, but we're kind of in this dividing line in this part of the nation where states east of us all allow live bait fish, wild caught live bait fish. States west of us, like Idaho and Utah, do not. And we happen to be a state that's right on the dividing line, and areas where it's common, it's very popular, like the Pilot Butte Canal system and places around Thermopolis and the Bighorn River drainage. And I think if we were to propose the elimination of wild caught live bait fish, we would receive a lot of outcry from certain members of the public that would be very upset. One of the steps in a regulation process that Mike handles annually, a takings memo, ensures that a regulation change doesn't essentially impact somebody's livelihood or income. Wild caught live bait fish are really lucrative. We know of live bait dealers that make $40,000 a year profits on their $69 license. So it's a unique, it's very unique in that it's taking Wyoming wildlife and engaging in commercial use for a profit, but it's also very institutionalized and ingrained thing with just people and kids and families. So I think it would take a thoughtful approach, and we've been considering that for a while. We have in our budget this year funding to do a situation assessment of live bait fishermen, of anglers, of our customers throughout Wyoming, to try to get a better idea of not just the bait fish enthusiasts around the state, but what the angling public thinks about live bait fish, and just see if we can identify a path forward to address first this threat of live bait fish being moved around into drainages where they don't belong, with plants or pathogen or AIS that don't belong in other drainages, but also to simplify regulations and protect resources. But I think that will be the first step to addressing what would likely be a simple solution that would be very complicated when the rubber hit the road. But I think we need to start talking about it. It's not wise to be inspecting watercraft for a quart of water and a transom when bait fishermen can move bait fish around the state in fairly large geographic areas, and we have to really trust that they're following our regulations. So a long-winded answer, sorry.
My takeaway from all that is that Commissioner Masterson has found it quite easy to ask loaded rhetorical questions over a text.
Right.
And you continue to ask them, Mr. Director.
Rusty's did say, yeah.
Yeah, it's been said, it's ready to be
Okay.
voted on.
Right. Motion's been made and seconded to approve the chapter 47 fishing, chapter 46 fishing regulations. Is there any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Mr. Masterson?
He votes aye after he just laying me out.
Motion passed. Thank you. Okay, looks like. Doesn't look like Greg.
Definitely not great.
Jennifer, go ahead with the license selling agent appointments, please.
Commissioner, Vice President Ladwig, members of the commission, Director Nesvik. I'm Jennifer Doring, the License Section Manager, here to present our license selling agent appointments for this commission meeting. At this commission meeting, I'm requesting to approve 2 license selling agents. Altitude Outdoors in Afton is a new license selling agent. There are currently 3 other license selling agents in Afton, and their annual sales in 22 were approximately $170,000 for those 3 other agents. And the second agent I'm requesting is a transfer of Reach Cast Enterprises, LLC, doing business as North Fork Anglers out of Cody, Wyoming. And their annual sales in 22 were $35,281 dollars in sales. And there are 4 other agents in our in the Cody area as well. So with that, I'd stand for any questions.
Is there any questions from the commission for Jennifer? Is there a motion to approve or disapprove? To move the complete package? Okay,
Yes, please.
motion's been made and seconded to approve the complete package with the transfer and the new license. Is there any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Commissioner Masterson is aye to both.
Motion passed.
And
Thank
thank you
you.
for not, thank you
Thanks,
for not
Jennifer.
having Greg come up. That's very nice. It's a lot nicer this way. Thank you.
Nish? Item 16.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're-
I missed one. I'm sorry,
we
Nish.
got to do Ray.
Nish. I turned the page too fast. Habitat and access. Gray Rocks, public access area.
All right.
Hello, Ray.
Good afternoon. Okay. So Vice President Ladwig, members of the commission, Director Nesvik, it's my pleasure to be here this afternoon to talk about the management of Gray Rocks Reservoir. I also have here with me Levi Mickelson, who is the manager of the Laramie River Power Station, which Gray Rocks Reservoir serves. So at the end of the meeting, if there's any questions, he'd be happy to answer those as well. Oops. There we go. So Gray Rocks Reservoir is located 16 miles northeast of Wheatland and about 16 miles south of Guernsey, and it sits along the Laramie River. Gray Rocks Reservoir was built to provide cooling water for the Laramie River Power Station. And it was initially filled in 1980 and has a storage capacity of approximately 104,000 acre feet of water. The department entered into a cooperative agreement with Basin Electric Power Cooperative, who owns the Laramie River Power Station. And that agreement was for management of the property around the reservoir and to provide public access. The agreement stated we would do minimal recreational facilities, which would be outhouses, roads, boat launches. Currently at Gray Rocks, there are 3 boat ramps. One of them is the original ramp that was built when the reservoir was built, along with 5 outhouses and 2 boat docks. And then there are also 10 access roads along the reservoir here. That's these green lines that take you down close to the lake for camping, fishing, hunting, and recreational use at Gray Rocks. See if I can get this to. Can you play that, Wayne? Can you hit play on that? Thank you. So this is drone footage of Gray Rocks Reservoir. This was taken by Wyoming State Parks in April of 21. So it's a little bit before the prime season out there, but it gives you a good overview of the lake and the surrounding property. Gray Rocks has become a destination for many people for fishing and recreational activities. The department manages a premier sport fishery for walleye and crappie. At Gray Rocks, it also has smallmouth bass, drum, catfish, perch, and then we used to also stock tiger muskie at the reservoir as well. One of the big things with Gray Rocks is there are no user fees. It is managed by the department, so we don't charge the public to use the reservoir. and there's dispersed camping throughout the reservoir. So during the busy season, all of these areas, the reservoir is low, and this drone footage are filled with campers. So the main season of use at Gray Rocks is basically from Memorial Day through Labor Day, May through September. We have seen an increased use of this reservoir every year, especially in the last 6 years, 6 to 7 years. Back in 2017, the total eclipse went right over Gray Rocks, and a lot of new people discovered this reservoir out in the middle of nowhere, and it was free. And then after that eclipse, we had COVID hit, and then state parks put a reservation system on all state parks. And due to the proximity of Gray Rocks to Guernsey and Glendo, when people couldn't get a reservation at Gray Rocks or at Guernsey or Glendo, they went to Gray Rocks and were able to camp wherever they wanted. Just to give you an idea, during the busy weekends, you'll see over 300 vehicles at Gray Rocks, 250 or more campers along the shorelines, up to 120 boats. And that equates to up to 500 users per day during the busy period out here. So with that increased use comes increased issues at the reservoir. We have had lots of resource damage caused over the years, overcrowding and conflict between the public and different user groups, from fishermen to people just out recreating. With this being a public access area, that falls on our game wardens to deal with, which we have limited manpower for that. When you put that many campers in an area, our game wardens don't have enough time to handle all that. So to help combat some of this, in 2016, we did some road improvements. We installed a bunch of boulders, trying to contain the public to certain areas. And then we also prohibited ORVs because they were off-roading everywhere. So you cannot have an ATV, UTV at Gray Rocks Reservoir anymore. And then we reduced our camping limit from 14 days down to 7 days. That kind of slowed things down, and that was before COVID hit, and then it just became as popular as ever again. And then in 2021, we actually reduced the camping limit again from 7 days down to 5 days. And then we made gate 9, which is one of the access roads, day use only, because that is also a water gap, because there is cattle grazing out there, and that prevents the conflicts we're having with cattle and campers. So that brings us to where we are today. So with the increased use, the department, in cooperation with Basin Electric, looked at ways to better manage Gray Rocks Reservoir. And so in 2018, we decided to reach out to state parks and have a conversation with them about what it would take for them to look at the possibility of taking Gray Rocks on. And so basically that would look at a joint management similar to like Glendo Reservoir, where state parks would take on the management of the property around the reservoir, which is owned by Basin Electric, which would basically get rid of the dispersed camping, have more organization around the reservoir. The department would still be responsible for enforcement of watercraft regulations, boating, fishing, hunting, our AIS check stations, and managing the fishery like we do on all of our reservoirs. In order for this process to start, state parks needed a letter from the landowner, Basin Electric, stating that they were interested in possibly moving forward. In 2021, a letter was submitted to state parks from Basin Electric to start what they call the site criteria process. The site criteria process is a pretty in-depth evaluation of the property that state parks does. It looks at multiple issues and items from the unique features, the flora, the fauna, the wildlife, recreational use, what it would cost to develop the property, visitor data, just to name a few things. And then it also sets up a team to develop this evaluation. And we had department representation on the team, as did Basin Electric, along with state parks. While all this was going on, this was also brought up at a TRW committee meeting, just to let them know that State Parks was looking at Gray Rocks Reservoir. And then in September of 2022, the site criteria was finished with a recommendation to continue moving forward. So that's basically step one in their process. From there, we would need to start gathering public comments and have public meetings. And then it would go to their State Parks Cultural Resources Commission, and then back to TRW for legislative action. And then it'd have to go in front of the legislature for them to take on a new state park. In visiting with state parks, they've had some other priorities come up since they started this process. And they are looking at taking Gray Rocks back up again in 2025 to possibly make it a state park. And when they start this process, we will obviously, us and Basin Electric will continue to work with them. And the next big step will be the public comment and public meetings that will have to happen locally. So just to give you guys kind of an idea, here's just a few pictures of the reservoir from our public access area signs to over here on the right. You can kind of see these are more pleasure boats. There's jet skis, people out swimming. The lake is lower in this picture. And here, this is an overhead view of the two western boat ramps. This is the original ramp that was built with the lake. This is one the Game Fish installed later. But you can see along the shoreline here, these are all campers. They kind of just pack in wherever they can find a spot. Maybe just some more pictures. This is your typical campsite. It's just a cluster of campers. We have a lot of issues with people parking wherever they feel. In this picture, you can see one of the big issues with that is this is cheatgrass that has cured out, and that's an extreme fire danger. So it doesn't take much for a muffler to light that up. This is one of our access roads down to the reservoir. And then just some more recreational pictures, jet skiers, kids out floating in tubes, another camping area. And then one of my favorite pictures, it's not maybe the best, but this is a party cove, basically. You probably can't fathom how many campers are crammed into this area, but just think about all the conflict that this is creating, the resource damage. And this is a typical weekend at Gray Rocks. So in conclusion, you know, the department believes that working together with Basin Electric and the Laramie River Power Station and continue working with state parks to possibly have this become a state park will be a benefit to all and enhance and manage more effectively a place where all users can enjoy. At this time, I'd be happy to entertain any questions. This was more of an informational presentation on where we're headed with Gray Rocks. And like I said, I have Levi Mickelson here with the power plant. And then David Ellsworth is also here, who's our game warden supervisor in this area.
Yeah, one thing I would add for the commission, you know, this has been, as you can see, that with the kind of use that we've seen there, we're responsible for the enforcement. And it has been an enforcement workload on a lot of weekends where we've had our game wardens in the area spending most of their weekend being a park ranger rather than being a game warden and taking care of normal game warden duties. Certainly we have a responsibility and routinely work watercraft safety there, but a lot of that stuff on the shoreline and getting called out to the lake at midnight because people are shooting off fireworks for the fourth time that night is it's become a problem, a real challenge for us. And that's why we originally approached state parks and Basin Electric to, you know, that state parks, that's their business. That's what they do, is manage recreation in a place like this. They're much more well suited for it. And so that's why we started the process. I don't know that any of us knew when we started this process it would take so long, but it's certainly thorough.
Yeah, and I'd like to point out that Basin Electric has been a great partner on this. They're always willing to help us out, work through problems. If we need something, we can call them and they're there. So, I mean, they're a great partner in this and we're all looking for some way to make it better for the public.
A question I had with this delay until 2025, apparently, does the criteria investigation process have to be gone through again, or is it still valid up to that point?
It should still be valid.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission?
I would, if I'd like to, excuse me, Vice Chair, I'd like to hear from Basin Electric if they want to say a few words.
Sure.
If they.
Will you back?
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me up here, Director and Commission. Yeah, it's been a kind of a slow process, but it's, you know, from a landowner's perspective, we had to open it up to the public in a settlement agreement back in 1978, and it was a good 30 years. We didn't have much trouble, but the last, 7 or 8 years has been a challenge with, it's just getting overcrowded, and, we do run the power plant, and there's, the security of the dam and everything else that we worry about, but, the general public and the commission or the Game and Fish and the Sheriff's Department, they get run ragged day in, day out there, and it's, becoming an issue. So very supportive, want to help wherever we can, make this a success, and hopefully we can kind of get everything back in order and have a little law and order down there. So anyway, the plant's, obviously not going to be there forever. So we need to be thinking further along down the road of what happens when the power plant closes. There is not an end date on the facility at this time. We plan on being the last power plant standing in the United States. So at least coal fired anyway. We can, decide whether we sell it to, the Game and Fish or the state or whatever. I think there's options there that we can work through as a team and, and make it sustainable, where state parks or the Game and Fish not gonna invest a bunch of capital and time and effort into something, then we pull out and move on, and now you're stuck with a reservoir with the water right that's no good anymore. There's a lot of things we got to work through, but I think they're all doable if we put our heads together. So.
Any other comments? I have a question. Is state parks dragging their feet? Has anybody had any real heart-to-heart discussions with state parks, see what their attitude is?
Yeah, we've had a lot of hard discussions with state parks, and some of them more quietly and some of them more in public. They certainly understand our perspective. They're a partner we work with them all the time on things. Is this as high a priority for them right now as it is for us? No, but they are working through their process, and to their credit, they do have in statute a very long process, but are they in a hurry? Probably not. It's just not at the top of their priority list right now.
Yeah, Vice President Ladwig, so give you an example, we work with state parks at like Sings Canyon. The commission owns Sings Canyon, but it's a state park. So we've worked with state parks on a lot of projects. Medicine Lodge is the same way. We own Medicine Lodge. They have their archaeological historic site and all that on Medicine Lodge as well. So they know we're serious. It's taking time.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the information. Nobody else has any questions? Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Recall.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, Director Nesvik, members of the commission. I'm here today to update you on education programs and kind of some of our collaborations and partnerships and where they're going right now. The last time that I touched base with you all was in April, and we had just started having some of these conversations with our education stakeholders. Our primary focus, let's see if I can, was to really focus on our new initiatives that we want to get into Wyoming schools, specifically in the elementary and secondary levels. So our goals out of this was to increase hunter education in schools, reinvigorate our National Archery in the Schools program, NASP, as we lovingly call it, and begin Trout in the Classroom, which is a program we're working closely with Trout Unlimited, and of course, our fish division and hatcheries. So since April, we have begun conversations with the Wyoming education stakeholders. We've been working to go through each of these programs, and we aligned the Wyoming education standards to all of the game and fish programs. Director Nesvik and I met with the State Superintendent of Public Education, and then we also had multiple follow-up meetings with the Wyoming Department of Education. We then went and presented to the State Board of Education, presented all of our programs, all of the standards as we saw them. Currently, the State Board of Education is going through a review process to update the Wyoming State Education Standards. So this is a lovely opportunity. We've been able to engage with them and talk about the science standards, the PE standards, and also the social emotional standards that we believe all of our education programs can benefit. And then lastly, we presented to the Professional Teaching Standards Board. This board is the board that certifies all Wyoming teachers and their teacher certification licenses. So in order that they can teach whatever topic and be paid with public funds. So going forward, here's some of the exciting movements. You know, the State Board of Education just concluded their project on the profile of a graduate. And this project is ultimately to kind of come up with a theoretical perspective of what a Wyoming graduate would look like and what kind of education, training, experiences, exposure, and elements of critical thinking and application of knowledge they would have upon graduation. And we're really excited about this because all of our programs, Game and Fish has been doing this forever. I think one of the things that we haven't done really well is toot our own horn in this area and be able to say that when we take a kid outside, when we teach them archery or angling or hunting, that we give them a life skill that is real world application of knowledge. And so being able to further engage with Wyoming schools and do this in a systematic process allows us to continue having that kind of element of impact on Wyoming kids, which we believe is beneficial for a future of Wyoming. The Department of Education, so let me go back just a second. When we presented to the State Board of Education, they were beyond thrilled at these programs that we were on to launch, and they wanted to know what they could do to support us. And we said, you know, going forward, we really need to get the word out. We need the support for the schools, and we need to know that these education standards that we believe align with our programs, you also believe align with them. And they said, absolutely. And so they've encouraged us to continue this conversation as a collaborator and continue reviewing the state standards as they have them out for public review, which right now the physical education standards are out, which are very tightly linked with our National Archery in Schools program. So we will be commenting on those as an agency and with these programs. We also went through the Wyoming Department of Education, and we were able to, they took their assessment team and looked at our programs, looked at our standards and said, you guys are spot on. So what would you want to do from here? And we also told them, we want to partner, we want to get the word out, and we also want to find ways to give schools the opportunity to link up with some of our partners, specifically our NGOs and industry partners who could help with funding, because that's one of the areas that schools are always lacking. So going forward right now, we're working on a joint press conference. We anticipate this will be in September. I'll let you know for sure when that is. And we're hoping to bring in all of our education partners, some of our schools that have already been working with us for a number of years, principals, teachers, students, and then also our own partners, our NGOs that have been supportive through numerous years and going forward. Lastly, the Professional Teaching Standards Board, we went to them and we asked them for a hunter education endorsement. And so this is essentially an endorsement that goes on a teacher's license for them to be allowed to teach hunter education in schools, not after schools, not in some tandem with some other curriculum or subject as a standalone if they wanted. And so we went through all of the standards, all of our program requirements, and how we thought it would benefit Wyoming schools, students, and all of the impacts thereof. They unanimously voted to approve this. And so that board, so the Professional Teaching Standards Board is an agency just like Game and Fish in terms of licensing. So they have to go through the rules promulgation process. Currently, those rules have been sent to the governor's office for review. They have not been released yet from the governor's office. We anticipate sometime in the next couple of weeks, they will go out for public comment. So once they are released for public comment, I will send you an update so you can also review these. Essentially though, our hunter education endorsement, well, PTSB's hunter education endorsement says that it aligns with Wyoming Game and Fish's hunter education training protocols and recertification. So all of this lines seamlessly with what we want to do. Lastly, the Governor's Right Initiative is an initiative that came out in 2022. The governor had an advisory group come up with some ideas on how to reimagine and innovate the delivery of Wyoming education to students. And we went through this whole initiative and said, how do our programs fit in there? And we think that there's a lot of different areas that obviously our programs are inventive and reimagine things, even if they are very traditional to us in terms of Wyoming tradition and values. And so going forward, we're hoping that all of these programs allow us greater conversations and access to Wyoming students, specifically in the primary and secondary levels, so that we can continue engaging with them and inspiring a kid. Whoops, sorry guys. I clicked a little bit much. So going forward, all of the goals of this fall under our Inspire a Kid campaign. We're looking to continue our education and outreach growth, however, in a systematic school embedded level. We're also looking for more community immersion. We want to support our current programs, especially our fellowship program, being able to start engaging kids in the elementary level and then the secondary level that hopefully feed into our fellowship program and then ultimately become part of our recruitment efforts to come work for Game and Fish and support us in the future, even as community members. So right now, this fall, we're going to be engaged heavily in staff training and educator training to implement these programs. We're going to be looking for some more partner and community support, especially in areas where we know the schools will need some funding, some help with equipment, things like that. And then long-term, we're looking at building capacity for what's to come with the state education and shooting complex that was just passed in the last legislative session. We want to have a number of young people and adults who are ready to be part of this complex, to be able to do archery and firearm, all kinds of different firearm shooting training, et cetera. And so that's where we're heading right now. Our next steps for next year are going to be to further engage higher education. We think there's some opportunity with the community colleges and other areas of the university as well. So you'll be looking forward to seeing more of that to come. Thank you.
Sounds pretty energetic. Anybody have a comment?
Yeah, so Nish just covered a lot of miles in a short amount of time there, but this is really a big deal. This is a level we've not experienced as far as our engagement with statewide education and having Game and Fish curriculum, Game and Fish education at a very broad scale. And it's due in large part to Nish's work. She has just been very tenacious and aggressive about getting this done. And I've been very impressed. As you can see there, you don't have to use spurs with Nish. She's she moves out.
Yeah, Mr. Vice Chairman, I think it's great. I mean, I've been to the outdoor campus in Rapid City, and they have another one in Sioux Falls in South Dakota. So they have an East River and a West River outdoor campuses that are very nice, and they do a lot of educational things there, and just furthering the youth in the state for those kind of things. It's great, and I like where we're going, and yeah, thanks for all the work on it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're about ready to call it a quits. As good as we.
Wildlife Fund.
Oh, that's right. Geez. I was just gonna let you wait.
Mr. Vice President, Director, members of the commission, thank you for the opportunity. I will make this very, very swift today. My name is Chris McBarnes. I'm the president of the Wildlife Fund, a nonprofit partner to the Game and Fish Commission that was created by you back in the year 2019. And I just want to give you a brief update of what we've been up to this summer, and it falls right in line with Nish's goals and Director Nesvic's goals. And so I think this will be a nice way to hopefully wrap up your very productive day. So I want to talk to you about our Inspire a Kid efforts over the summer to support, again, Nish's vision and Director Nesvic's vision, and then fundraising that we've done over the summer on some key initiatives that you all have set forth. And then finally, a very exciting announcement about the corpus of the Wildlife Fund officially being started, which is called the Wyoming Wildlife Heritage Fund. Next slide, please. So back up to the previous. There we go. And I know Director Nesvic talked about it briefly in his report today. We had the second annual Maury Brown Kids Fishing Day at the Iron Mountain Ranch outside of Cheyenne in June, the first Saturday in June. It was another rousing success this year. Approximately 230 participants on that free kids fishing day. Our partners at Bass Pro and Cabela's brought fully stocked tackle boxes and poles for the kids. It was a day full of smiles. Did get a little bit wet, but the kids learned resilience that day and still landed a lot of fish. Huge thank you to Nish, Ashley Leonard, William Poole. Without them and without the team at Game and Fish, this day would not happen. The Laramie regional staff, they were all incredible. It was a great day, and thank you, Commissioner Jolovich, for also helping make this day possible, sir. The kiddos on the right, a quick story. I talked to their mom for a long time. Single mom, had never been able to take her kids fishing before, utilized the bus transport service that we offered from Cheyenne, working with Laramie County school districts, brought her kids out fishing for the first time. And now they've got a skill that they can go around to Sloan's Lake in Cheyenne and other local hot spots and take her kids fishing. And I can't tell you how many stories I heard time after time after time that day. And that's really what it's all about. And Game and Fish does this all across the state, and it's our honor just to play a small role in that. Going to the next slide, we hosted our second annual Inspire Kid Camps in the Grovant Wilderness with the Little Jenny Ranch and the Hamlin family the last week of June and the first week of July. We had 19 young men from across Wyoming and the country and 15 young women from across Wyoming and the country for a week-long immersive experience in the wilderness, learning about Western conservation, leadership development, outdoor recreation. And it's truly a special time. It takes a lot of work to put these camps on, as Nish knows, but we can never do enough of it. And it's the most rewarding part about my job. That young lady on the right, Peyton, she's from Rock Springs. She had never been fly fishing before. And we hooked into that 22-inch native Snake River cutthroat trout on a 10-weight or on a 10-foot 3-weight fly rod. I thought the trout was going to carry her down Dell Creek, but she landed it. I said, Peyton, you have no idea what you just did. You reached your master angler status already, your first time fly fishing. Wow. And then in the evening time, it's really special. We have leadership development speakers come around the campfire. Commissioner Lundvall, I jokingly said she was like Justin Bieber up there. The kids absolutely loved her. They couldn't get enough of her. Her story is so incredibly inspiring. And what makes the camp unique is, and our next step in evolution in these Inspire Kid camps is scaling them up and taking them across the state. It gives private producers an opportunity to offer these experiences with the curriculum we set up and the resources we bring to the table, but we want to impact more kids. So we've proven proof of concept, and now we want to take this across the state to the central part of Wyoming, the eastern part of Wyoming, find more private producers to partner with us on these efforts. I'll leave you with this on the Inspire Kid Camps, and Director Nesvic came up. He was wonderful. Governor Gordon came up. He was wonderful. And the kids always ask questions. And this little girl, Addie, as innocent as can be, wonderful young lady. She was from Graybull. She looks Director Nesvic straight in the eye and she said, "Sir, I saw a sticker once that said, 'I'd rather shop with my wife than hunt with a game warden.' What does that mean?" And it was amazing. It was perfect. But the kids learned a lot. We learned a lot. And the Inspire Kid Camps 2023 were a rousing success. So a little bit of the fundraising we've been doing this summer, along with all the Inspire Kid efforts, the Highway 189 South Kimmer Wildlife Crossing Project. I was honored. Deputy Director Bruce asked me to work with WYDOT and her Game and Fish staff on the federal grant that's going to be soon submitted to the federal government for the Wildlife Crossings pilot program. So The Wildlife Fund, we've worked hard. We've garnered over 20 support letters now from NGOs, private industries, individuals across the state of Wyoming to help support that grant. And then we've also, our final number was $876,162 in private funds that will be able to be a part of that grant to hopefully bolster our chances in bringing some of those dollars to Wyoming. That number represents all of our energy sector partners, our family foundations, the Mule Deer Foundation, the Muley Fanatics, the grassroots fundraising efforts on down the line. So we're proud of that effort. And the next project, we want to see the numbers even higher. Our pooled migration fund, we're also very excited about this. You know, we've heard about our pronghorn today. We've heard about our mule deer today. And the Wildlife Fund, we're going to be putting some serious money on the ground here in the next 6 to 12 months through this initiative in some of these key areas where our wildlife have really taken it on the chin. This summer, we were successful in acquiring another $400,000 that will go into these corridors for wildlife-friendly fence work, treatments of invasive annual grasses to help with conservation easements, all the on-the-ground habitat work that's really going to make a difference. And that's from our friends at the Knobloch Family Foundation and Johnny Morris's Cabela's Outdoor Fund. Obviously, we know about Knobloch. They're phenomenal. And the thing about Knobloch is they don't just hand money away. They have a very stringent process. They vet you very, very well. You have to have your ducks in a row. They make you earn it. And I appreciate that about them. Cabela's and Bass Pro Shops is becoming a huge partner to Wyoming. They really believe in the leadership of Governor Gordon and Director Nesvik. And the Senior Director of Conservation, Bob Zemer, wanted me to tell y'all, keep up the great work. And Johnny Morris believes in what we're doing. So I'm going to be working with Ian Tater and Jill Randall and the Wildlife Fund Board, along with Director Nesvik, on putting out RFPs so that we can get good projects funded here in the next year with these funds and additional funds that are already in the bank account. And then to wrap up, something, we've got our third annual Golf for Wildlife outing coming up with the Muley Fanatic Foundation here in a couple weeks. Grand prize is a 36-hole stay and play package at the golf club at Devil's Tower. So if you want to come out and support wildlife here on August 5th in Johnson County, come on over. It's always a great event with Josh Corsi and Joey Fagel and those guys. 100% of the net proceeds we raise through this annual golf outing goes to support wildlife crossings. And along with the stay and play, you get really, really sweet custom belt buckles. And those were our winners from last year. But to wrap up, something I'm super excited about, and you know, it's not $5 million, but it's a start. So the Wildlife Fund, we were given the task to make our organization self-sustainable in 2 years. Took us 3 years. And so on top of all the project funding you have to do as an NGO, you have to keep the lights on as well. And so we've really been striving to start an endowment fund that will be invested in perpetuity, that will carry this fund into the coming 40, 50, 60 years and beyond, long after I'm gone, long after you're gone. And we've had our first donor step up and look at the body of work that we've been able to accomplish in just a very short 3 years and few months, and make that initial investment of $20,000. So that corpus has been started. And I hope more and more people and organizations look at us, understand the proof of concept is there, what we can mean to Wyoming, and synergizing other NGOs, getting money on the ground, inspiring our youth, helping bolster your efforts, and we can continue to grow what is now within the Wildlife Fund, the Wyoming Wildlife Heritage Fund. So with that, Mr. Vice President, I know you guys have had a very long day. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I'll stand for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Chris, for your report. Anybody have any comments?
Great job.
You're just on fire as usual.
Yeah, if I may, Mr. President. So, you know, and as we first started talking about this Inspire a Kid initiative here a few years ago, you know, folks would ask me, they say, you know, I understand the purpose, I understand the intent, understand the why, but what does it look like? What does Inspire a Kid really mean? What's the action? And Chris McBarnes has demonstrated, along with many people that wear red shirts, exactly what Inspire a Kid means. It's like as one example of the many things that you just saw here that Chris just presented with these camps, with fishing days. And I can't say enough about how much I appreciate the fact that Chris has embraced this initiative on behalf of the department and our state.
and has just done an exceptional job with it. I have, as many of you know, I have challenge coins that I present to mostly our employees. I also have a separate challenge coin that's an Inspire a Kid challenge coin. And I'm going to give one to Chris right now because he's just done an exceptional job with this initiative.
Thanks. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations, Chris. Okay, can I go to the call to the public now?
Yes, sir.
Alex Volk.
Good afternoon. I can tell you guys have been at it for a while, so I'll keep it quick. I just came to introduce myself and bring up a topic that I brought up a few years ago concerning predator control. Obviously, my name's Alex Volk. I'm a longtime Wyoming native and resident. I run a ranch and farm operation with shooting and outfitting retreat at the same time, just near Hawk Springs, north of LaGrange, Wyoming. So in my experience in outfitting, we have a helicopter operation in Texas. I've been running for about 10 years. So we've got 3 million acres, over 200 landowners and 9 helicopters. So we run the hog and coyote shoots January through the end of May around everybody's hunting season and before it gets hot. My partner that does all the aviation runs it throughout the rest of the year, but not full tilt due to the heat and safety. So Brian Terrell from Terrell Chevrolet and I a few years ago proposed the idea of not getting around the Aerial Hunting Act, but basically helping out with the stock growers that pay the $1 a head at the sale barn, and APHIS having a hard time with as much ground as they have to cover and their limited resources. We weren't their favorite people. It wasn't a very popular idea, and I understand the reasons for that, the concerns. It's something new here. The coyotes obviously have a negative impact on everybody's livelihood, but not near as much as the feral pigs do in Texas. I don't know how familiar you are with it, but it's every 90 days there's a litter, 8 to 12 per sow. So with a couple million of them already there, I doubt we'll ever really get rid of them, but we do a really good job of taking care of our people down there. And with that much ground to cover, we're killing 200 to 500 pigs a weekend. So the concept I wanted to bring up to you guys, just to bring it back up and kind of get it floating around to see if there's any traction, would be to allow us to aerial hunt coyotes with customers paying for the seat. So basically, it would take pressure off APHIS, and it would be a win-win for the landowners and everybody else, and help out the local business as well. The biggest objection, this is probably 3 or 4 years ago. I don't know if any of you were aware of this or involved in it or heard of it, but it was APHIS was real uncomfortable with the idea of taking customers out, just anybody to go hunt out of a helicopter. But after doing it for 10 years in Texas, it's really not all that difficult, especially with the permitting processes and the insurance and the quality of the people involved that it takes to actually get it done. It's really not that complex, and I think everybody would benefit from at least entertaining the idea. We were taking, we got hired by the Texas Game and Fish or Wildlife Services a couple years ago down in Alpine. They had an antelope reintegration program. So they were netting antelope and tagging them and bringing them back down to the border. And we were tasked with cleaning up all the coyotes. So we were shooting between 130 and 150 a day. So I know that population is doing really well because of the work we did. And I'm sure we could do good work for the residents of Wyoming and the landowners, and it wouldn't be as sticky as one might seem. But that's why I just wanted to bring it up and see if you guys had any ideas or questions.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know much about it. So if a private landowner, say a large landowner, wanted to hire them and let them do that on their property, could they do that?
Yeah, so there's the Airborne Hunting Act that I think is the issue here. And that's not something that we have authority over. We don't have authority over coyotes, obviously.
Right.
Or commercial activity other than for big and trophy game.
Yep.
So those two things are, this commission, regardless of what they wanted to do, has really no authority there. Airborne Hunting Act is a completely separate issue that would be, yeah, I'd have to look into that. I can't remember the specifics. Is Mike still here? There's some, or Dan might remember, but I think most of that's administered by the Department of Ag, because it all is related to predatory animal take, not, there's no take of game or non-game animals in the state under our authority.
Right.
With aircraft. So it's, I think for the most part, it's something completely out of our authority.
I can answer that question. So Brian and I co-wrote a bill a few years ago that, from my understanding, brought the ball back to your guys' court. Department of Ag said they would turn a blind eye to it. They weren't concerned with it. But the pilots have an issue because it's a federal statute. Department of Ag didn't have a problem with it. Nobody seemed to have a problem with it. And don't quote me on this because it's been a few years, but I just, the reason I brought this up is because we're having some helicopters come up for a veteran event. And we are going to be shooting some coyotes on private land. And that's as it reads, if we have permission, we can go ahead and do it. There just can't be any commercial exchange. So either the landowner has to pay for it or it's just pro bono. So the Department of Ag was supportive of it. Everybody's supportive of it. Texas got around it with actually probably the quickest thing that's ever been passed in the history of our country. It was just a 1-paragraph bill, and whether ours covers everybody or not, I can't quote on that at this particular moment. But the way they passed it to get rid of the hogs is it came down to the Game and Fish was it's a 5-day license that they sell. So they basically just sell the seat in the aircraft for whomever, and they buy I think it's $45 for a 5-day pass, or I think it's more for an annual pass. So it is, the ball got bounced back and forth quite a bit. Nobody really wanted to hold on to it because it is something new. But I know personally that everybody would benefit from it, and it's doable. It's just a matter of getting everybody on the same page and actually looking through the legalities of it. But from my understanding, we got so much backlash and I got really busy. I didn't have the fortitude to follow it through. And I figured I would let it sit on the back burner for a little while. But as you guys know, politics change, things change. And I know all the stock growers and all the wool growers, cattle people are all for it. But it would be in our best interest to at least explore it. And I'd be glad to get you guys all the information in a really nice short brief. So you can look through it and then maybe peruse it and go from there.
Yeah, Alex, I think, your pursuit of this is completely outside of this body. I mean, we just, regardless of our interest or lack thereof, we don't have the authority to have any role in this. And really to tell you, to speak bluntly, we don't have interest in regulating the take of coyotes in our state or predatory animals. That's not our purview. That's very specifically under the authority of the Department of Ag. And commercial activity with regards to hunting is specific just to big and trophy game animals. So this body is really not the place where you need to pursue this. It's with the Department of Ag and the Wyoming legislature.
I understand that. And that's the same conversation we had a few years ago, and I'll revisit with them as well. But it was basically the racket swung back and forth and I was just kind of the net. Because like I said, nobody really wanted to touch it. But I can definitely get them back involved in the conversation. Like, I don't want to take up a bunch of your time. I don't want it to be a big issue. I just know from my experience that everybody would benefit from it. And I think Department of Ag was leaning on, they don't want to regulate it either. And there's really not much to it. Texas is really simple. We file a permit with the state for that piece of land. So we're able to fly it. And then the Texas wildlife issues a license, and that is pretty much it. But I understand your position, and that's where we were a few years ago. But I thought I'd throw my hat in the ring again and give her a whirl. So if I can get you guys some information in the near future, would you have a look for it? If I can get Department of Ag to come on board and give their position, Because it's kind of the same answer I get from every agency.
Yeah, this commission looks at a lot of information all the time. The department does as well. We're glad to look at it. But again, even if this commission today said, oh yeah, we're on board, we'd like to do that. They don't have any authority nor, and we're not looking for new things to regulate like that. So.
Gotcha. Perfect. All right. Well, thank you guys. Appreciate the time. Have a good weekend. Good luck with the rest of the meetings. God bless.
Thank you, Alex. Anything else for the good of the commission? Motion to adjourn? We're adjourned. We didn't take a vote. We're adjourned.